Dinkum has become one of my favourite games of all time. This beautiful 3D world inspired by the Australian Outback has become like a second home to me. Join me as I establish Musketeerville with but a few tents and transform it into a small village, only to rip the entire thing up and recreate it into a booming town. Watch me fail at cultivating my first tiny farm plot, to harvesting massive wheat fields, to overcoming what seemed to be insurmountable obstacles within the mines, to soaring like an eagle above oceans of lava, all the while fending off dangerous beasts that encroach and threaten the future of the town. Not just 100, but 200 days are in store for you. So, make sure to grab yourself some snacks and beverages, and get yourself pumped for this feature-length film. Welcome to 200 Days of Dinkum, the movie. The game began where I was given the opportunity to create my Dinkum character. I always like to make a representation of myself, but confused that purple is an eye color and blue is not. Well, I always wanted fabulous purple eyes. Yep, that's definitely me. Artemis has been born, and I'm en route to a place called Musketeerville. But for the moment, I guess I'm a resident of this place called South City, where everybody lives apparently. Look at all those happy faces. Well, I'm happy that someone called Fletch is looking for a young go-getter to help them get to their old home. Sounds like the most extreme version of helping an elderly person cross the road, so alright, why not? I get my first aerial view of Musketeerville and I'm loving this vibe. We land and Fletch wants to meet me outside to explain some stuff. Now people always ask Australians if we ride kangaroos here or something like that. As an Australian, the next clip sums up our experience in this land down under. Oh god! Ow, ow, ow! No! Jesus Christ! God damn it, man! This croc may have caught me at the most inopportune moment, but I will be ready next time. Goodness gracious me! For now, I have a look at the map I was given and set out looking for a perfect location for the future town. I spot some curious things along the way, like this giant metal tower. I see several ore veins and I make sure to ping them on my map with an appropriate diamond image. I forage some bush limes, pick up some wood from the ground, find some bananas, and I find a spot eventually. It's still 10 AM at this point. I am making great time. But from this point of view, I see a lot of flat ground. I get distracted by some quangdongs though, but then I see a little bit of a pond at the front of this huge space of flat land, kind of like a corridor that is all the same elevation. I think this is going to be my town location. But as it's still early, I go exploring some more and collecting as much as I can because, fun fact, until I place this tent down, time will not progress. It's free time and I'm going to milk it. I also torment the wildlife, of course. You ain't gonna catch me, mate. I'm the gingerbread man. Oh shit, he's gonna catch me. Don't mind me, I'm just collecting some bananas. It's fine, I'm a professional Australian, I know what I'm doing. I come across another metal tower and I can see that I can interact with it, although this doesn't mean much to me at this point. I also see this Tasmanian devil looking thing that spits fire. Accurate. Now, I've spent some time exploring. Look at all those fruits I've collected. And I finally decide to place down this base tent. Old Gal Fletch is happy with the location of Musketeerville and gives me my own personal tent, so I toss it right down opposite the base tent. It even comes with a mailbox. How thoughtful. Now Fletch tells me we might have a visitor soon and that I should set up a dedicated location for people to temporarily stay here. So I dedicate this spot here and destroy a pile of stone placing it down. It's nice to know that debris won't prevent building placements. Fletch gives me her father's old adventurer's journal to help me keep track of my milestones. My first milestone is to make us a campfire. I oblige and I also cook up a lime, as cooked foods are generally better as opposed to eating them raw. Fletch says to take the rest of the day off and go catch some bugs or something else to relax. I just might do that. I place down my sleeping bag in my tent. Oh my god, that looks bare. I have a look at this journal Fletch gave me. On the left are going to be long-term goals, which I'll touch on later. On the right are my daily milestones. These will update every single day and give the player something to aim for in the short term and will be rewarded with permit points. I'll also explain them later. So for today, I need to catch some bugs, harvest some bush limes, and craft something, which I've already done. It has been a long day, but here's everything I've collected on this first day. I decided to sleep at 3 PM because I am kaput. Each night when I go to bed, it gives me this overview of everything I collected, what levels I gained in skills such as foraging and bug catching. More skills will come like mining and fishing. And finally, the amount of dinks I have earned, which is 0, all in good time. I wake up the next morning and I'm notified that someone is visiting the island, but I have a look at my daily milestones first, and chat with 2 residents and harvest 9 yellow wattle flower. Okay, that's easy to do. I'm also going to go ahead and grab all these. As I'm collecting those milestones, you see that they increase over time. So the more I do things in the game, like once I reach X amount of steps for example, I get another reward for those steps and the next milestone increases. There's a lot of unknown ones, but I'll unlock them over the course of the game. I duck into this visitor tent and I find a bloke called John, and he seems to be a bit of a general store type fella. He sells a lot of different things that would help me, like tools and crafting machines. Now I'm aware that I need some licenses before I can buy these tools from him. I buy the licenses from Fletch and they cost me permit points, which I get from doing either those daily or long-term milestones. So I get the mining, logging and fishing licenses at this point. There's quite a few left to go however. Fletch suggested making John feel at home, talk to him, do something for him to encourage him to stay. Today however, he asked me for a random piece of furniture. The only piece of furniture I have is the sleeping bag. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Never mind that, I will sell all this random junk and bugs that all made here and make some dinks. In fact, he offers me just under 10,000, which sounds fair to me. Fletch wanted me to buy this table saw for cutting logs, which I do. And I also buy a pickaxe, a fishing rod and a wood cutting axe at this time, as I have the licenses for them. I do not have the excavation license, so Johnny Boy refuses to sell me a shovel. Absolutely outrageous! I'll come back for that later. I expand my little crafting hub with this table saw, and Fletch says it's the first step to making materials required to build proper homes for people to stay here. She wants me to go mine some tin ore as well as getting a few bits and bobs, so I go and do exactly that. Once I return, she teaches me the crude furnace recipe, which I promptly make and place it down in my little hub, and I start smelting some tin. Fletch teaches me how to craft nails and a wooden crate, which is going to help my storage situation. Now my last daily milestone is to cook something at the cooking table, which I don't have. So I go break some random barrels for resources and chop down some trees. I saw up some planks and I eventually have what I need to make this cooking table. And guess where it goes? Yep, my crafting hub. And the only thing I can make is a fruit salad with all those fruits I gathered before, which may foreshadow a staple food source I'll be aiming for. I do some more deforestation, and I place down my first storage crates, and I move my table saw, which is nice actually. Crafting things can simply be picked up and moved so you never really lose crafted machines. I moved my crafting things to this side and I kept the cooking stuff back there. I have a look at those long-term milestones and there's a bunch I can claim again. I have to click on them to see if they are actually claimable, but the end result is nearly 1,000 permit points. I make myself a lot of campfires to improve my lime cooking output. Why am I doing that when I can make fruit salads? The answer is lost to me it seems. I do end up with 8 campfires, which I used to cook meat I scavenged yesterday. I find these travel bags inside Fletcher's tent, and I use them to store all my items I got from those metal barrels. I hit my sleeping bag next, and I watch all of my achievements I have made for day 2. I did quite a lot actually. Johnny Boy is still visiting on day 3, so I really want to encourage this fella to stay here. He says he wants a fish, and as I have a rod, I can do that. I go and see Fletch and I get my excavation, hunting and tool belt licenses. The latter increases the amount of slots you see down there. Luckily Fletch also wants a fish, so it looks like I'm going fishing today. I cast my line into this mangrove area. When I hook a fish, it immediately struggles. When the fish is not struggling, I hold my left mouse button to reel it in, until it struggles again. This meter shows how much error I have left before I lose the fish. Quite simple. I also come across something out of place. Hey buddy, are you a little bit stuck? Are you trapped? Oh dear. I'm at the northern coast where I cast my line looking for that fish for Fletch. I have absolutely no idea which fish is which. I just pick one and hope it's the one I'm looking for. Luckily on this occasion, it is the one I'm looking for, but on the way home, I voice a concern of mine. I'm a little bit worried about the lack of oars that I can see on this island. There is not really a whole lot. I say that, but 5 seconds later, I come across a really nice ore deposit, which I promptly mine up. I give old mate his fish he wanted, and he gives me green boots. But more importantly, he decided he wanted to stay here. I can now speak to Fletch, who has the town deeds, and of course, John's shop is here now. It costs 75,000 dinks, and a bunch of other resources. I can put the town in debt for the time being, but I will have to pay it off eventually. I decided the location of John's store to be next to Fletch's tent. I also give Fletch her fish she wanted, and she gives me a shirt. Bargain. I do some crafting and I get all the materials I needed to make John's shop. I drop it all into this box and the construction will begin tomorrow. Luckily, I'm not responsible for that part. In the meantime, because I got that hunting license, I'm able to craft some spears now, which is exciting, and I call it a day. I also made 12,000 dinks by selling random things to John. I go see John the next morning and I buy a shovel from him, because I have a big plan. I see that I have a letter in my post box, and it's from Fletch who's thanking me for all my efforts thus far. I get a few licenses, like this cargo one for more inventory space and animal handling, which teaches me how to make a coop. I do something I'm ashamed of, which is attacking a roo, but looking at the bigger picture, I'm trying to teach myself how to hunt and collect meat, as it's a good source of income. I try my luck at this croco and eventually pull it off. I do get bitten myself as well, but croco meat and teeth will sell for quite a bit. I have milestones to cut some grass today and collect bottle brush, which is kind of hard to find. I try to do these milestones each day, so unless it's something out of the ordinary, I'm going to gloss over these now. I have this huge open space a short distance from the town. I have 50 bananas and I slowly start to dig the soil. I toss a banana in the hole, recover it with dirt, and that's how I start my orchard. I do these in rows, so I have space to run in between the trees when they're grown. I actually start on a few rows of apples as well this day, but I will have more bananas than the rest of the fruits. No one is visiting the next morning, but Johnny Boy finally has his own shop, so that is fantastic news. Fletch was also hungry this morning, so I brought her a cooked bush lime to sate her hunger. For the most part, I try to do daily requests for villagers as well, so I'm going to gloss over these now unless it's for someone important. On this occasion, she gave me a whole damn bed for a single lime, which I think was a steal. Later, I was also minding my own business when luck was thrown my way, which then ended in tragedy. Ooh, what have I just found? No! I didn't want to attack it. That is a huge fail. I console myself by checking out John's new shop. Very nice, he has some new stock as well now. I get the landscaping license, so I get to make paths now, which I'll do later. I then make some progress on my orchard, which is nearly done now. I kill an encroaching croco, I buy a metal detector from John, and a wheelbarrow which might come in handy, and this grinder for grinding up rocks. I witnessed a crocodile kill a shark, which I then avenged the shark and I collected the spoils from both, all before sleeping soundly in a comfy bed inside of a tent. It was a good day. Someone new is visiting the next morning. It turns out it's this fella and he's called Theodore, and he loves documenting animals and such. He wants to build a museum here, and he has already spoken to Fletch about this. I didn't have to do anything it seems, but I bring him a butterfly as he asked for one regardless. Now Fletch says we shouldn't apply for any more deeds while the town is currently in debt, which was John's 75,000 deed. That debt has only barely been paid, so it looks like all debt will need to be paid by me. I don't have the money at this time, so I go and sell everything I can at this point, and I'm at about 57,000. I go do some fishing for extra money, and there seems to be a storm raging this day. As I go north, my money prayers are answered. If you could see my eyes right now, they are in utter shock. But I am actually very happy with that. Yoink. Now Johnny Boy says it weighs just over a kilo, which is worth 35,000. I know this is worth much more once I crack this bad boy open, because inside is 4 opals and they sell for 15,000 each, which results in 60,000 profit as opposed to 35,000. With my windfall, I delete the town's debt, which is good news. I then get the museum deed, which will put us back into debt by 125,000, but that's Dinkum for you. I nestle the museum back here and I'll deliver all the required materials. I have mail on day 7. Fletch has somehow tossed an entire Eastern-style couch into this tiny letterbox. I love gaming logic. The luck continues shortly later, because we have completely run out of fruit. Yes, I will not make this mistake again. Pick up. Johnny Boy will offer me about 12,000 for this beehive that weighs 1.5 kilos. I'm so glad I didn't misclick this time. Now I can see I can get a better hunting license, which teaches me better weapon recipes, and they should do more damage. My current spear does a measly 4 damage at this point, which is pitiful. But I have strategies, which is hiding behind rocks and using this longer reach weapon to inflict said 4 damage. Or standing on the high ground and yelling out, "It's over, Croco! I have the high ground!" I also like to think that Fletch is blind. Look at this. You'd think she would learn her lesson, but later this night she surprises me again. Oh, for goodness sake, really? You idiot. It's day 8 and someone new is visiting. It's Franklin, the scientist, and he's looking for lost technology. Mainly, I can give him these shiny discs that I can dig up, which is information from the past. Oh, by the way, the game takes place in the future or something. Now today, I wanted to sell a bunch of stuff, but can you open? Oh wait, it's closed today. Well. How dare you close your shop, you animal? I go and torment the wildlife next. Hey buddy, come to me. Come here buddy. Oh shit. Oh no! Afterwards, I go give some shiny discs to Franklin, and he gives me quite a lot of money for them. This also helps unlock things that he can make for me. I buy this repair kit from him for 30,000, and then I peruse his scientific doodads that he can make for me. In the night, I expand my orchard a little bit. Fletch tells me something important the next morning, which is that if I can convince 5 people to move here, then we would be recognized as an official settlement. Okay, some pipeline goals. For now though, I give Johnny a butterfly, and in return, he gives me this. A ninja hood? Really? Did you just give me this? What is this? No! I'm not wearing that. Okay, fine, just for today. I then sell everything for a tidy profit of 70,000, which is good news. I travel north and I find a lot of mining spots up here, which is also good news. I go and bully the wildlife next, which is news. I catch some fish, admire my growing orchard, stockpile a bunch of nearly broken tools, and make an improved spear, which I test out shortly later, and it does 7 damage, which is really nice. Someone else is visiting on day 10, and it looks like it's Rain, and she sells farming type things. I help myself to a watering can for 10,000 and a hoe for 800, but I don't buy any crops just yet. But as I'm spending money, I go and pay off the town debt. I then apply for the bulletin board for 10,000, and I toss it down here, and this is where residents could add special requests, as well as their daily requests, which is quite nice. Theodore's museum has been ready for quite some time, and I see I can donate things I catch to him, which makes sense. What I didn't know is that he gives me 100 permit points for each new specimen I bring him, which is a great deal actually. I spend those points on a better mining license, and I use one of those nearly broken pickaxes along with 2 copper bars to make a brand new copper pickaxe, which is an efficient use of a base tool. These copper tools are more effective than the basic tools, which is obvious. I gave Rain a fish that she asked for, hoping that she would like it enough to make her stay here, but no dice. The next morning I get this updated logging license before I go check out that first post on the bulletin board. Fletch saw something drop out of the sky and she wants someone to investigate. I guess those Croco encounters has scared Fletch into staying at home. I guess I'll go then. Along the way, I can finally break open these big boy rocks and I get my first iron ore, which is a step up. I eventually come across this mystery and it looks like a fallen satellite. Not exactly sure what I'm supposed to do here, so I eventually settle on breaking this thing, and apparently that completes my investigation. Despite the fact that I destroyed what looked to be expensive equipment. I do get some things though. Now today I hunted a little bit, which has left me on a little low health. I wasn't counting on this to happen. Oh, there she is. Speak of the devil. Ow, 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 ow. Hey Fletch, are you willing to chat to me while I'm on fire? You're on fire, Artemis. No, you are correct. Oh no! Can you revive me? So dying apparently skips to the next day, it seems. I wake up the next morning and I think the only thing that happened was my tools lost durability and I lost some dinks, though I don't know how much. Maybe Fletch looted me. Anyways, Rain is here again today and I do her daily request by selling her 3 kwangdongs. I then buy 18 onion seeds and the prices scare me quite a bit. Funny enough, an alpha croco slaying quest doesn't instill me with fear at all. So I go and deal with him, but where is it on the map? Is that right? It's right over there. Oh, that's so funny. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Come on. I seem to have encountered a very docile alpha croc. Are you serious? Come on. I tried to annoy him several ways, including tossing a fishing line at him. Come on, pal. I haven't got all day. I eventually have to do the long jump and stab to get some damage on him. He eventually drifts out of reach and I try a new close-up method. Seriously, game? Ow! This seems to have woken up the beast, and he gets a cheeky bite on me. Was that even the alpha croc? Once he dies, I kind of think that isn't the alpha croc. But a little later, I do see this guy spawning out of nowhere, and I engage in what is a little boss fight, which is exciting. The guy is quite big. He does big snaps and he often pounds the ground, which sends ripples in the earth my way and does big damage. Ow! Okay, I eventually overcome this ferocious beast and I got some raw prime meat from him, as well as an alpha scale. I then got round to making a copper axe, before seeing John about that 27,000 dinks he owes me for slaying that alpha. Next up, I was clearing up some space for those 18 seeds I bought, but I also found a beehive, which is quite lovely. I hoe up the land, plant some seeds, and I water all of them. And the next morning, I see that this will be a daily affair. Very well then, at least I have a water source right there. I go see Fletch and I want this deep mine license. I'm about 1200 permit points short though, so I go and donate some stuff. I'm doing a request for a villager, because this also gives you 50 permit points as well as the reward, which is why doing daily requests for villagers is worthwhile. For some excitement, I light myself on fire again. I cook some meat for a daily milestone and then proceed to sell the meat and some random fish which was required for another milestone. I update my logbook with those long-term goals, which also gives me quite a few points, and I think I have enough now. Oh, you're joking me, I'm 5 points away. Literally 5 points. You animal. I quickly donate one final fish to make what I need. Too bad I have to wait until tomorrow, because Fletch has clocked off for the day. I make myself a bunch of fruit salads after, as I want a decent food source. This keeps me energized as I go on a massive tree chopping session. I do some terraforming because I have an idea on what I want to do here, but it will take a few days. Luckily for me, it's raining the next morning, so my crops are getting a natural soaking. However, I think I noticed that one top corner is missing its crop. Foreshadowing. I don't have time for distractions. I get that deep mine license from Fletch before confronting a kangaroo. No worries at all. No, that's mine, you filthy cretin. You stay away from my cooked limes, you hear me? Don't you look at me like that, off with you. I said off with you, mate. It came to violence. I go see Frankie boy who's looking for a butterfly, which I'll do for him later, but I give him some discs for scientific research for 44,000. Now for some reason I really wanted a quarry from Franklin, but it's going to take quite a few things that I don't have. I think it's because I got that license for deep mining, so I think I thought this quarry was the deep mining, which is incorrect, and I'll realize my mistake later. One thing I need is a proper furnace, as I can smelt iron with this thing for that quarry. I have a look at my travel bags because that's where I've been storing all those metal type things. Now I need more iron ore and some button boards, so I search the map for those metal barrels I can break open, but I don't find what I need. I then remembered that I have a metal detector, so I do that for the first time, and I do find those button boards I need this way. So I was just smelting that last iron bar I needed to make all my efforts today worthwhile. Can you not put that one? No, Franklin, no! Dude! Are you serious? No! You better accept this, dude, or else I'm going to throttle you. So I did miss it, and I didn't throttle Franklin. Seriously? I missed it by 30 seconds. 30 seconds! That makes me mad. Yeah, that makes me very mad. Did I mention that it makes me mad? Oh, this also ticks me off, by the way. Oh no, look at this. The sad thing is, I don't know why I'm losing my crops at this point. I was assuming that it was because I didn't have a scarecrow, but later this night I'm shooing away a lizard out of my crop field, which should have been a dead giveaway then. But I mourn the loss of my onion saplings the next morning. I console myself by decorating my tent with more things I got from villagers for doing requests. But it's getting crowded in here, in fact I can't fit everything. But other than general gathering for the day, I get a little mathematical with my farming losses. Now, I'm not really a huge fan of that, to be honest. Look at that. They're all dead. Well, they're dying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of 18, so 1/3 of these is already dead. A third. That's more than 25%. I was convinced that it was birds at this point, and to make scarecrows you need a watermelon or a pumpkin, both of which I haven't seen yet. No. Okay, so it's the birds. We have to... Don't tell me I have to protect my things like that. That's insane. Anyways, I do some terraforming and then plant some trees on the elevated spot, so there will be some shade on one side of the town. This is one side and I'll go do the other side as well. I also decide to shift the blame. You were not protecting my crops, John. Look at that disgrace of a farm field. What have you been doing? Oh, don't walk away from your responsibilities. See, I'm sick of your shit. Oh my goodness gracious me. While John is just being polite, the game finally throws me a bone. Wild animals will eat your crops if they aren't fenced off. Okay, I have my answer. Before I get to that, I have a visitor. It's the one and only Irwin. So you can guess that he's the animal person in this game with a wonderful haircut. Look at that bowl cut. After taunting old mate, I did his request and brought him some planks, and he teaches me how to make a rope fence. Oh, by the way, you learn a lot of blueprints at random from NPCs by doing their tasks for them. Now, old mate sells chickens. I need to make a coop first. I also make some fences, and I make this little area behind my tent for future chickens. See, those trees above might offer some shade in the future. So 5,000 later, and I have one chicken named Elizabeth. She will have her own feeding trough, and I buy 100 chicken feed because I don't know if this guy wants to stay yet. I release Beth in her pen, I give her some chicken feed, a quick pet, and I have my first chicken in Dinkum. I then make a proper fence area for my crops, as these ones are nearly all eaten by this point. It's too bad I don't have any extra seeds, so my first crop field has completely failed, quite badly. I go greet Beth the next morning, much like I do with my own dog. We got a... Hello, where's my little chick? Hello? Hello? I get my brewing license that unlocks billy cans, I go check out the museum exhibits, and there's a couple things here and there. I have a lot of money to spend, so I buy some crafting machines to increase my output. This area is going to hum at night. I also start this process. All my fruit trees are ready to be harvested, so I spend an eternity collecting all my fruits of my labor. I don't know if I got it all because my harvesting techniques are shocking, but there you have it. I got into a scuffle with a few big birds, nearly died to a crocodile again, but this was the real sad stuff here. Yep. It's a sad day. Our stuff has been eaten. All of it. Well, okay. That was like 550 or I don't know how much money I spent there, but I spent quite a bit, but every single onion was eaten. Oh well, so you learn. This was that pleasant hum I mentioned before. It's also late, so I decide to make all my fruit salads now, all 38 of them. I really wish I could say craft all, but I have to manually click each one. I haven't said this before, but once it reaches midnight, the game just says late. Any energy consuming things I do now will exhaust me, but it's a good time to do things that don't require energy, like smelting, cooking, harvesting, and I'll make more use of this in the later days. For the next day though, I go and meet Clover who sells clothing items. Remember that ninja hood I got before? Yeah, she sells them for 31,000 dinks. Not for me, but I did give her 2 mangrove sticks. Because that's what she asked for. I don't ask, I just do. And I got a minimalist seat for my efforts. Oh, it's classic. Very nice. So I test selling out one fruit salad and it sells for 1,388, which is pretty nice. It's more than all the fruits combined if they were raw. If they were cooked, that's a different story, but that involves cooking every single one and I don't have time for that. I do have time for a better mining license because I really want to make an iron pickaxe, which I'm looking forward to. I also prove I'm a big child. I test out this iron pickaxe and it's quite powerful. I one-shot a lot of these rocks now. I plant a few rows of hardwood trees on the opposite side of town so the sun can be blocked from this angle. And I finish my day with metal detecting, and this is what I got at the end of the day. Mostly gears. This also grinds my gears. Excuse me? What are you doing in my chair, John? You cheeky bastard. No wonder that seat's warm. Oh, did he just fart? By the way, Beth is now grown up and I've got 2 eggs, meaning she's been an egg layer for 2 days. Pet her more. Yeah, she loves it. After that delightful encounter, I think about expanding my orchard. In fact, I think about adding 10 spots to each row, so doubling its size, I think. I also have a go at Fletch again. Alright, Granny, you're gonna get yourself assaulted by... Are you serious? Like, are you joking me right now? You just don't care, do you? I've been collecting wattle and bottle brush and I think about planting these as well. I do have to destroy them to get the actual seeds, and I only have wattle seeds at this point. I was looking around at some things for me to craft and I come across this billy can. I put it outside and I ponder the purpose of this bucket hanging over a fire. I checked Google for this and I'm surprised I looked at this so early. I saw all of these jams I could make from my fruits, but alas, this went over my head and I honed in on the wattle and bottle brush for now. So I make 4 and toss the wattle in to brew some tea. I collected them the next morning and it has some nice energy gains and a few other buffs that don't make any sense to me right now. I see Irwin is visiting again, so I make sure to go chat and give him his cactus fig, which funny enough hurts you when you eat it. I buy an extra feeding trough and a chook called Karma and I release her into this pen. I wasn't actually sure if I needed an extra coop though. One of those wattle teas sold for just under 1,600, so I was quite happy with that. I was also stunned that Fletch tried to sell me 3 cabbages for 15,000. Oh, are you serious? 3 cabbage? No, thank you. Yes, it was. I'm not paying 15,000 for 3 pieces of cabbage. Are you joking me? Yeah, after that poor pitch from Fletch, I go and gather a bunch of seeds, including cactus fig ones, for Irwin just to keep him fed. I saw a shark that got a little careless. I get a bunch of different bushes that give me seeds to replant later, some water seeds and bottle brush. Those last ones seem a little bit rare, but all of which I plant at home. Speaking of homes, I noticed that Beth was sleeping in her coop tonight and poor Karma was sleeping outside in the rain. So of course I made her a coop and she automatically waltzed in there. That's good stuff. Day 21 I did a lot of fishing requests for people, but also looking for any kind of fish I could donate to Theodore. I did some diving and I found a pearl which was quite nice. And to help out with the donating, I finally stumbled upon the Journalpedia. It shows every fish or critter on the other page that I have caught. The ones with a little building sticker next to them are the ones I've already donated. This is going to come in handy keeping track of all my catches. So now I know that I needed to donate this bluefish, so that's another one crossed off. Everything else gets sold to Old Mate at his shop. And I have almost 500,000 dinks at this time. Remember that shade I was talking about? Absolutely gorgeous, mate. I also start working on the aesthetics of the town with a simple brick road, and I plant another 50 bananas, which was really time consuming and it was late when I finished. Irwin is visiting again the next day and I really want him to stay here. He wanted cactus figs again because he's hungry. And after a brief chat, guess what? As I'm asking him about a chook, he says he finally wants to move here, which is wonderful news. Also, this chook is called Hazel, and I don't make a mistake, I set her up right away. I go and see Fletch about Irwin's deed, and I come across the deep mine deed. You know that thing I was confused about because I thought Franklin had to build me a quarry? Oh no, he does something different. The deep mine was all up to me, I was just an imbecile. I have the funds, so I actually go ahead and get both deeds today. The deep mine cost me 250,000, by the way. I'm all of a sudden incredibly poor, but that's fine. Jeez, just stop going down! Oh god, no! Lordy lord! Okay, that's fine. I toss Owen's barn back here and the deep mine close to the crafting section. I wish I realized I can do this sooner, for goodness sake. But regardless, I have all the materials for the deep mine. I sing to myself later as I gather what I need for Irwin's barn. Hey man, you with the sad face, come on to my place, we'll live it up. You ba-ba-da-bum-bum, we'll live it up. In fact, today was a day for some bangers. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine. Oh, hello birdie, how are we? If you're wondering, the birdie was not well. I also looked at my pedia, and these are the people I've met and their current friendship hearts. 3 people I have met have not moved in yet, sadly. But it's also interesting to see where my mind goes when I play games. I'm so sorry, buddy, but your time has come. You will feed somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Somebody I used to know. Alright, all the singing was able to get me everything I needed for Irwin's barn. I have a milestone to trap an animal and deliver it the next day. I've never actually done this before, but I do make a simple trap. My plan is to put the trap down and hurt this roo inside. It's a little difficult though. Yes. No, you just missed it, you animal. Roar! Into the thing. Yes, gotcha, mate. So I do get it, but how do I deliver it? I let Old Mate just chill here for a moment, and I go and make an animal collection point, which I place here, and then I sent this roo on one hell of a ride. A red jackaroo. See ya, buddy, take care. I go and complete my orchard by expanding the other fruits I haven't planted yet, and then I spend a lot of time chopping wood to get my foraging up, with the odd bonus here and there. As I was minding my own business, I hear something. Hello? After a brief search, I find the offending individual, Ted Sally. Old Mate is a bit of a hunter, it seems. He actually sells a lot of really awesome weapons, but expensive. The prices turn me off right away. I find another tower, and I can see that I can fix them if I place certain items in them. Generally things I get from metal detecting. Rain was visiting the next day again, and just after a brief chat, she decided she wanted to stay here, which is fantastic news. I also sold her some bottle brush for her daily request. Her shop cost 200,000, a bit more than I have, but I'll pay it off later. I placed a shop right behind Irwin's barn because it looked cool and I got all the materials right away. I then buy 20 wheat seeds from her to try my hand at farming again. Speaking of farming, my orchard was ready to be harvested again, but I think the next time they're ready I'll harvest them all at nighttime as it's a non-energy consuming task. I plant these 20 wheat seeds and it's fenced off this time. I go and check out that deep mine and I see that I need a pass for this. Turns out I have to buy this pass for 25,000 from John. He also says it's a one-time use. I really wanted to see what it looks like and I have a little bit of a whinge as I go down. Can't believe I have to pay for it, despite the fact I, got this thing up and running. Goodness me. Now, let me share my first experience in the deep mines. It's dark. Very dark, except for an odd faint light source here and there. There are monsters in here, the first of which I found were bats that fly and are hard to kill, really hard to kill, which makes them a complete nightmare. They also spawn a lot. In fact, it seems they will always respawn near you. I come across a bush devil, luckily close to the lift, so I have a little bit of a light source to try and kill it. Blindly, I find some ores down here. I fall into the water, which is terrifying underground. I get set ablaze in the darkness, but I do manage to stay alive by eating some fruit salads while I'm burning. To make matters worse, I run into 2 bush devils right now. I do manage to kill them at the elevator, but one sets me ablaze one last time. And seeing as I just ate, I could not eat because my poor belly was too full. So I slowly roasted to death in the mine elevator. Well, goddamn, man. I get to revive in here at another cost of 23,000 or something. I briefly walk out, get assaulted by another bat, at which point I lose my temper and I say no. And I have a bigger whinge. That was horse shit. John is enjoying himself in his shop, charges me to use the thing that I built. I got a little bit of a complaint for you, mate. I think it's absolutely shite that you charge me to use the deep mine pass, or the mining thing, despite the fact I paid for it, and you did absolutely nothing. Don't act all innocent. I start to fix this by making some more food, and de-stressing by expanding some paths in the town and connecting the buildings. The next morning, after that failure yesterday, I have a look at some cooking recipes I could make that could help in the mines. Specifically these meat on a stick ones, which gives a lot of health and energy, more so than the salads, and they seem quite easy to make. I then go and buy this torch or flashlight. Seems like John says it's a torch, but I seem to have a reliable light source now. I visit Irwin in his new barn. It looks like he has more stock and more animals for sale now. I'm back at John sulking because I have to buy another mine pass for 25,000, but I do go down again. A huge step up is the torch. It is a lifesaver, but I have to hold it when I want to attack, so I need to switch items. So you really need to memorize and be comfortable with your hotbar with your items needed in here. I'm still not really on top of combat while in here, so I run away mostly. I'm not coping well with the bats and the bush devils, and they really put the terror in me. I do get a little bit of awe, and I take refuge behind this man-made structure to kill this foe. I use my map to help find my way to unexplored areas, but because I passed out last time, my pickaxe doesn't get me very far. You can see the little bit of ore I gathered today. I head up because I want to make a new pickaxe, but when I go up I get this really bad feeling and I immediately check the elevator, which now tells me I need another day pass. So, once you come back up, that's it, your day is spent. Forget something too bad, make do with what you have, and I'll be honest, this really rustled my jimmies. I do smelt what little ore I got today. The next day, Shiela is visiting the town. She looks like a bit of a cook it seems, but as luck would have it, today seems to be her birthday and apparently I remembered it, is what she tells me by the way. So I give her a fruit salad and that's about as positive as a first meeting can go. I also seem to have an actual healthy crop field by the way. The town has got 5 residents, so we are finally recognized as an official settlement, which is fantastic news. The current tent we're in can be upgraded to a town hall. Fletch says that she'll cover the costs herself, which is really appreciated. She says everyone in town have given me this golden jackaroo statue for all my efforts. I got the brewing license so I can finally make some cake kegs as well. Fletch did ask me to get the materials for the town hall. I may forget to do this, by the way, because I get excited about the keg and I put some wattle tea in there. I checked the wiki and I see that it is wattle brew that I will get, and this has some great buffs. And it also looks like a mining buff as well, which I will look forward to. So I gather more wattle and wattle seeds this day. And I had a little bit of a fruitless search for materials, which prompted me to say, okay, we're kind of stuck. We have to go and do some stuff in the mines, because... Hello, how are we? We have to do some stuff in the mines because we're running low on resources, and we're not finding enough to replenish our stocks up here. I'll be honest, I hated the mines and I really wanted to avoid it. However, I summoned my courage and I got another mine pass for 25,000 again the next day. I feel like you're exploiting me, John. Why do you hold the monopoly over the mine shaft? I don't understand. I prepare myself and I feel like I have what I need for a good run today. Honestly, today went much smoother. I didn't run into any monsters, except bats of course. How do you deal with these bats? There's gotta be a better way with dealing with these bats. This is insane. I will find my solution later, but for now, I come across an actual structure, and I find an entrance but I'm unable to enter. I also discover the secondary use for my torch, which makes a bright light, and I can use this to stun enemies, which is a step up. Goodness me. Okay, we're fine. Where is this devil? Okay, get him. Okay, got him. Goodness me, what a mission. Goodness me. I find another room that bars my way and it really piques my curiosity. Also, while editing this, I see a huge thing I messed up here. I found a ruby chunk here that I could pick up, but because it's dark, I just kept hitting it and I broke it into shards. I'll elaborate soon. I'm back above ground and I'm looking at all the spoils, and at this point, past me was not really over enthusiastic about the results, especially when it cost me 25,000 each time to go in there. My mining opinion will change later for the better, but not before getting much worse. Now, because I was struggling in the mines so much, I was turned off the game for a bit. It had been 2 weeks since I played and I woke up to a little bit of wattle brew. I tried selling one ruby shard to John and he offered me 2,000 dinks for it, which I thought was very low. At this point, I didn't realize I destroyed that big ruby chunk the day before, so this further annoyed me. I go and meet Sally the hairdresser next. I did her daily by giving her 5 palmwood, which was an absolute banger. I then paid 5,000 to her to have a look at the hairstyles, and I decided to keep my current hairstyle. So really, I paid her 5,000 to swivel me around in her chair. Bloody scallywag. And I can't believe I paid $5,000 despite the fact I didn't actually change my hair. That's... I can't believe that. I just got robbed. I buy some sugarcane from Rain for a daily milestone, and in my time away from the game, I thought about those locked doors, and that I've been finding these old keys while metal detecting and such. I had a hunch. The hunch is down here, but unlucky me, the first time in 2 weeks, and I find a lot of monsters, and it gets very stressful for me again in the deep mines. Oh, Jesus, man. I do dodge my way to this room and I use my keys for it. Looks like 2 each time is required. I see a chest and some torches inside. I pick up the torches and I find a bunch of random things in this chest. I didn't realize I could pick up the empty chest at this point. I also need to mention this here. This was recorded last year early November with my then computer that was starting to burn out. I could hear my PC overheat while I was playing and recording, and it was putting a lot of additional concern on me as I didn't want to overdo it for my PC. So that and the mines, the monsters, and these goddamn bats was really putting me off. But there was a stroke of luck for me today. I was about to break another ruby when chance intervened. That bush devil attack showed me that there was something there I could pick up. However, I have now lost my light source because I'm carrying this ruby, and oh my god, are you serious right now, game? Are you f***ing kidding me? Can you drop it? I really struggled to navigate back home in the dark with this precious gem. Are you for real, game? I eventually find my way back, but my nerves were ruined by this experience. I feel like I should play this clip because it really says a lot at this time. I'm not a fan right now. I'm really not a fan of this game. Now day 28 was recorded on the 12th of November. The next day was recorded on the 3rd of February. So my growing concern on my PC and the mines in general had really put me off from playing the game for quite a long time. But now I had a new PC, a beast of a PC, and I was really keen to pick this back up. I took it easy as I forgot how to play. I found I had a guitar, so I quickly played a banger, to which I pondered my farming efforts. I feel like I want to redesign this place. Like this is a poor effort. Look at this place, it looks appalling. So I buy a bunch of random seeds before I get started, and I have a look at this new spot and I commence terraforming. I have a bit of a misclick. Can I like make the Tower of Pisa here? Oh, don't do that, you idiot! God damn it. Tower of Pisa has been created. Oh, am I gonna regret this? Oh no. Oh, that is definitely happening. Well, at least it gets the dirt out of my way, doesn't it? And I think that is the important part. I was up all night, but look at this beautiful empty space, ready to be seeded with crops. I make my way to John though, and I remembered I got this ruby thing 2 months ago or so. It weighs about 2.5 kilos, and it sells for 36,000, which is a mine pass fee and then some. Perhaps I should be looking for more of these bad boys. So I buy another pass, and I see this bloke also sells a machine manual, which I flip open at a machine and it tells me what I can do with that. Like I should have been taking note when I looked at my billy can in regards to all of my fruits, but this little info went over my head again. For now, I admired this free space behind my fruit trees, so I go and harvest a lot of wattle seeds, and I start creating a wattle plant farm. I also collected my fruits last night, so I'm making lots of fruit salads. A lot of fruit salads. After that, I start to plant a few rows of those cactus figs, so that I can feed Irwin, because Irwin is Irwin. And also bottle brush, because I remembered it can be made into an awesome brew worth a lot of money. I was looking for more of those plants when I come across Old Mate again, but this time I see something very interesting. A bat zapper. This sounds like exactly what I've been looking for to help me with those bats in the mines. 100,000 though is a bit steep, but I know that it exists now. Also, running back to town, I can definitely see the upgrade in the performance with my new PC. And I made a few extra cakes before going to bed. So day 32 and the small crop field is ready to go. I was happy to harvest the whole lot as well actually. I then ripped up the wattle and the stuff in this area as I wanted to dedicate it to my animals. I was waiting for that other small crop field to mature before I started this new area, and because it was raining, it was a pleasant experience. Frankie boy was visiting, and I really wanted to encourage him to stay because I really like his scientific inventions, like this repair table. I have so many nearly broken tools, but for now I have 8 CDs I can sell them, which makes me 70,000, which is quite nice. What wasn't nice was that Frankie wanted a butterfly. I searched far and wide while gathering bottle brush, but I had no luck in finding the bug he wanted. Repulsive. I did add to my new orchard though. I wake up to a few wattle brew and bottle brush tea, which is quite exciting. Here you can see I've expanded this section by quite a bit. So one bottle brush brew sells for almost 11,000, which is solid. I improved my building skills with a new license, and I can make a windmill now. It states it speeds up nearby furnaces, crushers and barbecues, which actually sounds really good. I also muster up the courage again to face my most disliked area in this game. Just a standard day in the mines though. I guess I was still taking it slow. But I do find what appears to be a bat statue down here, which is weird. It was a slow mining session. I didn't even find any locked rooms, which was disappointing, and no rubies. A bit of all though. The next morning, I come across a strange notice board request. Okay. What? I think I'm gonna pass on that, Rain. That's a bit creepy, I think. John also sells a tape measure. Measure out tiles, he says. Beauty mate. In fact, I buy a bunch of machines because I want to improve my output. I am staying up much later these nights. It is infinite time, but I want to do it quicker. Anyways, this is the new updated setup. Shiela is visiting and I was able to give her a fruit salad, which was easy friendship, but she still doesn't want to move here. I take out my frustration on these shade-giving trees because I'm thinking about future expansion for my animals, but I leave the stumps for some reason. I go look for Teddy Boy again and I have a look at what it takes to make that bat zapper. I'm a bit mortified that I need glowing mushrooms for this and thunder sacks, but I make it my mission today to get this item. I go pick a fight with some lizards and yeah, they generate electricity and I do get the thunder sacks from them, but it took all bloody day. It was late, but I was going into the mines just for those mushrooms. I swear the game knows what I'm trying to do and it throws so many bats at me and crocs, but I am determined nothing will stop me now. And indeed, I do get Teddy to make me this bat zapper. Oh, I'm gonna roast those assholes alive. So of course I gear up the next day for a trip, and this is how the zapper works. You guys don't stand a chance anymore, little dickheads. That is one massive positive upgrade. I find a room down here and I take the chest this time and I get an idea with these torches. The next time I get attacked, I toss a torch into the ground, which provides me a light source so I can see the thing I'm actually trying to kill, and this was another huge positive upgrade for me. The biggest upgrade, which I don't realize at this point, is this miner's helmet. I think I initially looked at this and thought, oh, a battery life, and it's nearly dead. Not that great for me, which isn't true. Speaking of which, the bat zapper also has a limited charge, so I have to be careful with it. But with those before mentioned upgrades, I got a much better haul, so the tide is turning into my favor. I decided to take day 37 easy and think about how my crops have been eaten. Again. Oh, by the way, I made some water features in the middle here, and yes, I can fill my watering can there. I then go deal with an alpha bush devil, and I make use of a rock pile to dodge his attacks. I get the help of a croc while I claim the high ground and relive that scene from Star Wars again where I have the high ground and I fully cheese this fight. And I let out a mighty roar. Oh, you are mine, mate. Okay, success. I am the bravest Dinkum player that ever lived. I also start to see iron ore on the surface, which is quite exciting. Shiela is visiting again the next day. She's actually really a hard one to convince staying here because she always wants some kind of cooked item, things that I don't have ingredients for. This may foreshadow her taking her forever to move to the island. However, because that damper required milk, it made me think about getting more animals. Before that, I spent some time in the mines. I found a ruby in one of those locked rooms. You know what would have been helpful as I'm running back in the dark? Some kind of light source I can wear on my head. Yeah, what do you guys think? This is my haul at the end of the night, by the way. And I see the most iconic thing the next morning. Alright, we got a crocodile here. Is there anything about hunting? Sell for bugs? Not really. Run away. Are you serious, Irwin? That is your calling in life. You're supposed to take it on. Also, I finally see a huge bonus from mining. It's around 5 kilograms. Ooh. Oh, yes! Yes, boy! Thank you very much. Mate, thank you. That is definitely worth it. Oh, baby. I see Fletch for some licenses and I get the handling one for different types of animals, and also the hunting license to upgrade my weapons. I then do a rather long metal detecting session looking for a bunch of stuff. All keys, yes, but just stuff in general, because I remembered that the towers required these items to be fixed. Those metal towers, I mean. I also dig up what I thought was a huge chunk of gold, and I make myself iron spears before bed, which I tested out on some crocs on the morrow, and I do 10 damage with them, which is a solid improvement. A Frankie boy is visiting, and he wants a butterfly again. I saw what was an amber chunk, and it sold for 56,000, which was quite nice. While I searched for a butterfly, I quoted a game from the 90s. Can you guess what game this is? Let's go and get that right away. Right away. Yes, master. We did it. We're not brainless anymore. I've got the brains, nuh-uh. Frankie thinks it's an adequate job. I also give him a huge amount of CDs for 115,000, but he still doesn't want to stay. So I commission him for a repair table because maybe if I spend 60,000, he'd be willing to stay. I also buy pumpkin seeds because I remembered scarecrows require either a pumpkin or a melon. I make this animal stall and it's quite huge, but unfortunately I can't buy this pleep puggle. I don't have the license for it. So that's unfortunate. I was seeing Fletch and she said we should probably build a bank here as we have grown large enough. I'll sort that later. For now, I wanted to plant these pumpkins. Weirdly, because apparently they spread. I do more metal detecting this night. So, Frankie didn't stay the night, and I was about to get mad because, where is my repair table, Franklin? Oh, you tossed the entire table into my post box. I see. I make another 50,000 from another amber chunk I found last night, and I go for a bit of a mining session with my new iron spears, which really helped, and I find a ruby to cover the costs of this trip as well. And this is my haul at the end of the day. I found another miner's helmet, but I'm still yet to use them. Shiela is back and she's asking for a pasty, which I ignored, and I sold her some of my wheat because she's paying top dink for them apparently, and I get 48,000 for 90 wheat, which I think was a good deal. Speaking of crops, my tomatoes have grown and they're looking nice and juicy. I also made a juicy 60,000 profit from that ruby. I go and apply for that bank deed from Fletch and I toss it in one corner of the town. I knock over some milestones, fight for my life in the mines, and I lament the fact that my torch and zapper are at half juice at this point. I find another ruby and I curse and cuss as I'm taking this thing back in the dark, which nearly proves fatal. Game, why would you do this, game? Oh, if only I had some kind of headlight. I do make it out, but not with a good haul. I do get a good haul of fruits this night. I meet someone new the next morning. Her name is Julia, and turns out she is Theodore's younger sister. She is a bug enthusiast and she wants to have a bug catching competition. I join this competition and it ends at 4 PM and I have to catch as many bugs as I can and log them into this book. The rarer the bug, the more points. It starts at 9 AM, so off I go. And I catch anything I come across. This fiddler beetle was worth 10 points, so it's a good find. This harlequin was worth 4 points, and a stink bug is worth 1. I do see something quite rare this day. Ooh, what is that? That is an opal, actually. I need to mark that on my map. Okay, so I get to the tent and I log my catches. So far only John and Rain are participating. I log my score and I have a significant lead. So as I'm in a cozy lead, I do some other stuff like buying seeds. But later I see Johnny Boy hustling me. So I engage in some trash talk. You know what, let's quickly just catch... No mate, you need to sit down, eh? Have a rest, you filthy animal. For the last hour though, I really come up short and I find very few bugs. Oh, you're joking me. No way. Nah, that's bullshit. He doesn't have to come and log his score. I do. I'm gonna say Johnny Boy is cheating. That is bull. I've managed to find one more bug. I didn't see Johnny Boy in here at all to log his stuff, which is clearly cheating. Yeah, no, I call shenanigans on that. John, I did not see you in here at all, mate. I'm very displeased with that. I am incredibly displeased with that. I feel like I've just got robbed. Yeah, I got robbed there. That is utter bullshit. Yep, it's like he's laughing in my face. Oh, joke's on him though. I have a massive water harvest to retrieve. I wake up to the bank being completed, which is good news. I even got lit for the occasion. And I have an alpha to deal with today. On my map, where is this alpha? Oh, it's literally right there? Are you joking me? It's in my... Oh, no. No, dude. I don't want you here in my fields. Come on. Yeah, come on. If you want to fight, that's fine. Ow. Yeah, that's fine. Come in. I lead him to this rock formation, which I make use of and eventually make the killing blow. I then get that third handling license, because I can. I sell at 80,000 ruby and make a further 150,000 from John with other stuff. I then spend a lot getting extra machines in here because I have a plan, and it involves making a windmill as some machines around it will speed up. I start figuring out this layout tonight. Frankie is visiting again today. Old mate wants an anchovy, and I want him to make me a jackhammer. I go looking for this fish, but I see the biggest one I've ever seen. Okay, so we need an anchovy. What the hell is that thing? I want it. I want this. Oh, no, I definitely need a better rod for that guy. I get my anchovy quick smart and I skedaddly do out of there. I gave him his fish and guess what? Yes! Oh, that is good news. So I spoke to Fletch Loots for a deed so I can set up a permanent store here in town. I toss his house next to mine. I then see a wombat at Irwin's, which I promptly buy, and her name is Harmony. This is so great. What's with this weird angle? It's like someone is watching us from behind the barrels. Please take good care of Harmony. So here I am trying to release Harmony in what is a stable for her. Please note I keep pressing drop here, which leads me to believe that this is not the appropriate lodging for this animal. I was out getting resources all day because I didn't have enough on hand to make a small shelter, and I run into this stranger. This is Milburn, and he's the banker here. I guess he just comes with the bank apparently. Anyways, I make this other animal den, and I still have no luck shoving this wombat into this home. Are you joking? Right. No, what are you doing? Jesus, man. I then realized I may have been hitting the wrong button, and that first stall was correct. I'm just inept. Well, all in a day in Dinkum. Did I keep hitting drop? Is that what happened? Oh, this game. Well, I've got this now for absolutely no reason. Well, that's interesting. Oi, Frankie, guess what? You're gonna be my neighbor, mate. You can make all my inventions for me. Or you can make all my requests for me. Yes. The next morning. Oh, what is this? Franklin! Here's the jackhammer. Mate. I wonder how long this lasts for. But I'm keen as a bean to use this thing. So I've been making more kegs and billy cans for water brews, and I updated this area for that, though I'm not happy with it. I haven't showed you yet, but this is what the upgraded crafting area with the windmill looks like. I was kind of happy with this idea here. I am quite happy with the jackhammer, and now I can use this to go into the mines. It makes it so much quicker, but the battery life on this thing worries me slightly. That and all the other battery things, like the bat zapper. Jesus, there was 4 of them. I also start keeping all the meat I get from the mines to make that food that gives me health buffs, and I listen to the white noise of smelting during the nighttime, and it also helps me decide to move my keg and billy can collection over here as well. I've got some good news in the morning. It looks like Franklin has finally moved in, so as I moved everything from here, I have space to expand my animal section now. Speaking of which, I made a little discovery. It looks like serenading your animals is equivalent to petting them, which saved a lot of time actually. I cleaned John out today by buying everything he has. Shiela was here and she asked me for fairy bread, which is actually really basic to make, but even then I didn't have what is required, which really made me question if I'm missing something. All I needed as base ingredients for this thing was flour and sugarcane, both of which I have. Yeah, there's still some stuff that is eluding me, if I'm completely honest. What's all this green beans? No, I can't do her quest for her. I have absolutely no idea how to make that stuff. Which is a travesty, I know, but, you know, what are you gonna do? What won't elude me is that Frankie boy can make me a charging station. I also applied to make my house an actual house as opposed to a tent. Remember that big fish that got away? Well, I'm going to improve my fishing because of that, and I'm going to make myself a copper fishing pole. I want more permit points, and looking at my PDA, there are plenty of fish I haven't donated, or even seen for that matter. So I go and cast my line a few times today. I didn't see any big fish, but because of my improved fishing, I can see bubbles now, which leads me to discover critters on the water floor beds. The new rod makes it a lot easier to fish, by the way. I wake up in a new house, by the way. Where am I sleeping? Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Not good for your spine at all, I'm sure. Goodness me. I then go donate all of yesterday's catches to Theo and get another 600 permit points. Also, 5 wattle and 6 bottle brush brew sell for just under 100,000, which is solid profit. I bring Frankie Boy one flour so he can make himself a sausage roll, which he then shares with me, and the stats on this food is actually fantastic. Look at it! I also destroy those few cactus trees I had because I'm going to expand my wattle bushes. Another row of 20 is planted today, and I do another session of looking for things I can donate for permit points, while I also harass the wildlife. Take that. Come on, take the bait, you filthy animal. And before bed, I rearrange my home a little. Clover is visiting the next day. I brought her the 4 palm which she was looking for, but she's still not interested in moving here, which is quite a shame. My once shameful production area is looking pretty schmick these days though. I grab another 800 permit points for donations, which I then use to get another farming license for upgraded tools and compost bins, and the upgraded metal detecting license, which lets me notice some buried treasure by eye. I take a flaming bat into the mines and I go beat up some bats, and I walk away with 3 rubies, which is the best day I've had so far, and I make a casual threat to John. Wait, don't you dare think about taking my stuff, mate. I'll be selling them to you tomorrow. Get out of here. And I think it's safe to say I don't like John. I finally open up this area so my animals can wander a bit more on day 50. It is also Sunday, so I can't sell anything to Johnny Boy, nor can I visit Franklin or anything. But there are 2 alpha hunting tasks today. As I make my way over, I notice X marks the spot locations with the new treasure hunting thing. This would really be helpful early on in the game, so whenever you're running somewhere, which you do quite often, you can metal detect as you're going somewhere else. And next time I think I'm going to get it earlier. I have an epic showdown with an alpha bush devil who sets me ablaze, and an alpha jackaroo who I set ablaze for some damage over time with my flaming bat, which is quite glorious. I noticed Theo sells a camera, and I recall someone asked for a photo once. I guess this is how I do it. Also, I saw something I forgot ages ago. Got a camera for some reason. Oh wait, is this a... Oh no. How long has this been waiting here for? Okay, so I've been waiting for like 30 days I think. My wattle is ready and I'm collecting 300 of them, but I plan to expand this number, and I decide to rip up my crafting area because I want to put flooring under it. My pumpkins are ready the following day, so that's a good thing. I can finally make those scarecrows now. I sold all 3 rubies for about 260,000 profit, and the rest of all this stuff here for about 240,000. It was a really good day for dinks, which I spent on getting that charging bay from Franklin. I'm also a bit of a hypocrite. Oh, the poor doggo. Oh, you're such a bully. I expand the town's path a little and I have a bit of a sulk, because Shiela always asks me for something I can't do, but I can expand my crafting area at least. So since I upgraded my house, this is what it looks like. But more importantly, I checked my mail, because Frankie Boy has sent me that charging bay I really wanted. The first thing I charge is the miner's helmet, of course. Can I insert this in here? Oh yes! That's going to be amazing. Oh, I'm so keen for that. This is the new area, by the way. I've decided to make this like, you know, the section for crafting stuff, etc, etc. Got a whole bunch of storage. This is going to be tools, all new tools I can use. A chest of broken tools. Once it's completely filled up, we can, you know, repair them. And then, Jesus, that thing is really noisy. And then this is going to be the area for, you know, food and all that sort of stuff. So we have got a lot of things to be doing here. All that water brew we just saw sold for over 100,000, so really solid numbers now. I decided at this point I always want to focus on doing daily tasks for people. I will concentrate on 2 at a time, and also whoever is visiting the island. For the near future, I will do tasks for John and Fletch daily until they are both maxed out with their hearts, and then I'll move on to the next villages. Speaking of which, apparently it's John's birthday and I've remembered it. Here's a banana, mate. Turns out he hates it, and he asks me to take it back. Off to a great start, I think. Fletch's new office is looking very snazzy, and I decided to run around this night and fix all these radio towers because it's really about time I do this. And this went late into the night. There was a little bit of excitement though. No, 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 no. Oh, come on, come on. Jump! Good dog, man. But it is worthwhile in the end, because these towers are teleports, and look at my locations. They are literally at every compass point, though this is going to get better very shortly. So day 53, I had Sally visiting, and my thing going forward was doing at least 2 people's daily tasks plus whoever's in this tent. Well, Sally wants a grass yellow butterfly today. It's currently 7:30 AM. I give myself a quick hair color change because why not, and I go looking for this bug. Oh, where's this little yellow butterfly, mate? I would have liked to, do other things today, but apparently I am struggling to find a butterfly. Well, I really wanted to go to the mines, but I don't think I'm gonna go now. My entire day has been wasted looking for this tiny little butterfly. Well, this is fun. This is it. Little shit. Me. Yep. So 7 hours later, I find this bug. If only there was some kind of way I could discern bugs and fish from a distance. That would be hugely beneficial. These 100 sugar canes should also be beneficial. Franklin notes I've been fixing the towers, and he commends me for these efforts. He says he can build one extra one and the deed becomes available. Of course, I know where this is going when I have the deed. For now, I figure out that I could milk my wombats. So I make a cheese maker, of course, and a few scarecrows as I finally have those pumpkins. I upgrade my farming spot with a road and these crow-be-gone things. Now, I've been waiting for this day. Day 54 is when the game really clicked for me. I've been whining about the mines, and rightly so, it's quite difficult when you first start, but now I have a headlight freeing my hand, so when I have to carry a ruby, I can still see where I'm going. I have my torch with a flash stun option. I have good food with good buffs. I have a bat zapper to deal with the bats and a decent weapon. And I finally have the jackhammer, which makes breaking up these ores and rocks a total breeze. All happily knowing that I have a charging station upstairs that can charge all of these tools. Today, I had the best day in the mines, in regards to how it finally felt, but I also walked away with over 100 ores each and a ruby and 2 of these shell looking things. At the end of this day, I also placed the telepad in the middle of the town, so now when it's done, I have easy access to all compass points on the map. Clover is back again the next day. She asked me for meat on a stick, but my delicious cooking has not yet convinced her to stay, which saddens me deeply. Though I became jubilant later selling one of those so-called fossils. Oh yes! Goodness gracious me, that thing went for heaps. Mate, how about a second one? Mining has just become significantly more lucrative. Speaking of, John has asked me to take a photo of this spot, which I did, and he wants to buy it for 11,000. Sure mate, picturesque. As I'm so pleased with the jackhammer, I commission a chainsaw from Frankie Boy next, as I'm very keen on this. I buy a pleat for 25,000 from Irwin, and I call it Valerie, and it turns out this den thing I made ages ago is the type of home these pleats want to live in. On the topic of animals, I go ahead and make a silo, and this thing automatically fills any feeding trough in an 8-tile radius, which is really quite convenient. I then made myself a grain mill, and I used my book to tell me what I can do with it, and I see I've really been missing important key things in this game, like making flour from grain or sugar from sugarcane, which will really help that cooking. When I said the game started to click for me yesterday, I really meant it. Now, what kind of noise does one make when they receive a chainsaw in the post box? And we can replace our axe now. That's good. I buy an extra house deed because for some reason I thought this would make accommodation for people to move here, but later I found out that it's just for multiplayer. Well, a little extra house in the village sounds fine. I had more fun in the mines and discovered I can break all these walls, which is great for making paths, but I can also get fossils this way. I found 4 rubies and that fossil today. During the night, this is my area where I do all my crafting, and I have a lot of machines now, all powered by a windmill for extra speed. I make 8 extra grain mills to speed up the food production as well. While Sally was visiting the next day, I got her to give me my soul back, but she still doesn't want to move here, even after I gave her a slimy fish she asked for. Frankie Boy asked me to do something strange. He wanted a photo of Milburn. Before I did that, I got my commerce license, so I can sell all my stuff for 10% more, which is juicy. I make Rain's day by buying 100 wheat, and I quickly did a sneaky photo shoot of Milburn. I then go back to planting that 100 wheat and sugarcane which I bought a little while ago. I do the town a favor by using this tally tower to quickly go all the way north, at which point I chop down a massive part of the palm forest with my new toy. I really love these tools, and those telepads make traveling a breeze. I regret planting so many crops the next morning, it does my back in, but such as Dinkum. Now I've been selling a lot and I've been mining a lot, and I finally crack 1 million dinks on hand. I then show Frankie that photo of Melbourne. Sure my friend, you can keep that, I won't tell him at all. Goodness me, mum's the word I guess. Actually, for my silence, I ask him to make me a compactor, which sounds exciting. I visit the bank and I donate 1 million dinks, and this is actually a huge bonus because it opens up a whole new milestone thing for me, for where every million dinks I donate, I get 1,000 permit points. This is an amazing way to make permit points. I was peacefully sowing the last bits of my farm when I hear something. Don't you fucking growl at me, you son of a bitch. Also, I should mention this at some point, footage is lost to me, but because my friendship with John was getting better and stronger, he gave me this recycling machine. I will check it often because sometimes people throw away nice stuff. I do some more logging and I find some beehives. Now this time I actually destroy the beehive on purpose, and I capture a queen bee. I caught a queen bee. Beautiful. So oh, there's some more. I make myself as many bee houses as I can, because these will passively generate me honey for some decent income. I find a compactor in my postbox the next morning, which is good stuff. I also find some police pants in the recycling bin. Police pants. I'll help myself to some police pants. I then meet Melvin for the first time. After 59 days, the furniture guy finally came to the island. I make sure to buy his stuff and make him feel welcome and give him some copper bars. But luck was not with me, Melvin will not be staying. I mean, he's missing out. Look at this wonderful crop field he can look at. It does look nice though. Also, I should mention this. Sometimes villagers can help you with watering your crops, but they do a terrible job of it, so I don't rely on their efforts at all. Like, I don't think they'll be picking up these animal droppings. Neither will I at this point. I try out my new compactor next, and oh my god, it's amazing! I love flattening out the terrain to make space for stuff. I want to do this thing, so this is going to be incredible for doing that. I had just given Fletch a butterfly and she's now at max friendship points, so it's time to move on to a new villager in regards to doing daily tasks for. John being the other one at the moment who's also nearly done. Oh, speaking of John by the way. Make a whole bunch, I mean there's 6 beehives outside of John. I think, hey John, are you allergic to bees? Because you're in quite a predicament if you are, mate. So I'm standing here using my flaming bat as a light source, which is just not right. So I make some copper bulb lamps and it's an immediate improvement. Looking good. Alright, I think that's enough for now. Let's go to bed. I don't know why villagers want photos of other villages, but Fletch asked me to get one of Melbourne. This is posted on the community notice board, where Melbourne can see this. Why? On the topic of villages, I move on to Rain and Irwin as the people I will do tasks for until they're at their max friendship. I start compacting the earth on the other side of town, so I have a wide flat space around the town. I love me some flat ground. I took a quick break though. Where's the Melbourne? There he is. Oh, gotcha mate. Hey Fletch. Artemis, how can I help you? I've completed your request with him standing right there. Yes, I did. I got you, the back of you in there. Wow, this is a great photo, Artemis. Oh, that is too good. Okay, I'm quite pleased with how that went. I finally make a compost bin to see what it's all about. Now you'd think that some of that massive amount of shiza I had in my animal pen goes in here. Well, yes, you are correct, but apparently I can compost a lot more than I thought, as you can see with this manual. Clover was back again, and I made sure to give her the farm which she asked for, but she still didn't want to stay here, which was really annoying. It wasn't until after I bought these random shoes that she decided she wanted to stay. Okay, spend money with the NPCs people to convince them to stay. This also means that I need to flatten more land for additional buildings. I love the compactor. I also love when there's a hole in one of these secret rooms in the mines, so there's no need to use keys. I had a good day in here, lots of resources and lots of chunky things to sell, as you can see here. I admired my healthy crop field on the morning of day 62. Speaking of crops, Rain wanted a particular butterfly. There you go. Oh my goodness gracious. She was... Hey Rain, I did that thing for you. This is for you. Rain says, I need a blue moon butterfly, and there was literally one right beside her. And she gave me a floor light. Wow. I'm looking forward to crafting that. That's going to be great. I buy a few extra animals from Aubrey, 2 chickens and this adorable little pleep, and I expand the animal area with extra accommodation for these critters. I do some landscaping and I finally get round to making more compost bins, which I all fill up with some of that huge amount of poop I neglected to pick up. I played a banger for my animals the next morning, but this particular animal still refuses to move in, even after I catch him another animal, which is quite rude. What is the opposite of rude is what Rain does next. Because I've been befriending her, she gives me the plant book. I hold it open next to my crops and I can see how long I have to wait before they are ready to be harvested, which is really good stuff. The mines were not made of good stuff today. Okay, not a good day to begin off at all. I mostly did people's tasks the next day, like buying a wizard hat from Theo. Yeah, it's a deal, mate. Oh goodness gracious me, am I gonna put on this wizard hat? Yep, that's amazing. I'm content with that. This is what a wizard looks like holding a fish, by the way. I crafted a huge amount of cement fences because I wanted to set up a perimeter fence. Hopefully this will keep out wild animals from the town. Now my animals need a water supply. I cut off this body of water and it looks like I can excavate the land to expand this body of water, which is good news. Sally is visiting again and I give her a pink cabinet, but sadly she still doesn't want to move to Musketeerville. She did teach me how to make an ironwood bench, which is something new. Rain is also a welcome benefit, and I get to reap in a big harvest today from my planted wheat, 304 wheat, which is good news. I flatten what is the last bit of raised soil within my perimeter. You can see that the fence goes for quite a while. I also expand the fence around what is going to be my animal area. I make the water hole bigger and I remove this other fence, and this is what it looks like now. Yeah, I like it. This is going to be a nice big animal area. Look at that. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. But I can't have dirt. No. I need to plant some grass for them. I also start planting some random plants and trees in the town as well this night. And because of that big harvest, I finally see a decent growth in my farming skill. The town is starting to look quite nice. Oh, by the way, remember when I said I wish there was a way for me to discern bugs and stuff from a distance? Well, Theo has a bug book for sale. I don't get to that just yet. I bought another Wombat and I toss her into a new home. I replant my wheat field, which is about 132 spaces, which is most excellent. So I go ahead and I expand this entire field. I relocate my silo in the middle of the animal area and I replace the feeding troughs all around it. Shiela is here today. I give her some meat on a stick because she asked for it, but she refuses to stay. Hard to please. However, I sell her 16 water brew because that's what she wants today, and I make 280,000 dinks, which is delightful. Theo is selling the fish book today, which is also delightful. I plant a whole lot of carrots in this new area I plowed yesterday. Now this is that fishing book in action. I flip open the pages and I see the names of the fish in the general area, and if I haven't caught one, it comes up with question marks, which is really handy. I catch a Galaxius fish for the first time thanks to this book, and now that I have, when I flip open the pages again, I can identify those fish. Here's the bug one in action. I love this book. There we go, here's a fly right here. That makes finding things significantly easier. Good golly almighty. That has just made my day. That has really made my day. I'm probably going to go on a huge fishing expedition one time just because I want to. That's amazing, I love it. I then rearranged the animal area and I planted some trees in their enclosure. I also terraformed a little lake park over here with some trees to go along with it. So I'm running through my fields and I'm starting to think about how I can improve my farming game. Now Frankie Boy sells a tractor for 1.5 million, which are some big numbers. Now speaking of big, this is a big fish, and while I reel it in, I have a think about how I can make more money to purchase better equipment. One recipe I come across is this fairy bread. It requires 1 bread and sugar, and bread is made of flour, which is only really boiled down to 2 base ingredients, wheat and sugar cane. I sold one bread to John and it sold for 4,455. 4 fairy bread goes for 7,876. So I think I'm going to focus on growing fields of sugarcane and wheat to produce this in bulk. The only hiccup is that sugarcane is processed on a 1-for-1 basis, so it takes a little while. I'm probably going to have to expand this operation, which I do by the next morning, but I will probably make more grain mills, and I will also make a cheese press for making the milk I've been getting from these animals. Now I needed to buy extra crop seeds, but you still not, are you stuck, are you? Oh, you're joking me, right? How did you get yourself in this predicament? You idiot. I then had a successful day in the mines, bringing home 2 fossils and a ruby. Now I got round to buying a lot of sugarcane the next day, and I had some absolute good luck just as I was about to resow my fields. Oh, that is appreciated. It just started raining in my game and I'm just about to reseed my fields. I then got round to locating a single doggo because I had this doggo collar. Come on, buddy, let's go. Yeah, he's following me. Oh, that's adorable. Come on, buddy, let's go. Oh, you're digging, are you? Interesting. Oh, well done. Good boy. Good boy. Let's go. After that lovely find, I show him his new doggy house. While Diggo the doggo is sleeping in his new kennel, I put this alpha root to sleep as well for a daily task. Things are going well. I make a big sale the next morning, selling all my fossils, rubies, and everything I've been stocking up. One transaction comes to 500,000, and I deposited another 2 million dinks into the bank, making my savings about 3 million, so I could get another 2,000 permit points as well. With those permit points, I finally get the irrigation license, so I can make sprinklers and a water tank that needs to be in proximity of those sprinklers. In fact, I spend more points to get the second irrigation system, so I can get better sprinklers. They are an upgrade, but they also require a base sprinkler to make, so I'm gonna have to gather some resources. Now my partner said that she found coconuts on her game, so I set out looking for some coconuts myself. I found bottle brush seeds on these islands, which is quite nice, but I row and I look for the better part of the day. This lovely little dinky music playing as I'm rowing for my life with my little magician hat. I eventually find those coconuts on this tiny island, which I promptly take back home and bury, as well as those bottle brush seeds I found as well. Sally is back again. In fact, her and Shiela have been here several times, but I can never convince these two to stay, even when I change my hair color to this lovely shade of red, hidden under the hat of course. I wanted sprinklers, so I started gathering resources for those while being followed by Diggo. Wait, did you get out? How did you get out? Goodness gracious me. I harvest all my carrots, taunt the wildlife, and confirm a suspicion of mine that friendship points do decay over time, so I'm going to endeavour to get everyone maxed out once and then I won't worry about it. I harvest my crops in the morning, improve my friendship points with other people, make some dinks, engage in some combat with an alpha bush devil who proceeds to attempt to light me on fire. I scoff down a sausage roll which improves my health and stamina, but most importantly it doubles my damage output, so this is quite huge. I look up how to make it, and the only thing I don't have readily available is onions. I'm going to have to fix this. I buy a sandcastle the next day from Melvin, but alas, he doesn't want to stay and help me make a real one. Now about those onions. John doesn't sell them today, but he does sell potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, but I'm sure as hell not paying 3,840 for a single one. Which I won't, but it gives me an idea on how much he will charge for onions. Guess I'll be growing my own fields then. I just have to wait until Rain has them in stock. Also, I haven't shown you this yet. Yes? Oh, just made it. I'm not exactly sure where I got this kite, but there you go. I also start making my sprinklers this night. I arise on day 76 becoming one with my animals, and I work on my farming area next. I have some sprinklers down and also some scarecrows. This is the size of the place. I'm looking at using 16 sprinklers, but I still need to gather some things in the mines to make that happen. I noticed something on day 77. Yep, our entire orchard is... Oh my god, is that all the... Those trees have grown fast. I mean, I haven't been here in a couple of days, but my god, is that them now? Wow! They grew insanely quickly. Goodness me. Okay, fair enough. So Shiela is visiting, but I get really annoyed at her because she always wants something to eat and she usually wants something I can't make. This is a slow process of convincing her to stay. Anyways, I make a sale to John and I see now I was selling 3 opals, which breaks my heart, but there you have it. I had a rather lucrative trip in the mines next, still gathering resources for that farming setup, which is what I'm going to focus on the following day. I rip up my old paths, I buy over 300 wheat seeds, making rain's day again, I relay my paths in this area, I plow this entire field, place down the last of those sprinklers, and then plant every single seed I have. I think this field was 384 spots or something. As I was watering, I saw something I completely forgot today. I had a new visitor. This is Max, Theodore's younger brother. You heard that right, younger brother, though he looks 10 years his senior. He starts larping about fish, so I think just like Julia, he was going to hold a fishing competition today. Damn it. Anyways, here's the entire field, scarecrows as the final touch, and I'm quite happy with it. Look at that. Doesn't that look amazing? I am so happy with that. That looks so good. Everything's working perfectly. Also, I'm quite the One Piece fan. Nice. I got myself an old straw hat. Oh yeah. Monkey D. Artemis. So instead of depositing 1 dink to the bank, I deposit another 1,000,000, also getting 1,000 permit points again, which I spent on a few licenses of course. I upgrade my house while I'm here as well. I just gotta make sure I drop those resources in the material box here. I then went treasure hunting for all time's sake, and then I decide for future expansion on my farm. I will expand in this direction, but I do need to flatten this big hill, so I start this task tonight, and with these power tools, it shouldn't take long at all. I made these new looms, which I can finally spin that wool I've been hoarding from my plebes. So for one wool, John offers me 2,300 or something, but for cloth, he offers me 5,600, which is a huge increase. I think plebes just became my favorite animal. I wake up on day 81 and my house is bigger, which is quite nice. Not very organized, but ain't nobody got time for that, because I'm going for a hunt today, specifically a shark, because I need a shark flake for those fish and chips that Shiela is always hounding me for. I grab some slingshots and I have a quick look to see how they work. At first, I find my quarry and I beat it with a flaming bat, which doesn't work. I stab it and it simply swims away. So I pull out my secret weapon. Okay, much easier than what I thought it would be. Well, there you go, that's how you kill a shark. With a slingshot. Who would have thought? Oh, goodness me. King of the ocean, taken down by the mighty slingshot. I find that way too funny, I think. So I had a random stroke of luck the next day. Melbourne has an investigation task on the board. Sure, Melbourne, we'll go and do that. So it looks like we're doing the compost type stuff today. Really? Out in the middle of the ocean? Goodness gracious me, mate. Oh. Wait, what's this? Okay. I've got 2 question marks here. Before I investigate, I waste money at Sally's with no luck with her moving in. I row over and I see this bigger boat out here. Inside, I find this fella called Jimmy, and he's a trader. He only buys things in bulk, 50 items at a time, but at double the usual price, which sounds pretty good to me. I don't have anything like that on me, however, but he also sells random things but at incredibly high prices, which is really out of my reach. I mean, 800,000 for 5 keys I can dig up? Get out of here. So other than setting an alpha jackaroo on fire the next day, I did some more land clearing for my future farm expansion. Speaking of farming, I had 90 tomatoes and Shiela was buying them on special. So of course I took advantage of that deal. But before that, she finally asked me for something I could actually make. Fairy bread. Guess I hunted that shark for no good reason at all. But she did give me almost 90,000 for those tomatoes. Also, this is what the town looks like from atop the bank. I wake up the next morning with a superpower. I woke up in a bigger house and I am levitating. You see, I don't wear that magical wizard hat for no reason. And yes, I upgraded the house again. I also start placing down these garden beds and they look quite nice. You can chuck the plants directly into them. Hey, it's the 1st of spring. Sunday the 1st of spring. And what does that mean? Well, this means there's going to be a bunch of new bugs and fish out there for me to catch. Before that, I buy a bunch of onion seeds for those sausage rolls I wanted to make. And yes, those books really help locating anything I haven't caught or are missing for the museum. So for example, the fish book, everything I have caught so far has the museum icon next to it, meaning I have donated all the fish I have caught thus far. I'll donate anything new the next day, but here is my second farming plot. It's nearly ready. So yes, I was able to donate 4 new fish this day. I then buy 384 sugarcane, which I will plant after I gather all this wheat that has grown. Doing this manually takes quite a while, and I start to wonder about buying that tractor. I do end up with 1,164 wheat, which is huge. I can't forget to sow the fields with the sugarcane though. They take 12 days to grow, so hopefully I can make a big sale of fairy bread before the 100 days. Cool, that is a mighty fine looking field. Alright, let's just get straight into the mines, I reckon. Indeed, straight into the mines, because behind that field was an empty field that needed sprinklers before it's going to function. Today was the longest day I spent down here. Plenty of fossils and rubies and a decent haul of ore, as you can see here. I will be using them shortly as I want to get this tractor from Franklin, so I do track this recipe today. It does cost 20 iron bars, which is quite a lot, not as much as 1.5 million. Speaking of, I have the funds needed to buy this right now, with my current funds. However, I go and deposit another million for another 1,000 permit points, then I simply withdraw what I need again. So I go and see Franklin. I have some, can you make me something? Yeah, I won't waste your time, mate. For 1.5 million, I will not be wasting your time. Oh, baby. I can't wait until tomorrow. I fly into my second field today and I start sorting out my fields, as I have some sprinklers down there already. So I plant some onions and potatoes this day. I was going to plant wheat as well, but oh, never mind. Come on, Rain, you know I'm good for it. We're BFFs, aren't we? And it's too late to take money out of the bank and she's done for the day. Oh well. I wake up the next morning and Franklin has stuffed a tractor into my mailbox, which is a solid effort if I do say so myself. So I go ahead and I try it out. Let's just pop this down. Oh, nice. Look at this thing. But what now? Oh, Jesus, what's this? Come here, little guy. Oh, it actually works. I did not expect that. See, it wasn't me. It was the big tractor. Don't worry, I took care of it for you. I am now your BFF. You can pay me in advance someday. That's amazing. I see that I need to buy the individual plow licenses from Fletch, however. I have to pay 4,000 permit points to be able to plow with my own tractor. The next level is the planting plow, which then costs a further 6,000 permit points. Okay? I go and test out the plowing mechanic, but that only helps me so much. I'm a little bit irked that I can't plant with this thing. The helicopter would have been a nice purchase. 3 million dinks, which I have, sure, but 7,200 permit points next to that 6,000 for the tractor, that is a stretch for these 100 days. At least I find plenty of fossils in the mines to console myself. Also, I have some really good news. I bring Shiela a loaf of bread on day 90, and she finally decided to move to the island, which is great news. It only took 1.25 hearts of friendship. Her tuck shop is quite expensive though. I'll look into these jelly brews shortly. For now, I choose the site for her tuck shop. But for those jellies, the only thing I can think of is a kwangdong. I might have to chuck a few of them into a keg or something. But luckily, I'm metal detecting the next day, and as I'm doing that, I cast my gaze on these jellies floating out in the water. I get myself stung for the first time by a jelly. I'm surprised that's never happened before. Ow! That's a jelly. I'm also poisoned, it seems. Can I wash it off? I make sure to kill a few more of those jellyfish, but back home I see that the keg requires 10 of these, meaning to make these jelly things I need 30 of them. So I'm going late night jellyfish hunting. Luckily a slingshot works perfect for this. So while I got those 3 jellies brewing, I collect what I needed for the tuck shop. It also required bottle brush and water brew. Speaking of which, do you want to stay yet? Yes, finally! So I spoke to Fletch and I applied for a deed. Oh my goodness gracious. You know, you were a conundrum. How many? 2.5 hearts? 2.25 hearts? Indeed, it was 2.25 hearts before she wanted to move in. Quite a long time. I think Melvin is the last one I need to come to the island. At least her salon is only 320,000 instead of 750. The materials are much easier to collect as well. I set her place up next to Clover's shop. Now I'm about to go into the mines and I always saw this weird bat statue thing in there. So I did a little bit of research. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is it. So let's see what this is all about. What do I get? A backglider. Fly around like an annoying bat. Okay, that sounds like fun. Indeed, I got a bat glider, and just like a regular one, I can now glide, but feeling like Batman. I see those blue jellies are ready the next day, which is good news. Sally's salon is already good to go, and I see that I can use her mirror in here to change the structure of my face, which is quite extraordinary. Sheila's tuck shop will be ready shortly as well. I take out some cash because I wanted to at least buy that helicopter, but unfortunately Franklin gives me this. He won't make it for me because I don't have the right license, and I think that's not going to be a thing in these 100 days. However, I come across this piece of golden comedy the next morning. Irwin, I would love to see a photo of Oh no. I oblige, of course. Hey, buddy. Don't go far. Huh? I did that thing for you. You got the photo for me, I got the photo of you. Yeah mate, it's all yours. Oh, that was good. Why? Oh, it's fine. Oh yeah, Melvin. Speaking of Melvin, it seems today I just had to pop my head in for a quick chat and he was eager to move in. There you have it. 145,000 for his shop, I toss it back here and I deposit all the materials. No worries. Alright, so there we go. That should be the last building. So that means all the residents, or all the people that I can speak to that I've seen over the last almost 100 days can now finally move in, which is great news, which is wonderful news actually. Later, I backglide into my secondary farm area. I place down some missing sprinklers, only 4 more to go. I make the silly mistake of hoeing my fields. Now what options? Oh, what am I doing? Ha! What am I doing? I can bloody, you know... I make quick work of the fields with my tractor. Day 95, I went into the mines looking for rubies. I wasn't going to sell these ones, I wanted to break them open to get the shards. You'll see why shortly. I investigate Sheila's tuck shop, which looks quite nice. Even John and Theo are in here. Theo is constantly worried about his museum not being organized, and John's like, it's fine mate. I did a lot of metal detecting because I was going to need keys where I was going. Of course, when you're actually looking for keys, you then struggle to find them, which is the case today. I use my tractor to harvest my crops the next morning, and this is quite efficient. I am a fan of this. Now, while playing this game, I sometimes got a loading screen saying something about the Undergrove. There is this extra console in the mining elevator that accepts 4 shards. I take the lift down and I'm in the mines below the mines. I didn't know this was a thing. There's a lot of fauna down here and trees which I think you need a chainsaw to cut down. I run into these really fast snapping lizards. There also only seems to be iron ore down here. I come across suicidal bugs that roll at you and it's really gross. And there's heaps of them. I see that they spawn out of this hole in the ground, so I have to destroy that to get rid of them. I find a treasure room, not just a room, several rooms all connected, so you need several keys to unlock all the doors, but I do find several emeralds within these rooms. I also find a giant man-eating plant that spits poison at me. Good stuff indeed. Another emerald shortly later, but I also meet with some hostility. Yeah, so you also need the chainsaw down here. Ow, you little... No! You little shit! No, you know what they did? They attacked me. I'm too sick. Oh god, okay. Let's jump in the water. Turns out I can't eat when I'm poisoned. Anyways, I walk away from this expedition with 5 emeralds. It would have been 6, but you know. I share my thoughts on day 98. And I also feel like I can do a lot better with the town itself. But the thing is though, what I want to do is start from scratch and actually relocate the entire town. But I want to like build up a whole new town, if that makes sense, and make it look very nice and actually incorporate elevations and stuff like that. Also, emeralds seem to be the same as rubies, but because you get a lot of them down here, it kind of makes it worthwhile to go down to the Undergrove. But backtracking a second, I was talking about relocating the entire town. That is going to require a 200 days follow-up video. I do have about 30 extra days recorded, so if you guys do want me to do 200 days, let me know. Here's a taste of what the relocation is looking like so far. Quite a large project. On day 99, I come across this chest in the Undergrove. It has blueprints in it, which is good stuff, and there's ore that's called Baconium, which I've never heard of. I do get a few new crafting recipes unlocked, thanks to those blueprints. Apparently I mined up some marble here as well, which was actually on the ground, but I didn't see it at this time. So it's the final day, day 100. I played a special song for all my animals, which was good stuff. I look at the calendar and I see that there's actually a Musketeerville day at the end of this month, which would make it 1 year in-game time. I see that with those ores, Franklin wants 10 of them, so this is something I need to investigate in the future. I also researched that the airport doesn't become available until your 2nd year in Dinkum, which is also something left unexplored. I observe my efforts in the last 100 days from on top of the bank again, and I think about that massive relocation I want to do. I can go for 200 days, there is in fact plenty left unexplored. But for the first 100 days, I feel quite content with where I'm up to. The town has all the residents you can have, so far as I'm aware. My farming expansion is well on its way to becoming massive. I conquered the first mining area with some huge hiccups, and now discovered the Undergrove that I need to plunder. But what's in store for 200 days? Day 101 started with Dinkum deciding to Dinkum itself. Where the hell am I now? Hey Franklin. Buddy! How are ya? Roar! Oh, there goes Fletch, and there's Melvin. I hope this is not gonna destroy my game. Ooh, God. I may have to reload my game, I think. Actually, I've got a hang glider. There we go. Oh, this is gorgeous. I can see the fish. Just casually waves to me as we're falling to our deaths, I think. Quit to main menu. Goodness me, let's try that again. Now, after getting a proper start, I decided on some goals, the first of which was the slow expansion of my animal area and the numbers of them. If I'm going to be strumming my guitar to make them happy every day, then I want a larger audience. I milk my wombats, I snip some wool from my pleeps, I pet my digger who is such a good boy, and afterwards I throw those raw animal products into the desired crafting machines to get the finalized product. How many animals do I want? I reckon 12 animals of each kind would be quite nice. I want 12 animals of each kind. Some silly human has thrown out their pirate hat, so I help myself to it, feeling very free, I must say. Free to check the notice board and choose which tasks I want to do for those aforementioned silly humans. I gather up some building materials, which I'll use shortly, and I round up all these treasure hunting things, which for some reason I always kept in these travel bags. No longer. A lot of these are used for Frankie Boy's inventions, so the chest outside his house is the new destination for my future convenience. I recharged some of my equipment, specifically a miner's hat with my battery charger. I love this thing. Afterwards, I make my way to the corner of the town with this aforementioned building materials. First thing I need to do is I need to make a 12 by 12. I discovered that I was able to use the tape measure to do that measurement perfectly. And once I'm done, I make sure to put a cement fence all around it. I place down cement foundations in a pattern so that there is free space at each compass point. This is what it looks like after I switch the tape measurement diagram off. But what's this for, you wonder? Speculate a little longer, because I deposit some dinks into the bank. Almost 3 million, because I want some interest on these savings I've been hoarding. I have a total of 8.3 million dinks to my name at this point. Now, because I deposited that much, I get an extra 2,000 permit points for my dedication. I have over 6,000 permit points at this current time. I go say hello to some villagers and see if they have any tasks for me. In this case, Fletch wants an apple. Before I sate her hunger, I peruse the licenses I'm yet to procure. Still a couple, and that's many more permit points that I have total. I looked at some guide videos on YouTube. Yes, I'm still an audience human as well as a creator. I checked some videos, specifically from the KD gentleman, and I learned a few things. I will apply something that I saw, which is setting up a cement foundation over here. But then I quickly went and gave Fletch that apple that she was larping for. In return, she gave me 50 permit points, which is one of the reasons I do these, and she also taught me the vine fence blueprint recipe, which is also a method on how you learn new blueprints in this game, so I'll be doing tasks for people often. I speak to Frankie Boy next, and I ask him about the quarry that he can make me. This is for that 12 by 12 area before. I want to make my own quarry. As per normal, it'll take him a single day to make it. While he's at work, he asked me to bring him a fish. Whilst looking for that specific vertebrae, I come across another fish I've never seen before, as indicated by the question marks when I flip open my fish book. Once I catch it, that's another one for my pedia of fish. Also bugs and critters. I have a goal of finding every single thing for my pedia in the next 100 days, and I want to donate all of them to Theodore's museum. I can't donate alpha creatures, but unlike last time when I had the high ground, I let this fella claim it. But I know he can't attack me, but I sure can with my jump and stab, a powerful combo, coupled with the fact that we swap places and I do eventually get the killing blow. To round out the night, I make myself a sprinkler. I slap it down here and I sow some fir grass seeds in this area that will get watered with that sprinkler. I like the color of the fir grass as it looked nice, and going back on those guide videos, if this gets watered, it will continually sprout new grass seeds for me, effectively giving me a supply of grass to use in this much anticipated redesign of the entire town. Probably the reason a lot of you asked for this 200 days follow-up video. I will deliver what I promised. As speaking of towns, goddamn kangaroos, I don't know how they always get inside my house. Absolutely no idea. Well, I said house there, but yes, the wildlife always gets into the town despite the fact I set up a perimeter. I head outside the boundary of the current town this night, and with my trusty dirt printer, I start to elevate the terrain outside with a small idea on what I want for this relocated town. And I think I'm happy with this particular height as the basis for the whole town. I ended up making this the entrance, as this will be stairs in due time. This is how much I get done on this night. I do need to be careful with my tools because they can break, so I don't want to accidentally do that. Anyways, I get the path down at least, and the outer wall is going to be made of cement, which looks very sturdy, very nice. The next morning, Frankie Boy has sent me my first quarry. Yes, my first one. See all those cement foundations? I want a quarry on each of them, so 20 or so, and I'll explain them shortly. For now, I realize a mistake I made. Now actually, speaking of which, this didn't work, because this was not on water at all. Damn it. So I just wasted this grass. God damn it. Okay. I don't know why I sounded so irked by this. I can just make a water tank to reach all of these. Before that, I order another quarry from Frankie Boy, but I do rely on my own skills to make myself another water tank. It only has to be within a 10 block radius of all the sprinklers, and unfortunately it had to be in the animal pen. Maybe that's why I sounded so irked before. I then made dozens of campfires, which I then used to make dozens of billy cans. Before placing those down, I tape measured the tuck shop because I wanted to have an idea on how big each building is for the relocation I want to make. I print dirt accordingly, as the tuck shop is the first building I want to move. I guess this makes me jubilant because listen to this. Oh, this thing is going to look amazing. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Future me right now can say yes, he's quite proud of the project at the end. So morning of day 103, and I'm throwing down another quarry. You'll notice that the previous one has brought up a note of quartz for me. So these things in time bring up 4 notes each, 1 each day. And the way I spaced them, it should make this place completely full every 4 days. I am looking forward to future above ground mining trips. You know what else I'm looking forward to? Something new from another guide I looked up. I placed down an animal collection point here, and I make a bunch of animal traps with the abundance of resources I already have after my 100-ish days of playtime. I place down these traps around the aforementioned collection point, and then I go taunt the wildlife.
Hey buddy, how are we? Come on buddy, you're gonna catch me. You're gonna catch me, mate. Come on, you almost got me. Come on now, you almost got me.
You almost got me, mate.
Goodbye.
Okay, that works perfectly fine. Wonderful. To celebrate this development, I go buy a lot of sugarcane. I'm still planning on making fairy bread with fields of this and wheat. Afterwards, I'm carefully placing down another trap with more cages. I lost one cage because of reasons.
Oh, don't catch that one.
Oh, that is too funny. Oh my goodness gracious me. Alright, let's see how this works.
Hey guys, how are we? Yeah, come on, all of you. All of you. I want all of you. Come on.
Did you just destroy your own egg? You idiot. Now by tomorrow morning, all these cages will be sent back to me, and I should also receive a paycheck for each one.
Come on, jump in. Jump in.
Oh, that's the funniest thing. Oh, I'm enjoying that much more than I should. To celebrate the efficiency of this strategy, I have a quick deforestation session to stock up on some palm tree logs. So, has that grass worked now?
Hey, look at that. Nice.
Look at that. Alright, so, nice, 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 nice. Beautiful. Okay, that is good news. That is amazing news. Which means we have to make ourselves another thingy quickly. I'm referring to the sprinklers. I need to make more of these because I need a bigger field of grass for more seeds. It will take a few days to cover this area, but it'll be worth it because the slow process of chipping away every night at this building project will also be worth it. I have a quick self-assessment on my skill levels. How is my bug catching only 18 and the fishing is 21? My fishing and bug catching game is very poor. Yeah, those levels will never be high. I check my mailbox the next day, and yes, the animal research people have sent me lots of letters. In half of them are the paychecks, and in the other half they have sent me back all of those cages I used to send those animals. So I'm going to wait a few days for the animals to respawn, and I'll do the same thing again for some extra dinks. I have a location for crocs, those big moo birds, so what about these bush devils? This makes 3 collection points, and eventually these fellas sell for the most, a tidy 12,000 per bush devil. You know what else is going to save me money? Animal. Oh, thank you very much, mate. That's actually hugely appreciated. Yep, the animal feeder all mate sells for about 1,500. So now I can make them, which saves me some dinks, which is a win. Although not making me dinks, this is a project of passion, which will take a long time. I throw down these lanterns I found in the mines. I like the warm glow they give. Now I purposely elevated this town to keep animals out. This doesn't bode well.
Oh, don't you start. You go back down there, mate.
I quickly decide I need to make a fence to help with this unwanted visitor.
No, what do you think you're doing? You don't belong up here. Get out of here. That is not where you go. Have I made myself clear? Yeah, watch him. He's just begging to come upstairs. Yeah, you stay down there, little cretin.
Although I like getting money from the animal research people like this, I eventually found it a bit tedious to open up every single letter from them. Speaking of making money, I see Shiela is having a special today. She's buying banana jams for top dink, which sounds good to me. What else is good is I finally got a blueprint I really wanted.
Hey, yes, I finally found the hedge recipe. Oh, that is wonderful.
I wanted to test something, so I grab a few bananas and I throw them into these billy cans to make those jams. While I wait for them to brew, I donate a giant dragonfly to the museum. I check this hedge recipe. It's a little bit expensive, but you do get stacks of 8, and I will use this for making the future town look very pretty. I upgrade my crafting section a bit with all those billy cans I made a short while ago. I have about 48 billies now, which I will use to make a lot of fruit jams. Speaking of which, those banana jams are ready to go. For a single one, Johnny Boy offers me 3400, but Shiela is offering top dink. Too bad she's not there. What the hell is her opening hours? It's 4 PM right now, so while I wait for her, I place down all my kegs again. I harvest some grass seeds and I increase the field size. The size of this orchard is quite respectable, and I start collecting all the goods while I'm still waiting for Shiela. This particular harvest takes me quite a while to do, and my fingers ache towards the end. You know what else is painful? A tuck shop full of patrons, but no Shiela. It's 7 PM at this point. So I start to harvest all of my fruit trees while I wait. A couple hundred of each, and I'll make them all into jams. So now it's 10:30 PM.
I swear to God, if you're not here right now, I'll be very disappointed. Where is she?
Yeah, I checked her opening hours, and for some reason she just wasn't there. So I went and looked for her.
Shiela, excuse me, but you need to get to your shop. What the hell are you doing? Get to your shop. Come on, yes, off you go. Run along. You know, everyone's been, in there for like the past 6 hours without any service. Why did I bring you into my town if you're gonna be like this? Goodness gracious me, can't rely on you at all. Fucking Shiela.
Yeah, after this debacle and what I consider horrible service, I see that when she pays top dink for something, it's obviously much higher, which is a given, but I wanted to see it. 8,500 instead of 3,400. So I'm going to keep making jams and hoarding onto them and other food type stuff and sell them for top dink at Shiela's when she's bloody there. I direct my attention elsewhere the next morning. I look at milestones and my daily milestones, which I've been doing, and daily tasks for people as well. As you can see, I have over 9,000 permit points. I wanted to go see Melvin for something today in his shop. I see that he opens at 10 AM, but at 9:45 AM he's still gallivanting over there. So at 10 AM.
I have to say, none of these people are punctual for their jobs. I mean, when they say they're open at 10 PM, you'd expect the person to be in the store ready to start serving you at 10 PM. This guy walks into his own store at 6 past, and now he's ready to serve me. Animal. Yeah, that's horrid.
Also, I finally have some footage here, but this is my PDF for reference at this stage. I'm missing 10 fish, 11 bugs, and 12 critters, although these numbers will increase due to the updates in the game. I also need to make sure I donate all of these to the museum. I know I would have done this for each catch, indicated by the little building icon next to them. Using my fish and bug books will help me a lot in locating any missing ones from those lists. However, I will struggle with the critters as there's no critter book. Not dwelling on that, I get myself a commerce license so that I can sell stuff for even more profit, which sounds good to me. It cost me 9,000 permit points, but that is the most expensive license. I'm always opening my book, and I'll point out here that for Frankie boy, I have a quest to bring him 10 Baconium ore, which I found in the Undergrove, which is under the mines. Something I only recently discovered, and I won't actively try to follow until later, because I'm too busy doing daily tasks for everyone, as I really want those permit points, blueprints, and to get all my licenses. I'm also running for my life. This time round, I decide to steal away with all these eggs as well. I don't know if this affects their respawn rates though. As I'm swimming here with only my legs, I decide I need to build a bridge in the near future. But for now, I place down a foundation for my first building, which is palm wood flooring, because I want to build everything around it before the building is moved. On this morning, day 107, I have a quick gander at what my house looks like. Pretty messy, right? Okay, I'll touch again on this later. It's Monday, so Frankie boy is scheduled to be open today. Franklin, what's this? Don't you give me this shit, Franklin. Open your store immediately. I mean, that sounds harsh, but I've had days when NPCs would stand in their shops and just be closed, which is really frustrating, and I'm showcasing it now. Like this here, John is always open on Mondays. Look, he's just standing right there at his counter twiddling his useless thumbs. Can you not sell these? Are you closed, are you? I don't understand why all these people are closed. Yeah, for some reason everyone stayed closed for a while today. It's fine. I'll show you what the future tuck shop area is going to look like. I used some pergolas because I like the shade that they give. My only gripe is that you can't place anything under them. That is okay, I will place a bridge over this river so that I can avoid drowning while carrying eggs. Or for a little bridge fishing as well, which is exciting. I'm also excited because I finally remembered to buy some stuff from Rain, and I make sure to stock up on wheat, which is the other ingredient I needed for fairy bread production. Franklin has finally opened, so that's another quarry, and old mate Johnny offers me about 13,000 for this egg that no longer has its mother, which is also thanks to me. So all up, one bird and one egg nets me about 20,000, give or take. But then some of these eggs go for about 20,000 themselves, which is really quite decent. This is the winner here, not the bush devil. I also get myself into a really awkward camera angle which ruined the screen for a moment. But do you know what I love doing? I love sailing through the sky like this, it's fantastic. Also, here's the footage of me realizing that pergolas don't allow anything underneath them. Back to my farm field, which I'm plowing now. I still have to plant by hand as I don't have the planting license just yet. What I do have is a growing quarry. It's been at least 4 days, so you can see some of these machines are at full capacity and I can mine them. Ores and barrels are brought up, which is good stuff. I better get more of them, and each of them sets me back about 70,000 by the way. I spot another question mark fish, which I quickly snatch up. It reveals itself to be a Murray cod, which I then pass on to the museum for a tidy 100 permit points. I gather hundreds of sugarcane this day, and I make sure to beat my tractor with a flaming bat, because that's how you put it into box form, which is damn logical to me. I grind some of that sugarcane into sugar. Because it's one at a time, it takes forever. So I replant the field while I do that simultaneously. I play around with additional lighting options this night for the town, and I added some flora to the front of this tuck shop area as well. I visit Franklin a lot, and every day he has a random blueprint I can learn from him, so that is also how I expand my knowledge. Because sadly, doing tasks for people have resulted in fewer blueprints these days, mostly money rewards, but I did just learn a market stall from Rain. I make a big sale to John, which results in almost 1 million dinks. Yes, I had some jams in there, but waiting for those offers from Shiela can take a while. Speaking of her, I think I'm almost done with her area. A garden hedge serves as a nice doorway into this location. What takes the longest is the dirt printing. I can print 100 times before having to charge the thing, so this is going to be time consuming. Maybe I need another printer, actually. Anyways, I deposit another 1 million dinks the next day, and that looks like the final 1000 permit points I can receive this way. I make crab pots later, because I've never done this before. I place them down in the river, and I place some meat in them which acts as bait. I have to see what I get tomorrow. For tonight, I decide my house should be next, a solid 5x5 building. But for my house, I also wanted it on higher elevation. I wasn't paying attention because I had an accident. Oh no, I broke it! Damn it. That means tomorrow I have to get him to I can't make a new one. Oh no. Oh no, I can't make a new one. Damn. Yeah, the printers are quite expensive. I'll show you the recipe shortly, but right now, this project is effectively halted. Look, I was really considering restarting my day, but decided to take the loss as it was my own fault and move on. I moped my way into the next day, and I was still upset about it, but you can find happiness in the strangest of places. Goddamn, I'm very annoyed that I broke that thing. Very annoyed. Fruit salad, beautiful. Someone just tosses a fruit salad into the recycling of all things, and I go ahead and grab it. Well, finders keepers. Now here's the footage about what a new printer will cost. Everything is fine except the opals. They are a problem. Opals are kind of rare. I currently have one, so I need to go mining for them again or hope I find them above ground by chance. So I gather what I need for a mining trip. My first one in a while actually. But I only have 11 keys and I believe these crab pots have a chance to get me some. In fact, I get 4 keys here, so this is actually a strategy for me to get my key supply up, which is appreciated. So I'm heading down. And I find a ruby fairly quickly, which is a good start. Now as you remember from the first 100 days, by this point I have good food for buffs. I have a bat zapper to deal with annoying bats. I have a handheld torch with a flash stun option to deal with enemies with my decent weapons. I have a light source on my head, freeing my hands to accomplish everything I need to in the mines, which is using my jackhammer to make quick work of any ores I find. I also find treasure rooms down here, and I use these aforementioned keys to get in here. I'm going to be honest, at this stage of the game, these rooms in the regular mines have become less exciting. In fact, not really worth 2 keys anymore. I'd rather keep them for the Undergrove, which I'll get to again shortly. But not before finding a fossil which sells for a pretty penny to old John mate. Here's another treasure room, and it kinda confirms to me that everything in here isn't exhilarating anymore. Except if it's a room that I find a ruby, then that's worth it. So 3 rubies today and a fossil, plus everything else you see here. Now that Undergrove I mentioned, that's the level below the normal mines, and to get there I need to pay 4 ruby shards. These ruby chunks I break open for 3 shards, so that plus the 1 spare I had is enough to go down deeper next time. But my mission today was opals. I throw shiny rocks into these grinders, and when I return I was jubilant to see I found 1, which is good news. 3 more to go for that printer now. Oh, I'm so peeved that I can't be upgrading this any further. I really want to be working on this. Like, I really want to be working on this. So I had a plan today, but I have to add something else to the agenda. Hey, everyone please join us at the bandstand to celebrate. Okay, 112, I guess that makes sense. Stardew Valley is also 112 days. I guess it's the 1-year anniversary of Musketeerville. Look at that. Everyone's saying g'day to me. G'day everyone, how are we all going? Hello, hello. Hello, hello, it's nice to see you all. So for this special occasion, Fletch is making a snag for everybody. And yes, tomorrow will be the 1-year anniversary of the town. Now trust me, I am talking to Fletch behind this wooden pole, but she says to come back at noon for my snag. I just might do that. So I'll glide around for a bit searching, and I do find what I'm looking for. There we go. Nice. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay, that makes it 3 in a row. Okay, 2 in a row, sorry. Beautiful. I am very happy right now. Let's go get a snag. Right on the doorstep of the town. I'll please have a snag. To celebrate, I get my snag from old Fletch gal. 50 health and 50 energy. Quite nice. But for some reason I don't eat it. No, I toss it into my food chest. I forget about this snag actually. What I remember is fighting in the mines looking for more opals. But no luck today. I will try again the following day by taking to the skies, flying over a shark swimming up a river. On the topic of taking to the skies, because the town is 1 year old, we are eligible now to build the airport here. It'll cost 2.5 million dinks, as well as all these other resources. Alright then, maybe later. So I'm going to go trap some birds, you know, just minding my business. And I see something. Yes! Yes! Oh, that's amazing! Okay, we have 1 more. Okay, that is fantastic news. You're not joking me. Oh, yes. Yes. What makes me happier is I'm simply breaking up plain rocks for shiny rocks to break down to find opals. No need it seems. But lesson learned here. Don't break it again. I actually needed opals for a weapon I've been really wanting from Ted Sally for ages as well. It means I had to sacrifice this opportunity to replace a broken tool because of my own incompetence. The thing is it going to happen again? To be fair though, this piece of equipment is quite literally the most important thing I need for the relocation of the town. Absolutely crucial for my efforts, so it comes first. In the meantime, I'll head down to the Undergrove. I pay 4 ruby shards to this console at the back and off I go. To the astute, you'll notice that the mines at this time only has 1 additional Undergrove level. The other level I'm hinting at will be there later. The Undergrove has more fauna stuff in it, also man-eating plants as you can see there. The treasure rooms down here have multiple rooms and you need a lot of keys to access all the doors and get all the loot. In this first room, there is a glitched bug mound as they keep coming through the wall, and in the next room there is 2 more, so a lot of grubs that quickly overwhelm me. I hate them. I eventually deal with all the wormholes first because they were all glitched in all the rooms. I have a chest here, but I break this big boulder first, and I get an idea about these mossy pathways I can steal from down here and use for my town, as well as all these stone lanterns, so I will always grab them. In this chest, the only really nice thing is this candle hat. I don't get time to have a look at it because 1 remaining bug attacks me, which is quite rude. I take some of these glow button plants and realize now that this was marble on the ground, which I can just jackhammer up, which was a win. In this other chest room, I find some baconium, and it reminded past me that I needed to gather 10 of these for Frankie Boy. Now the last room, although I spent a key, had nothing in it. Keys really get used quite quickly in the Undergrove, but it has to be if I want to find the rarer things, like that baconium ore, and also emeralds. This is like a ruby at this time, because this session was recorded on the 19th of February 2024, so I believe at this point they were just like rubies. This changes later on though, as I hinted before. Today I come out with 5 emeralds and a torch hat. Okay, it looks like I never have to worry about a torch again. Look at that. This is how day 115 started. Yes, Franklin. Yes, new dirt printer. What is Jimmy? Happy money day. I'm pretty sure that it's money day. Okay, I won't say no to that, Franklin. Thank you. Is it gonna be money as well? Bit of Pokemon, you know. So Irwin sends me 5,000 gold or dinks, and I'll slow down the footage, but what's his face sends me 1,000. So that's how it started, on a hugely positive note, don't you think? Now why am I sounding so foreboding? Oh, it can't have anything to do with this Alpha Bush Devil Slaying request on the notice board, could it? I don't know, I'm pretty chill at this moment. I'm selling emeralds to Johnny Boy, making quite a bit of money. Oh yeah, nah, here it is. Yeah, no, I have really misjudged that one. Yeah, revive. Wait, how much money did I just lose? Because that sounds like a lot of money I just lost. Well, that was a fail day. Regardless, this is how my quarry is looking at this point. It's coming along nicely. This wheat field looks nice as well, especially when I harvest them, and I'll replace the fields straight away. I still don't have the planting function on my tractor. What I do have is a new printer, so I can get back into this new town design again. I don't want to make the same mistake again. I make sure to charge the thing before it's too late. I go and grab the planting function for my license for my tractor the next morning, because planting by hand was really becoming tedious. I also decide to buy the airport deed this day, because why not? But I throw it randomly in the back of the current town, as I didn't have an idea for it in the new town. Afterwards, I grind my wheat into flour. At least this is a ratio of 4 wheat for 1 flour, but it still takes a while, especially when I had over 1,000 and only 16 mils. I do it in between town design work. And actually, quick word from me who's writing the script. It's actually really nice seeing how the project comes along, because I know what the final project looks like and I'm really happy with it. I'm really keen to show you all what it looks like at the end. These stone lanterns I grabbed from the mines also fit well with the stone walls. So there was a 2-week pause in between days 117 and 118. I was playing and recording 100 Days of Lethal Company at that point. And no matter, I remembered that I still had to put some cloths into this airport for it to become an airport. Understandable. Also, at this point, I was always walking around with a candle on my head. feeling like a kobold. You no take candle. It's a World of Warcraft reference. Like the video if you get it. Also subscribe if you're enjoying it thus far. Ta. I noticed that this building license is coming soon, but if I get it now, I'll have it for later. Fair enough. For now, I go fight some wild animals in the mines, and I do switch that candle hat because the light from it is dimmer than the miner's hat, which is fair. I only walk away with one fossil on this occasion. The next morning, I realized I'd forgotten about the feed I have for my animals. I seem to have enough, but it made me reconsider my animals again, and that I wanted to expand on this area. Speaking of animals, it's funny what some people will throw in the recycling bin. Oh, we got a mouth almighty. That's interesting. I wonder if I've donated this one. In this instance, I had donated one. That would have been a nice freebie. I then harvest my sugarcane, rather poorly because a whole row gets missed here. And now that I have the planting function, it makes this next part so much easier. Fully fledged Dinkum farmer here. And what is a farmer without lots of animals? I'm going to make a habit to visit Irwin every day now to get more of them. I think I said I wanted 12 of each kind at the start of the video. I can get either a pleat or a wombat per day, but I can buy 2 chickens a day, so that's nice. I clearly forgot that I can make the animal feeder, because Irwin taught me how to make them, but here I am buying them. And to top it off, I buy thousands of animal feed. In fact, I didn't have to worry about feed again for the rest of the playthrough. I also make sure to add the animal shelters accordingly as I get them. I watched another guide video. Here I am placing a single bush seed and a 3x3 planter. It's actually 9 individual planter boxes, and I can pick the bush seed back up if I wanted to. The idea here is, can this bush seed spread? I'm gonna have to wait to see if this works until tomorrow, but for now I realized I could make those animal feeders, and I just make a bunch right now. I ended up with this pattern around the feeding silo, which automatically fills each of these every day. I go bush cutting because I want a stock of seeds for the town, spinifex tufts, that sort of thing. I also realized that a spot of grass will over time grow bushes and stuff on it. This small section was cleared ages ago, because I cleared it, and looks like new shrubs and stuff are growing here now. I also expanded those planter boxes with ferns as well. Now I'm standing in my crafting area, and I feel like I want a lot more machines for making products. Yes, I can have infinite time past midnight, but that's not the point. It still takes actual time doing things, and I want to do it faster. I think about this as I start another orchard harvest. I usually do these at night time, as it's a non-energy consuming task, and I'm finishing with making them into jams by the next morning. Also, okay, so I wanted to check out this airport. This is an airport? Wait. Where does the plane go? Yup, so I'm slightly misunderstanding this. Not airplanes, but blimps, I think. Anyways, this is Nancy, and she says I can buy a boarding pass. There is only Sunday trips, and I can take as many people as I like, meaning multiplayer. That is actually going to happen, by the way, so stay tuned. The passes cost 250,000 each, but she never mentions where the destination is. I know that it's the island reef, but if I'm role-playing, my fella is clueless. Also, look at this. I need to show this off, because this is actually quite exciting. Look at this. That's a lot of sugar. Oh yes it is. Yep, so this random visitor house I had, I'm using it as a grain room. I made a lot more in the night. Also, one moment please, I'm going to have a rant about punctuality again. Run, Owen! Run! You're late! I'm looking at this and it says, Owen's Barn, open 10 AM to 6 PM, closed Monday. Excuse me mate, but it's 10:08 before you walk into your own store. Ooh, we can buy some extra stuff here. I will do exactly that. Indeed, a new pleat today, 2 more chickens, and I also need to buy 1 bucket per day as I use these to make cheese makers. I'm going to have to make these and the wool spinners as well if I get more animals, as I can only make 1 wool or 1 cheese per day with each machine. Here is some good news. Excellent. And this is also good news. Look at this. So we can pick this one up. So that's a bush seed. Oh, yes. So that is how we can keep our seeds up and running. Very nice indeed. I am a huge fan of that actually. Me too, I'm glad that works. There's actually a lot of little tricks and cool mechanics in this game. I'm really a big fan. This is how my house on the hill looks like so far. I guess what's in my mailbox the next morning. Sally. Hello Sally, what have you sent me? I think you might have dropped this at my place the other day. If you didn't, please be honest and bring it back to me. Honestly, I'm gonna bring it back to her because I don't need this. What's gonna happen? There you go, Sally. Wait, Sally. Very appreciated, but no, it wasn't me. Oh, if it's what can I do for you today? What's new? Boring haircuts, so size. Yep, okay. But what about this thing? I didn't scare you. So no dialogue option for it. Yep, looks like that was a win for me. Except I experienced the exact opposite next. Today is Monday. The airport is open on Sundays. I only just realized this. This makes me sad because I wanted to go to the island reef. Guess not. I noticed these jacaranda trees that Rain sells on a daily basis for 25,000 dinks, and I wanted to see what these look like. Hey Kylie, a jacaranda tree, does that... So that's just a tree, it doesn't have any... It doesn't bear any fruit or anything like that, does it?
A what?
A jacaranda tree, or a jacaranda tree.
No, flowers.
Just flowers?
As far as I know.
I will forever hold a grudge against John for this. I still detest you for charging me this much to go to the mines, mate. I hate you for it. I mean, I may whinge, but this lot of rubies and fossils more than covers the cost. Excuse me, I'm having a moment in my quarry. Beautiful. To be fair though, that quarry is awesome. I then sell the chunkier rubies to John because they sell for more, obviously. This fossil here sold for 111,000, which is huge. This little ruby, although it looks exactly the same as the others, was in fact smaller, so worth less. I'll break it up for shards later if I want to go to the Undergrove. That's Irwin, of course, and he's about to be late. Alright, are you gonna start bolting like a rabbit, Irwin? Oh my god, you're gonna be so late. I need to count this. It just wanders in. Oh my goodness gracious, mate. This is terrible service. Never go by what time people are supposed to go into their place, Kylie. Irwin just walked in 15 minutes late. Absolute prick of a man. Well, he is the crocodile hunter, not the shop owner person. Anyhow, another vombat today, more cluckies and another milk bucket. I have 3 cheesemakers by this point. I like the fact that I purposely built this other town on a higher elevation, so animals can't get in. But they do. It's done a Oh, how did you get up here, mate? Oi! This is not where you live, this is where I live. Little animal. How dare he? I may give up on trying to keep the animals out, but I won't give up on making more than enough grain mills. I had them in that guest house, but because I have like 50 of them, I need to put them outside now. However, I forgot that these guys work better if they're within range of a windmill, so they're not actually doing as well as they could. I had an alpha croc killing quest the next morning. I am polite as always. Hey buddy, how are we? I'll let this clip play out so you can see this fight in its entirety. Oh, he does big snaps. Oh, absolutely annihilated. Yes! We got it, finally. Now that we have the alpha scale, we still need the, what else did we need? Confused? Maybe you are. I'm referring to the Alpha Spear. I briefly mentioned before that I was saving opals for a new weapon, but that broken printer scuttled that idea. Now that I had an Alpha scale, I can work towards that better weapon. This is that weapon I was talking about. As you can see, I have 0 opals. Also, I didn't realize this, but I needed 2 Alpha Croc scales. That's for later. For now, I'm plundering the mines for more opals. Lots of shiny rubies, but they're not the shiny rocks I want though. Now day 124 started with a dilemma. Hazel? Oh, for bloody... No. Hazel's gonna get herself eaten. Here is my solution. Sorted. Okay, that worked perfectly well. I decided to let the winds take me wherever they take me again. Oh, that might be an opal rock right there, in fact. It is, in fact, an opal rock. That is very good news. So I need these. With this lucky find, I decided to go bug hunting. I might as well if I'm looking for more opals. I think the idea was to catch bugs and then put them in the containers in a spare house and build up a reserve so that when people asked me, oh, I need a fly today, I have a ready stock available. But mainly I was opal hunting today. I think that's another one. That is indeed another one. Yeah, okay, so definitely on the surface. That is number 2. Yes, look at that, another one. Yep, so that is 3 in one day. Really lucky. Or maybe I gave enough time for them to spawn. Either way, I'm happy with what I have going towards that new weapon. And I finished the night by throwing all these bugs in the old grain house. A fun fact, I forget about this, but maybe you can use this idea. You're welcome. I collect some seeds the next day. I print some dirt, I fly like a bat, I mill some wheat, and I unsuccessfully look for more opals, but I realize I can island hop with this glider, which is actually really cool and satisfying. What isn't cool is that I made a lot of flour, so now I'm painfully making bread one by one, which I then make into fairy bread later. This is a tedious part of the game. I wish there was a cook all button so I can at least walk away. I am in fact clicking every single time. I spent the following day really thinking about the town design. So what exactly do we want to achieve here? Because we got this section that's going to go down in that way. I have a feeling we need to go to the right as well, actually. I bring my charging bay closer because I really am making use of that printer. For the town, I wanted to be a main street that loops around a giant park in the middle. I start on the foundation of Franklin's house next. But wait, it's been a week, almost. It's Sunday is what I'm getting at, and I really want to go to the island reef today. But first, the best trade of my life. Mate, how about some red shoes for some pink shoes? Oh, great deals on thousands of games. Oh, I thought there was an achievement. That's just a sale going on. Actually, as I look at this right now, it's early 2025, Dinkum has no achievements, so you could even say I played 100% of Dinkum. Anyways, I buy a 250,000 pass and ask Nancy to take me for a little trip. I hop into an air balloon and it reminds me from that first vessel I was on when I arrived at Musketeerville. Memories. The island reef looks like a scattered bunch of tropical islands, lots of fauna and coconut trees, but more importantly, there are new bugs and fish here. This is a blue tiger butterfly, a common crow butterfly, this is a humphead rust, and a yellow tang. You get the idea. I scoured the entire place for new animals to donate for my pedia. The only thing I forgot were the critters, which I'll have to come back and do again later. I also pondered what my purpose here was. The purpose is to find treasure, either by digging it up like this, or through another method which I'll have to show you later, because I don't figure it out until later. There's also these beach-going eskies here that have a few decorative items in them, also a frisbee. I quickly show off my superhuman prowess by throwing and losing said frisbee. And I fly around aimlessly after that, not really sure what this place offers. I resorted to Google to answer some questions. I can get rare things here like baconium ore and opals, but this goes over my head for a bit. This is how my next day starts. Photographs, Melvin. Melvin wants to see a photo of John. Sure. Oh, John, can you stay there for a second, mate? John, I need you to not move at all. Can you stay there, please? Thank you. Oh no. So yeah, the day started on a little light-hearted humor. Tragedy can strike though. Is it worth starting my day again? Yes it is. I broke my thingy again, and I am not having that. I am starting this day again. I'm not spending that long f***ing around with it. Nope, I am not doing that again. Well, I restarted my day, and I have to say that second photo of John is significantly worse. That's one ugly man. Oh well, I'm sure that he has great character. Donations. I made donations to Theodore today, a whole 8 of them. Now, carefully, don't mess this up again. A couple of days ago, John gave me these pinstripe pants. I'm giving them back because I want what he has.
Oh, classic. Oh, this bloody chicken. Oi, you. How do I get you? Yeah, look at this mess. You're just laying eggs outside. What are you doing? Can I not pick you up somehow? Don't pat the thing. You're encouraging bad behavior.
Yeah, I don't know how this one keeps escaping. This won't escape me. My quarry brought up an opal today. So now I can get that weapon I really want. I just had to find Ted's celly again. Nothing bad will happen before that, right? Not to mention I'm missing an extra alpha scale. I don't notice this. And in my chef hat, I glide around looking for that missing teddy boy.
Now, do you think after, I finally have the resources for this weapon, do you think I'm having any luck finding Ted Selly? Nope, I'm not finding him at all. Alright, instead of wasting my time trying to find him, I'm not going to bother. I will just wait until the one day where I do find him, and then I'm like, oh, there he is, and then I'll mark on my map where he is, go get the stuff, and go back. I'm not going to waste an entire day just looking for him.
Okay, mark my words here. It's day 129, and I start to actively look for him, kind of. Let's see how long it takes for Teddy Boy to make an appearance again. But look at all this dirt I have to print. A fun fact, what you see here is less than half of what I'm making. The next morning, Karma, as that's what this chicken's name is, surprised me too. She survived the night, and I lead her back inside the animal pen. I don't know what I did wrong today, but look at this deal Clover offers me.
Are you serious? 4 kale for 20,000? Jesus goodness gracious me. You have just ripped me off, Clover.
I am doing it for friendship points and possible blueprints. I buy my final Vombat next for this playthrough. I ended up with 12 chickens and 8 of both the Vombats and Pleeps. And it's time for round 2.
Oh god. 39,000 for watermelon? Are you guys serious? You people are ripping me off. Actually, I can make thingies with them, so that's actually not the worst thing in the world.
Thingies are scarecrows, by the way, and I thought I was in for round 3.
See, bloody Rain is reasonable. She sells me a table for 1,000 dinks, as opposed to the other people who sell me 4 things for like, yeah, unbelievable amounts of money.
Guess what? I did the impossible today. Did I just ride this bird? Nah, that couldn't be right. Yeah, nah, he's trying it again.
I have to try this.
You saw that, right?
But I do have to say that is one hell of a strong magpie. If it can still rise up with me on its back, that's amazing.
I also thought Rain would enjoy my company for a moment instead of sitting alone.
Hello Rain, how are ya? I think she'd rather just not say anything. She's like, just smile politely as this weirdo with this candle on his head and these punk glasses sits next to me. I don't blame her.
I try another lighting source tonight. These copper bulbs look quite pleasing. I have 2 pieces of important mail the following morning.
Oh, hey, Fletch. Fletch sent me something. I was hunting a jackaroo. I hope you don't mind. I sent you some meat. Fletch was hunting a jackaroo. The old lady that can barely walk and outruns from a... Okay, sure. She's also vegetarian. This is correct. I don't know why she's hunting a jackaroo. There's something not right there.
Also, there was a quarry there. I'm pointing that out because it's quarry number 20. Look at this place. I am very happy with it. I completed a bunch of tasks for people today because I was grinding out those permit points. I want the flying license. I really want a helicopter. Frankie Boy refused to sell me one last time because I didn't have the license. I can order a motorbike from him, which I will do this day. This is also something I will never forget.
What on earth is going on here? Do you need to get hand back in the water? What? Is this a glitch? Can you bite me? Yes, you can. Okay. Ow.
Well, mate, if you're gonna be doing this on land, you don't belong here. What is this? That's that. Oh, he was strapped in that. Maybe, I have no idea. It doesn't matter. He's dead. Well, I quickly had to get rid of that evolutionary mutation. And no need to have land sharks, that's for sure. And after I crafted a pergola, I hit a milestone. 1,000 items have been crafted by me, which is quite nice. And I start to figure out the future location of the museum. Alrighty then, so it is day 132. When was the last time I actually played this game? I should probably have a look here. After I had a quick look, it had been 4 months or so since I played Dinkum. I released 2 videos in that time, 100 Days of Lethal Company and my first 100 Days Dinkum video. In that time, a few updates had been implemented. One is new letters from a fishing tipster that gives you hints on where new fish or bugs are. Or was this before? I can't remember actually. Frankie also sent me that motorbike. It's been a little while since I played the game, and I know that there's a change or two. I can see up there we have well rested stamina thing. Stamina recover per second is 2 per second. That's good. Now I've noticed this, so let's see here. If I actually go and do this, and let's wait for that stamina thing to regenerate. Alright, so seems that they've actually incorporated a proper stamina thing. So it looks like the energy has become more of a thing in the game right now. Furthermore, some things will never change. Late for your job, are you, mate? Idiot. I have something special to say. Now, I have a guest that's going to be coming into the server in due time. Not very clear there, but I have invited another YouTuber to come and make a guest appearance on my video. So I hopped on early because I wanted to make some preparations for that. What are we going to be doing for the duration that she is on? I can't have a guest come over and not have anything planned or prepared. I will be the host after all. Plus, since it had been 4 months, I had again become rusty in my Dinkum playthrough. But even I am surprised at what I find. I have never sold this massive amount of fairy bread. I have just never gone round to it, I guess. I was able to sell Kwangdong jams to Shiela today at least, 23 of them for over 200,000, which is fantastic. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Ever seen someone hoppity hop like this? Oh, that is just reminding me of Excite Bike. Did anyone ever play that Excite Bike back in like the 90s or 80s? Oh, good stuff. Oh no! Gotta make that jump, mate. After that excitement, I came across the materials I had that was still pending for that weapon from Ted Sally. I thought maybe today I'd see him. Fun fact, I don't. Now here's something new. I'm looking for fish ponds. Ooh, nice. That's new. That is exciting. Cargo, building license, vehicle license. Oh yeah, that's the pilot thing. So I'm actually quite close to that, to be honest. We only have 3 things left to go, so there you go. Excellent. I can't count, obviously. There was 4. And that building license, the one that was blank last time, it said I'd unlock the advanced crafting table and something else, which I now know is the advanced cooking table. I was here because I wanted to buy a new guest house for my visitor, but I still had a debt to pay off first, that one from the airport. So I go and grab all the rest of that chest you saw before and I go see Johnny Boy. So let's see what this massive amount will equate to. Oi, mate. Ooh, yeah, he's definitely got some new stuff. What's this thing? A hand trolley. Oh, that's a hand trolley. Okay, I can move full containers. Full containers? Interesting. Okay, you know what? Let's just make our sale first. I make 2.7 million dinks today, which is quite fine. I was about to pay off that debt, but then I remembered maybe I could still get permit points from putting that money in the bank. I was quite close to the helicopter license after all. I deposited 2 million, and nothing. Obviously, I knew this, but 4 months of downtime made me forget. So I withdraw me funds like some kind of stupid animal, but then I see something. Convert? Nice. Actually, I just realized something. If I'm able to convert something, 500 for 1? 500 for 1, that's not really a great... Is it? So let's say, for example, I need... So I quickly do some math with a calculator and I convert 111,000 dinks to 222 permit points. That's actually not too bad, especially because by this point you don't really spend that many dinks anymore. I mean, 1.5 million for that airport is something. Actually, the town paid 1 million from that original 2.5, but hey, that's fair. I see that there is a wish fountain deed. I can't believe I saw it this early. This thing went way over my head. Now Johnny Boy also sells me first aid kits for 7,000. I need to see how this works later. I get this hand trolley because it says I can move full containers and this would come in handy shortly. Okay, yep, developers, I'm enjoying it so far. There seems to be a bunch of new things. I'm enjoying it thus far. Alright then. I see I have the footage here, but I'm moving all furniture and clothing items from this chest I had outside, and I wanted to point this out again because the amount of things you get from NPCs from doing their tasks is insane. All these chests in this house are completely filled with random things. Oh my god. I've got no space. Oh lord. Oh no, what is this? Yep, this is something I don't fix until the end. But for now, I put this guest house close to where I want it to be in the future. I'm getting this because I think it would be a good idea for my guests to decorate a small portion of my new town. I'm thinking maybe the outside yard area. That's one activity of a few that I'm planning. The house is done the next morning, but oh no, there's nothing in here. This little section would be the eventual location of this house, and that patch of land is where I'm thinking the house's garden area should be. I also voice a desire of mine. It really does get to the point where you kind of need to have two of these bad boys, because they run out of juice very quickly. Oh, but mate, take Sally and his weapon! Ah well, I get that flying license I've been larping about since the first 100 days. Now all I need is a chopper from Frankie Boy. I have myself a boat at least, and I can row out and catch this question mark fish out here. There we go. Hey buddy. Oh god, that's a lionfish, isn't it? Ugh, don't touch it, man. Aren't these things like poisonous? Yes they are. My character's insane. Update for you. 35 out of 41 fish, 40 out of 48 bugs, and 11 out of 22 critters. I wake up and it's currently Sunday. I would also like to take my guests to the Reef Island, but that ain't happening today. So what I need to do is play up until the next weekend so we could potentially do that as well. This is something I don't want though. Johnny Boy, what have you sent me, mate? Well, yes, open it up. To Artemis, your house looks pretty nice, but don't you think it would look nicer with some basic wooden walls? I'd be sure to peep through your window. I'm sorry, I'd be sure to peek through your windows to make sure you put it up. John, I don't want you peeping through my windows, mate. I see that there's a visitor tent here, so I peep in here and it's Max again, the fishing fella I missed ages ago by accident. He does a fishing competition and I decide, yes sure, why not, let's join up. I can catch more fish than anyone. I know it said rules there, but what's so hard about catching fish? Alright, well, I had other things planned for today, but you know what? I am not losing against John this time. Oh no, I am not losing against John. Yeah, that's all well and good, mate, but did you read the rules? Oh, very nice, a catfish thing. Did you read the rules? But of course, you know, when it is the actual fishing competition, do I see many fish? No, I see the bare minimum of fish. That's always the case, isn't it? Yeah, I agree, it sucks, but again, rules made. Rules! Oh no, another catfish thing. I can't help him. I didn't read the rules, and I hope to God there's no rule about me saying you can't go to the ocean or something like that, because that would thoroughly irk me. I would be so mad. No, so close. Go read the rules. The rules, man. Catching that bony tongue thing is not reading the rules, nor is catching that river bass that was clearly in the ocean. I swear to God, if Jonathan beats me again by like a couple of points, I'm gonna be thoroughly angry. At this rate, you have 0 points. The rules, man. Oh, look, a barracuda. About time you realize, you klutz. Oh, you're kidding me. Have I been catching... Have any of these things been... I probably should have read the rules, eh? Let's go back. I am fairly certain that this has all been a complete waste of time. Yep, I'm fairly certain that they're gonna say any of these fish have been useless to you right now. Log new score. Are you serious right now? What are the rules? Oh, he wants just barracuda. Oh, you're joking me. Oh, for f***'s sake. Mate, I've got so many fish, but unfortunately all you're interested in is barracuda. God damn it. I should have read the rules. Alright, the hell with your competition, Max. Yeah. You know what, you can buy these fish from me. Well, All Mate does buy this for 83,000, which isn't too bad. Now, future me knows that this isn't the biggest flop of today. Let's just say I should have gone and reset the day. I'm gonna elaborate soon. Yeah, I wrote it in the rulebook for this guy to go catch barracuda, but he starts bringing me these bony fish. I don't want that. Fish is fish, Max. Okay, what is this guy used for? Can I just use this to move an entire crate? Yes, I can! That is amazing! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Ever seen a man so excited to just be able to move things? Oh, good stuff. That is another point for you guys. That is definitely another point for the Dinkum developers. Well done, lads. Well done. With this newfound ability, I move a bunch of decoration chests up here for future convenience for my guest. I also have to include my shameful confession to my partner. Catching all the fish, but I start to notice that there's no points here. And then I caught a barracuda, and then I got a single point. I'm like, don't tell me it's for a specific fish. It's for specific fish. Yeah. So I've got a whole inventory full of just useless vertebrate fish. And I'm like, God damn it. At the very beginning it says, you should probably read the rules. I'm like, I don't need rules to know how to catch fish. I know how to catch a fish. I'm not stupid. Now I feel stupid.
You dumb.
Hey. A good laugh. I also make sure to get a boarding pass for next Sunday. Maybe I'll be able to fly to the island myself. I have a flying license, and I'm getting that helicopter from Frankie Boy as we speak. 3 million dinks. He can make a helicopter in a day, I like it. Yep, so today might be the last day I spend gliding through the air. I spend it looking for Ted Sally, of course. I still can't find him, by the way. Frankie Boy shoved the helicopter into my mailbox the next day. Outstanding. Before we do anything else, let's have a quick look at this helicopter. Oh. This is a helicopter? Oh my god, it's like one of those things you can see from like the early 1900s, like the very first vehicles. I swear this thing is made of wood. Oh nice, look at that. And this is, I don't even have to hold the mouse in anymore. Do I just, yep, I just press forward and there you go. Nice, look at that. That is looking mighty fine. I am a big fan of this. So there is going to be the new town location. There is my farm fields. It gives you an idea of how big your farm field is as well, actually. How do I stop driving? Oh god! Do I put this away as like the others? Yes, I do. After that close call with 0 fall damage, I get a second bike, because I was thinking a race could also be a good idea with my guest. You know how I said NPCs always give you clothing or furniture? Can I have this fly? He's giving me a pink bed. I give him a single fly, I give him a bug that is insignificant, and he gives me a big f***off bed. I visit Fletch and I estimate how many permit points I need to get the rest of these licenses. I had 8.4 million in the bank, and I had 3.1 left after I did a few conversions. I now have 11.5 thousand permit points. I get the fish farm license, cargo license, and the building license, and that is all of them in the game. I see the building one unlock those advanced crafting stations that can use things in nearby storage chests, which is huge. I look at them and I see they take opals, which makes me instantly depressed because Ted Sally's weapon mate. but also beconium. That is that rare ore that I haven't followed up with. I have 3 of them, but I need 10 to give to Frankie. In time, I guess. Plus, you'll never hear someone say this. Alright, where is my... You're joking me, I forgot my bloody helicopter. How often do you hear a person say that? Oh, bloody hell, I forgot my helicopter, like it's something you carry around in your pocket. Oh, man. Come on, man. So I fetch my very expensive vehicle and I fly around looking for Ted Sally again. I should be able to see him from up here. Well, that is not what I see this night. Is that... I don't know if you guys... Yep. Look at that, meteor shower. That's nice. So I was just gonna say, I'm hearing something. I wasn't sure if you guys would be able to hear it as well, but yeah, alright, meteor shower. That's pretty cool, I like that. Nice. I spend more time, but eventually I look it up. All Mate will only show up on Saturdays. Wonderful. If that disappointment wasn't enough, I finally get a slap in the face the next morning when I look up the recipe to make that fish spawn I got from that fish farm license. A goldfish trophy? Where on earth do I get a goldfish trophy from? Really? That seems a little bit... I don't know, that doesn't sit right with me. You have to win this to be able to make a fishing pond. But then you've spent points on learning the recipe and then you can't even make it. Yep, you can only win these at the fishing competition, the one Max just held and I had that absolute debacle at. Also, Max only visits twice a year. I could potentially get one towards the end of this video. Stay tuned. But for day 138, I mainly moved resource chests and anything that my visitor can craft with or potentially would want to craft with up to where the guest house is. I also do a little interior decorating. Honestly, this looks much better than my house. This looks cozy. I prepare a chest for her with all the basic tools and everything, even some cheeses for energy. There's even a glider in here which I think will be fun. Also, I make a discovery while I was printing. I did not know that you can get fossils this way. Well, that's a bonus little bit of money. Later this night, I figure out the location for the future town hall. I'm splashing about with all my animals the next morning. There is a lot of them, and I check out this view from my helicopter. I realize then that it's the second last day of the season. The fish and bugs come and go with the seasons, right? Maybe I should work on that. I googled this, of course, and my journey takes me into the mines. And here I am catching a deep fish. Kinda looks like an anglerfish, but okay. I see a little rainbow fish back above ground, and a big one here as well. Oh, that's a big chunky boy. A stingray. Nice. That is actually really good news. Anything else I haven't seen here yet? Maybe I can even catch some stuff with my guest tomorrow. But I also noticed that there are 2 people I haven't met yet. Okay. Here is my special guest today. Alright, do you want to take a moment? So, I have a guest in my session today. Aubrey Angst. Or Aubrey, how would you like me to... Hello, how are we? That's not a way to
Doing well, how are you?
Good. I greeted you with a flaming bat and you greeted me with a spear. This is off to a good start.
I mean, when you're running around out here, you kind of have to have your weapon out, right?
No, you're in town. We're kind of safe, I would hope. Yeah, I was actually wondering where you would spawn in, so I'm kind of glad that you spawned in right at the town hall, so there you go.
What a cute little entrance. Do you want to give me a tour, or?
I can. Alright, come with me quickly. I'll take you to the main thing, and then I'll give you something to make this tour, nice and fluid. So this is the entire production area. It may seem a little bit bare. That's because I've actually moved some stuff up to the other side because we're going to be making this this guest house and all that sort of stuff. So I wanted to make sure that all the production stuff is in one area. So if you follow me up to this way, I'll show you where the guest house future location is. But this is half of my production area. The other reason why I'm taking you up here is because there's actually a kite for you, so you can actually have a quick flyover.
So I'm wondering, I've never used the vehicles in the game, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, but we'll see.
I think you should be able to. So I've got at least the guest house kind of furnished. It's furnished enough. So I said, you've got to have some place to sleep in the couple of days that we are here. I've got a chest there for you with pretty much anything I think you would need, and I hope that's everything that you would need.
This is super cozy. I love it.
and maybe
Well, I'm
a
loving this
football.
bookshelf too.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit newer. I'm not exactly sure. I've got a house just full of all kinds of furniture. It's a little bit insane because I'm not one for decorating as much, so I just hoard it all in one location. Nice.
Very comfy.
Is it to your liking?
Oh yes, definitely.
Wonderful. Aubrey has given the green light. She is pleased with her accommodation for the next few nights. I'm delighted that she likes it, because she's an original commenter on the 100 Days video liking the tent decor by day 7, so I had an idea on what she appreciated. Afterwards, I start by giving her a little bit of a tour and I tell her where the new relocation is. Within moments, she has already mastered the use of the glider, which is good stuff. It is really nice showing another player all the effort that has gone into the town, and I imagine it's nice for her seeing the town as well from her perspective, other than the original video. While I show her my animal area, she's giving them all a good pat, which is really nice of her. Now, what do you like it? How do you like the town? It's probably a little bit different from the video, and you're actually seeing it in person. You're like, oh, is this what it looks like?
Yeah, it's so different seeing like while you're actually at the town level. Because I feel like when you're recording and like doing the playback, you kind of pick specific times, so you don't actually get to see everything, right?
Now, unless you do like an actual slowdown of 2 minutes of unbroken footage of, hey, this is the entire town, you don't really get an idea of what it looks like. You know of areas, but you don't know how it all connects. I'm sorry, I think I jumped onto another animal thing and then jumped up this way. Hop. There we go.
Hey,
Oh, there's actually collision.
You pushed me.
Yeah, there's collision. I was not aware of that. Oh, good stuff.
That's hilarious.
Alright. Time presses on, and I take Aubrey to the guest location again, and I tell her how I'm thinking about setting it up, and I would like her to put some decorative work into the town relocation, perhaps the garden on this home. So she asks me a question.
Do you mind if I make a little like flower moat?
Absolutely, go for gold. With that wish, I show Aubrey the chests nearby, and I let her know about all the tools I brought up to this location so that she can make a piece of the future town her very own. She had explored the chest and she's now on a mission of creativity. I provide her with some tools and she is doing work, redirecting the river towards what may be a little pond. I get a vague idea of what she's doing and I help my guest out. Otherwise, I'm a terrible host. Aubrey wants to maybe try and cut the water off and I follow her lead. So, yep, okay, so you want to go from that angle? Cool. You lead and I can follow. I think I can more or less pick up on... Have your own swimming pool, it seems. So do you want some space around it as well?
No, I was just gonna inside do a little bit of levels and then plant some nice pretty flowers. So this is probably big enough.
These are the water beds as well, by the way. So the water bed is this thing here. So if you chuck it like, oh, you can make a little waterfall. I was not aware you can make a waterfall.
That is pretty.
I did that completely on purpose.
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering, where does the water come from, Aubrey? Where does the water come from? Just this infinite supply from up above. You reckon you're going to do 100 Days Dinkum in the future sometime?
I would love to, but I don't know.
That's fair. If you want Aubrey to do her own 100 Days Dinkum video, make sure to ask her. In time, I fly over and she's making some nice progress on her pond location. I help her by planting some grass in the area as well, and I knew that she was going to like these glow buttons.
Oh, that is so pretty.
I've got a couple somewhere in the town as well, but I'm like, oh, that's actually really cool. Do you like the grassy feel in the pond? Makes it all feel like, oops, makes it feel like it's mossy.
Yeah, it's really nice.
I make a little waterfall up here for her. And you got like this magical...
that's nice.
You got this magical water that just comes from somewhere. It's Dinkum.
It's an underground spring.
It is. Oh, you can actually say that. Yeah, absolutely. Now, if only there was a way we can actually get fish and just chuck a fish or two in this one. That'd be quite nice. Oh, imagine
I wonder
that.
if you can leave it open. Can you leave it open? Because I know you can get other animals in.
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and redig this then. We remake the connection to the pond, and Aubrey tries to herd a fish into the pond. Yep, you've herded yourself a jungle perch with 1200 into this fish pond. I love it. Wonderful. Look at that.
Yay! Now how to keep him in, or should we close it back up?
Well, I mean, he's gonna be one very lonely fish. And no, what do you think you're doing, fish? Back into your new home. We're bringing you a friend. Don't worry about it. So eventually Aubrey has herded a few fish into this area, which is quite nice. We plant some trees together and Aubrey places down a few fences and I place down a few lanterns. It's coming along very nicely. That dog is following you like a shadow. Later I wanted to look for a fish for my pedia tonight, so Aubrey came for a helicopter ride. Oh, that is so good. Alright, so we want to go.
Oh my gosh, don't drop me.
Oh, can I? I mean, I can try and... No, looks like I can't drop you. It's not part of a thing. This was quite fun. Aubrey had the fish book open, but we got ourselves into a bit of a situation shortly. No! Okay, oh, god damn it.
Oh no, doggo, no.
Yep, no, I can't let that happen. Yeah, leave my doggy alone. Watch out if he... Just be careful with your stamina. Oh, better eat, better eat, because the thing is, I think the dog is invulnerable. Right, just going to hop on this thing. Okay. Let's go, doggy. Let's go. Flee. Well, at least there were no fatalities tonight. The next morning, I'm flying my helicopter back to Aubrey's to pick her up for a day of shenanigans, and I also realize it's the first of fall. Any summer creatures I missed will have to wait until next year, but the pond area is looking very snazzy indeed. Aubrey whips out her fishing rod and suggests a who can catch the biggest fish competition. I make sure to show Milburn how I chauffeur my guest around in the most unsafe way possible, and looking at this, she is most definitely getting a haircut. Just a little bit off the top, right? As we're heading out, she also gives me this statue. I'm only now realizing where I got it because a little bit later it was a complete mystery to me. This was also a mystery to me. Where did you get the bubble blower?
From John's shop.
Oh, I see.
Let me know if it gets annoying.
Absolutely not. I was just gonna say, I was like, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I got this dress, the bubble blower, and that statue this morning while I was playing.
Well, there you go. Very nice. We gotta find ourselves a fish. Now, I'm not gonna use my fishing book at all, but generally speaking, here we go. That's a big fish right there. Too bad you can't catch him.
Are you talking about the shark?
I am talking about the shark. So later, I've cast my line looking for the biggest fish, and so has Aubrey.
I just caught a black and white snapper. He's kind of little.
I got the exact same thing. So at this moment, it's a draw. There we go. Well, that's a bigger fish. I think yours is longer than mine.
Yours is definitely bigger, though. You got a much bigger fish.
Alright, let me stand up on this.
Here's my first little guy.
Yeah, that's my first little guy as well, exactly the same. Is he? No, I think they're about the same. I mean, he's probably wider, that's fair, but I think they may be the same length. Yeah, let me see if I can stand exactly mirrored to you, so bear with me. No, they're exactly the same. But in terms of
hilarious.
but in terms of weight, though, I think this guy's a bit chunkier. Can I chuck him back
Yeah,
in the water?
your fish is definitely...
Oh, this is just cruel. There you go, fish. Wait,
You gotta jump and throw.
really? Oh, okay, there we go.
The catch and release.
Wait, jump and throw.
Yeah, jump and when you're in the air, hit Q.
Oh, can I just... Oh, there you go. There you go back from whence you came, little fishy. Now, an important question. Have you been to the holiday island?
No, I haven't.
Since she hasn't, I felt it was my obligation to take her there. This is the holiday island.
It's so pretty.
Alright, it's a good thing I brought the helicopter. I do a little fly over the area to show what this area looks like. I haven't really figured it out myself at this point, so this is what I had.
Is that a pineapple?
That is a pineapple. I saw it at exactly the same time. Yeah, we'll grab ourselves a little souvenir. We find one of those eskies and get the flying discs and decide to have a little bit of a play. Alright, so it looks like there's a bit of a thingy, so let's see if I can get that. Oh, that was a terrible throw. We start randomly digging in an area looking for treasure, and we lose track of time when Aubrey sees something. But
What's
then there's...
that?
Oh, that's a statue. That's a shark statue.
Did you read it?
There's a... How did you read it? Oh, there is an option. Give me. Looks like I have to look at it. Pick up. There we go. Read. In the depths of blue, with teeth so keen, a secret waits yet to be seen. 5 treasures golden to my mouth you feed. 5 treasures golden to my mouth you feed, and the price you seek will be your deed. While we ponder this for a moment, I jump into the depths. Said in the depths. So okay, in the depths. Oh, what's that?
I don't know.
I think that was only on my end.
That was kind of creepy.
Oh, so you heard that as well?
Yeah, it was like a big rumble in the deep.
Alright, let's jump in. Past me had read that there was an alpha shark in the game. I thought this may have been it, but nothing eventuated. But we are really curious about this rumbling. And the price you seek will be your deed. Okay, well, let's quickly jump in before it gets late. Yeah, okay, so there's that noise again. Long-term players should know what this rumbling is. Past me knew what this rumbling was, but he kind of forgot until it finally happened.
Especially with it almost being midnight.
Yep, pretty much. Because I think if we fall asleep, that'll be the end of the.
Whoa!
What's going on now?
What in the world?
What's going on? Oh! It's nighttime. We have to go.
It's because it's late.
Yes, it is. Where's the time? Oh, that's what it was. All right, I'm flying us over. We're gonna have to quickly run back into the thing, and we're gonna have to disembark. So, okay, yeah, now, so that was just to let us know that it's time to go home. Okay, let's disembark. There we go. Okay, I probably have to tell it to take us home. Can you tell it to...
It says I can't use it.
Okay, ready to get home? Yes. Let's fly. I was gonna say, what is that rumbling?
The timing of that.
Yeah, the timing of that was so perfect. It says, oh, there's something in the deep. I jumped into the water at the deep end, and then the rumble happened. I'm like, oh, there's something here. But no, that was just the game letting us know, hey, your time is running out here. You should probably go home.
Sorry, I got scared and ate the pineapple.
That's perfectly fine. Oh, that is so good. That timing was perfect. Okay, so... the rumbling had nothing to do with the gold and whatever we were supposed to find, but that is very curious. I don't know what that is. Speaking of going home, Aubrey decided to go back to where it all started. So you're going...
Beam me up, Scotty.
Beam me up, Scotty!
That was so fun. Oh yeah, we're over by the starting dock.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this was the fateful location where I got accosted by a bloody alligator. Or a crocodile. Right here. Someone even...
back at the scene.
Yeah, pretty much. Someone mentioned in the comments that, like, yeah, at the minute 48, which is when that, she's like, the person's like, that's really unfortunate and unfair. I'm like, yeah, I nearly died on my first day to a cutscene attack. That was good stuff. Oh, that's good. I'm actually so happy.
Pretty funny.
I'm so happy this is actually a thing. I can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering.
Splendor, tell me something. I actually don't even know the
Ooh,
lyrics.
is that the pond?
It is the pond. Looks very nice. As we were at the holiday area, Aubrey picked up a few things and she wanted to decorate the place. So I laid down on a beach towel as she did some final touch-ups. Alright, well there you go. So, for this occasion, we've gone ahead and made our... well, you've made the fancy little thing down here. I really do like it. I'm going to incorporate this into the town. So I'll move this guest house to this location here above and see if I can make like maybe a path going down into it and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Feel free to move around some of this stuff.
Perfectly fine. We've had a bit of a challenge with the fish and it ended in a draw. We both caught exactly the same thing, which is perfectly fine. And being able to go to Holiday Island, it really did freak me out when the earth started shaking there, because I genuinely thought something from below, like it very quickly turned into a horror game for me. I'm like, oh god, is there something in the depths there that's going to come up and just snag me away right now?
Yeah, I thought we were playing Dredge for a second.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun. Like, I've done so many things that I've never done in Dinkum before, so...
That was an absolute
Very
pleasure. Thank you
cool.
very much for joining me. And that was my time shared with Aubrey. I had a lot of fun with the 2 days she spent here, and I really appreciate the creative input she has done for the future town relocation. Make sure to check out her channel. Aubrey is another small YouTuber, and she likes to make cozy life sim content. I particularly enjoyed her feature-length Stardew Valley videos.
Yeah, once again, thank you so much for having me.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for joining me for this little adventure. And probably catch you in the next one then. I woke up on day 142, not really sure why I was lying on a beach towel outside of the future guest house. Now, why was I unsure? July 20th was Aubrey's visit. It's now October 15th, so I did indeed take another break to finish off my 100% V Rising video. My son was about a month old at this time, and I was toying with the idea of trying to get recordings in at night time while he slept. I was watching him on my monitor, of course, so I made it really simple for me and said I'll look for pedia animals. I haven't cleaned up this area or moved everything back yet, and I wasn't feeling that, so yeah, not pedia it is. I also demonstrated some superhuman prowess. Oh Jesus, got some massive air there. Getting down to business, I remembered these animal books, so this should make it easier. As it was the start of autumn, I was determined to catch everything I can in this month that's uncaught. A little while ago, I caught these fish and I placed them down here for some reason. I needed to donate these, and donate them I did. Apparently I never donated a yabby, so okay, fair enough. But this night I did find a trogget. I have no idea what a trogget is, but I do know what a blobfish is, and I also hauled that in this night. I finished by catching a tiger beetle before calling it a night. I placed down the new catches in the town this time, so I remembered to donate them. I'm glad I did that to remember because guess what? I determined it wasn't the right time to do recording shit with my newborn. He wasn't settled enough yet. So I focused on scripting and editing my 100% Planner Crafter video, which I released on the 21st of December, which is also the date of this recording, day 143. And this is the last awkward month or so jump in time. The rest of the recordings I was able to get done successfully. But admittedly, I did focus primarily on pedia things for the first little while back. But I do grimace when I walk past my production area. I will need to get that fixed, maybe this night time. You see, this is what happens if you take extended periods of time away from a game. You just completely forget where you're up to with things. Yep, agreed. This one I was particularly bad with, hence taking it easier with the pedia. I mean, I can't really get anything done until I move my production area back. That is for tonight, and for today I'm looking for a very rare bug. So rare because I didn't find it. I did find these white roos. It is almost Christmas at this time, if you couldn't tell. Also, I hear a strange sound. I'm hearing a strange sound. That was weird. And that's also new. Yeah, I'd later find out the reason for that phone ringing, but right now I find a king prawn. Fun fact, I accidentally sell this particular specimen, and then I had to spend ages trying to find another one for the museum. I take opportunities to scavenge some pearls, as I need these for waterbed decorations. You're gonna see some nice waterfalls later. And also a little whinge from me as I'm diving for this blue mussel. I wish there was a critters book, because later on I'll be spending whole days looking for critters. For the rest of this night and off camera, I looked for a Saratoga fish in the billabongs, and I moved everything back to where it needed to go. I see question marks here and I thought that I found it, but turns out it's an empire gudgeon. Something I wasn't expecting, because I had made a list and this was not on my list. Meaning new things have been added, which then made me redo my list. Yes indeed, there are indeed some extra numbers here. 1 new fish, 2 new bugs, and 3 new critters. I spent the morning of day 144 looking for that same rare bug. I still had no luck and it was only around in the mornings, but I did find a Santa Claus goodie bag over here, making sure to strike it with my flaming bat, and I still got the stuff inside. I found one of the guys I was looking for and he gave me a hard time. For now, 5 donations to Theodore's museum. Here's something for your reference. 40 out of 42 fish, 43 out of 50 bugs, and 13 out of 25 critters. Those critters nearly broke me. I do see this wish fount indeed, and I don't realize this, but this very thing will make my searches for PDA animals much easier. I tossed it into the new town, and I also tossed some festive clothing on me throughout the day that I found in that goodie bag, like this festive hat. And from this point of view, you can see that my production area is somewhat back in order after that previous night. I go break everything in my quarry. I like a healthy looking quarry, and I see a few new cooking recipes that have been added to the game as well. Since taking all that time off, admittedly I was a little bit lost with what I needed to do, so today I spent an hour off camera. I didn't save the game, so it's still the same day, and I was just figuring out what I wanted to get done, and you'll be glad to hear I got my motivation back. 10,000 dinks. Apparently mine from Fletch also helps that motivation. I finally found out that my weapon I always wanted will take 2 Alpha Croco scales, so I decided that won't be a thing for a while, and I grabbed those opals I've been keeping here. I wanted a second dirt printer to help speed up the town relocation. Speaking of the town, I'm here looking at the wishing well. I researched a bit and I found that the bountiful wish will help me with my PDA endeavors. The wish cost me 150,000 dinks and will become active tomorrow. I do a little bit of a search today, but I refined my PDA list and I found the exact things I can find in each season, so I wasn't just flying around blindly. My search does inspire a song. So am I still waiting for this world to stop hating? Can't find a good reason, can't find hope to believe in. Classic. I buy some extra machines because I'm also planning on revamping my entire production area and expanding it a bit. Now, this is what this entire place is looking like right now. That's going to be where the tuck shop is. That's my house. That's Frankie Boy. That's the museum, and the teleporter is going to be there. This house is going to be in back there, and over there is going to be Fletcher's place. Now there is still another couple of buildings, and they're just not going to fit in here. Now what I'm thinking is, down here I wanted there to be like a really big like park sort of thing. Yeah, I want it to be some kind of huge park. I hope that this helicopter's not too loud. So what I'm going to do is probably expand this out further and build another elevated section over there. And then it's going to be like an enclosed park in there, if that makes sense. Yep, very ambitious. I am glad I got that second dirt printer. I'm using that very machine this night to get back into this project. A slight conundrum though. This rock in the water is in my way. So I'm probably going to have to get a bomb to be able to blow it up. At this point, I think I will also wind down any money-making endeavors, because at this point I had all the deeds and not really that much need for huge profits. And truth be told, this stuff can be tedious. Like harvesting my orchard was always really painful. What else is still painful is running around looking for bugs, but that bounty wish does come into play. I do find a purple azure butterfly. One down. I then ask Frankie Boy to make me some bombs. He asks no questions, which is good for me, and I do a bit of work on the town, of course. Somewhere out in the distance I could hear Irwin crying just then. If you don't understand that, it's because Irwin likes to eat those figs, despite the fact it actually does damage to you. But Irwin is Irwin. And because I'm working late into the nights, I do turn off my recordings, and I didn't catch this one on camera, but I caught the nudie branch, which was good. Yeah, I do try to get all of them on recordings, but late nights can go indefinitely, so I do turn them off eventually, and I missed this one. My bad. So just like Kent from Stardew Valley, I received bombs in my mail from Franklin. I cast my eye on my orchard and I vow that I will never be doing that again. Well, never say never, mate. Maybe a new tool will change your mind. I find an opal in my quarry, which is an absolute bounty. As speaking of bounty, the bountiful wish comes into clutch today. There it is, there it is, there it is. Gotcha, mate. Look how huge this thing is. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, God, mate. Alright, good stuff. Very good stuff indeed. A bay bug. Do I have a bay bug? No, there we go. We just got a bay bug. That is another one we had to deliver, which is good stuff. I'm not sure if the wish also affects critters, but there you go. Next, I relive my Legend of Zelda days, and I toss a bomb to clear that annoying rock. I can confirm this bounty wish does work. There he is. He's there. He's there. He's there. He's there. Okay, wonderful. I'm getting this one on camera. And this will be the second last fish. Hey, buddy. How are we? Come here, little fishy. Come here, little fishy. Oh, you are a fighter, aren't you? Come to Papa. Gotcha, mate. So the Saratoga is mine. Good stuff indeed. Yep, I've been hunting this particular specimen for quite a while now. I find another opal and these will come in handy shortly. And while I'm searching in the night, I see something odd. And what am I seeing here? Is this some graphical thing? Yeah. Oops. There's a bit of a graphical glitch there. That's unfortunate. Yep, it almost proves fatal. What the hell? Oh crap. Oh no. That is incredibly unfortunate. Yeah, no, that is a bit silly. My bloody boat is out there now. Okay, I'm not a fan of that. There's quite literally nothing I can do. Oh my god, you're joking me. Well, this is bad. This is very bad. Can I use my helicopter here? I can. Okay, we're gonna have to come back for the boat. Oh my god, you're joking me. Oh no. Well, if I can't get that tomorrow, I have a feeling I've just lost my boat. I'm filling up my animal silo in the morning. It can hold up to 200 feet at a time, so I do this often. I wish there was an autofill button here instead of manually clicking and rising that number to the exact amount and then adding 135 feet to the silo, which is what it needed. What I didn't need is this jellyfish to harass me as I was diving for this black sea cucumber, but I can manage. Nothing special happened the next day. When I told you I spent entire days looking for things, I wasn't lying. In-game me has an opinion. It's not overly exciting stuff, I have to say, looking for these things. I do still hear that ringing though. Steamy piles of poo. I keep hearing the ringing. I don't know what that means. Someone is trying to get in contact with me, but I don't know who. Yeah, what is that noise? I keep hearing a ringing. You hear a strange sound. I'm gonna look that up right now because I'm hearing it for days. I have no idea what it means. I looked it up and it has something to do with this guy. Too bad a croc prevented me from checking it out, but it's some kind of crossover event. John sent me some dark brown floors with a very creepy letter. That's creepy, John. That's very creepy, mate. Well, John, you can look through my window and you will be very disappointed. I'll probably be sitting there with a baseball bat, mate. Remember when I caught that king prawn and I said I accidentally sold it? Yeah, I finally found it again. Addison. Come here, you devil. Got him. Got him. This is where the PD is sitting at now, making progress, and also making some good progress on the town elevation. I get some inspiration from a loading screen. That is a nice waterfall there. I would like to be able to do something like this in my town. In due time. But for now, I see that Shiela is buying fairy bread today. And remember, she pays 2.5 times more when she wants it. I do have 400 on hand, which she takes for 1.4 million dinks, which I think is a steal. And I have some more inspiration. You know what I could actually do? Oh yeah, it's definitely this animal. Look at him. You know what I can actually do? I reckon I can build like a bridge from here and build somebody else. He's trying to act all cool like he's supposed to be walking in the water. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I get interrupted there, but I want to build a bridge going to another house on the other side of the river, and I reckon that'll look awesome. You know what else is awesome? Admittedly, I do look online for things I'm looking for, and guess what happened this time? Just had to look online at what this thing looks like that I'm trying to find. Can you believe that? I had finally looked online to see what this thing looks like, and I shit you not, 5 seconds later, it's right there. Well, I'm not gonna complain. I found the thing in the end, so I'm quite happy with that. I've been doing heaps of this lately. It needs to be done, but I want to change it back up. The Baconium ore. I've been wanting to get more of these, but I was taking it easy for 10ish days while working out my son's sleeping at nighttime thing. I haven't been mining in a long time, and I grab what I usually need for down there. Before that, I get Frankie to make me another charging station. I don't know why I didn't do this before. They are really quite cheap and super helpful. I discovered that there's a new level in the mines called Hot. I haven't seen this yet. I would find out that it requires 4 ruby shards to go to the Undergrove and 4 emerald shards to go to the hot level. Undergrove for now then. I spot something else that's new, a machine, and that's a ruby or emerald chunk icon. I'll investigate this shortly because I get jumped first. I finally find an emerald and I bring it back here. Looks like it breaks the thing down into 4 shards for me, as opposed to 3, and I get a perfect emerald. That's awesome. What's not awesome are these grubs in here. I fight a complete infestation. But when I emerge victorious, an opal and a piece of Baconium is my reward. In fact, when I leave, I had found another emerald that I broke down into the same as before, and 1 more opal. I saw that tip about a waterfall and I wanted to try it out tonight. I made this first mound, but the problem with that is that the elevation levels are too close to the edges. Like when I put the water beds down, they just immediately spill over and I don't want that. I need to figure this out off camera. Hey, come in close, I need to tell you a secret. You know what's special about day 153? I liked it so much that I did it twice. First thing, charging bay. Love the idea of having 2, might even make it 3. Now how about a waterfall update? Alright, so I finally went ahead and made something here, I think. Alright, so we have this little thing starting at the top, and it comes down, and we have like an inner circle of grass as well, so then these fountains won't just fall over the edge anymore. And we've got one going all the way over the edge, so I'm going to, put grass and trees and all that sort of stuff all over this area. But I think that's nice. I like this. I reckon this will work quite nicely for us. We could even put one more over here, so hey, I'll show you what I mean. As soon as I put one here, it does that as well. To be honest, I actually kind of like that, but this I don't like, so no, that one I don't, because that doesn't look nice. After sightseeing, I sell those perfect emeralds to Johnny Boy, and looks like they would sell for maybe the same amount as a Good Valley chunk emerald. But I also got those shards, so I'm a huge fan of this. I also remembered I need to try out these first aid kits. Today is the day, I think. Also, yes, another charging bay from Frankie Boy. I gear up with my usual stuff, and I get ready to try out the hot level of the mines. Let's see what this new place is all about. Alright, looks very hot, and we have this, but we can't see far enough, actually. So interesting, righto. I explore and I find large bottles wrapped in rope, I guess. I can pick it up, but I don't know what to do with this. I throw it into the emerald thing for some reason, but then discover I can hit it and it breaks. Looks like it's large bottles of oil or water. I do need to watch my step. I nearly fell into the lava there, but for a moment I feel like I'm stuck, surrounded by pools of lava, and I can't get anywhere. What's the purpose of coming to this level? I finally use my brain, and I throw one of these bottles into the lava, and this makes what looks like a walkable space down below. So these are bottles of water, and with this newfound knowledge, I can finally move around down here. I have my first encounter with something here. Oh Jesus. Ow. Why am I running like this? What's going on? I think they have an attack that makes you go the opposite way, like inverted. I feel like that guy just inverted me. Yeah, the little bastard inverted me. This is true. When I got hit there, my controls became inverted, so I quickly ran in all the wrong directions and died. An opportunity to use the first aid kits for the first time, and they seem to have 3 uses. They heal a little bit of health each time. I try to fight what looks like these little humanoids again, but I make another misstep and I drop into the lava. I want to run away, but I realize I can't jump onto this higher platform to get back home. I have to fight these little guys to get to the bottles behind them to use them to make a path again. I get burnt again in the process. I finally kill one, but it drops no loot, which is outrageous. I'm back at the start, but still really keen to figure out the purpose of this room. I try mining, but these just bring down stalagmites that drop nothing. The map is similar to the mines. I can't see anything. I do see these flame jellies, or tiger jellies if you're a Stardew Valley fan. So, verdict. At first, I'm not a fan of this place. I found nothing all day, so I do make the choice to restart this day. I redo everything I did before, but I make a change. I take my glider into this place this time. Now, here we are again. Okay, this is definitely going to help us. Yeah, this is the way to move around in here. And I think I see something over there. Yes, I do. It's an ore of some kind, and seeing as I researched beforehand, I know that this is Baconium ore. Here's the thing, you need to lug this back to the elevator, and as I've been flying, I didn't bother making a pathway. As you can see, it's quite a trip back. I decide to make a marker where it is and make a path this way. I do get harassed by the locals, of course. And when I do have a decent path, I go back for this previous ore. Please take note here. It was a high jump and I thought I'd quickly drop the ore here and make another path around it. But when I came back, it had vanished without a trace. Past me had no idea why. Current me does, so I'll leave this a mystery until past me figures it out. He didn't have much time to think because that was literally a horde of jellies following him. I go further along this path I had already made to see if I can find another ore, but I didn't. I found one in another direction. I thought about chopping it up. You can't chop them up? Guys, come on, that is not fair. That is genuinely not fair. So I methodically made another path again. As I jackhammer up these barrels, I also break the path underneath them, which turns out to be black marble paths and they look really schmick. Now back to that gauntlet of carrying and dodging, but I successfully achieved my mission and I got 3 Baconium ore for my efforts. I'm looking for another one, and as I do, I see a giant room here. I finally find the entrance and I'll leave the clip playing here for a moment. Oh wow, okay. Oh, f me, okay. Yeah, now that's annoying. These guys, they hit you with a thing that inverts you. And that is genuinely f***ing annoying. Well, I say this, but look at that. A perfect aquamarine, some pickaxe axe, and a tally jumper remote, which will become my favorite thing. Okay, I think I'm gonna call my loss there. Those guys have a nasty debuff, like a really bad debuff on you. Yeah, let's go back up. The thing is, I don't think it's their attack specifically, but when I get hit hard enough and it makes me disorientated. Now, I figure this out later. For now, I give this remote a go, and it looks like I can teleport to any tower, and I can also charge this thing, which is a huge bonus. Now, day 153 started rough, and it ended rough, but with good loot. The next day is also going to be a good one. It starts with Frankie Boy sending me that large charging bay and also sending me 5,000 dinks, saying that it's pocket money, but really he's saying thanks for everything I do for the town. Very sweet of him. It's also a lazy Saturday apparently, because all my wombats are still sleeping, even as I milk them. That perfect aquamarine sold for 86,000, which was nice, and I decide to spend a solid day back in that hot level. My strategy changes. I look for Baconium ores, ping it on my map, and then make the path first and make sure I can actually run that path and then retrieve it. Luckily this one was 5 meters from the elevator. This is number 2. That is number 3. That would be number 4, and this is combo number 5. Today I have landed 15 Baconium ore, and when I add it to my existing pile, I have 22, more than double what Frankie Boy needs. But of course, he's the only twat who's not with the whole town here today in the tuck shop. And because it's Sunday tomorrow, I don't know whether or not he will accept this on his day off. I was planning on going to the reef anyways. But I get flashbacks of a certain bug contest when a certain Johnny boy cheated me out of a trophy when I see that Julia is visiting the next day. I have plans, and straight away Frankie boy is a part of those plans. I find him on my doorstep like it was meant to be. He automatically has a quick look at all these ores and on the spot comes up with new inventions. He says I need to come and see him, which means it's tomorrow as it's Sunday today. That's fine with me. This is going to be the highlight of today. Thank you for the Marlin. I'll just take that and I'll cook this up and sell it. Who the hell throws away this thing into the bin? Some guy just went and chucked this living fish into the bin, which I now will toss onto this thing here, and that's going to cook me up a lot of meat. Oh god, that's funny. That poor creature, goodness gracious me. I buy a pass to the island reef. I'm here specifically for a few critters and such, one of which is this sea sponge, and this Triton's trumpet 5 seconds later. That was very quick, so quick I had to kill time the rest of the day because the next thing isn't until night time. I cut down a lot of plants and seeds because I think some of these would look really nice in my future town. I think about that fish again. Why would someone just toss that giant marlin in the bin? I mean, John is literally just across. Oh, right, it's Sunday, of course. You can't sell to John on Sunday, so that person just said, "F it." They just rage quit, did they? Anyhow, the night comes and I find that thing I was looking for, a purple-winged mantis. I also find another shark statue, the same type Aubrey and I found, but I give it a little bit more thought this time. The words, 5 treasures golden to my mouth you feed, is the hint. I need to give this thing 5 treasure keys. That's going to be for next time. I make a donation to Theodore in the morning. There is another alpha croc on the loose, which means it's a chance to get another tooth I need for my weapon. Firstly, I speak to Frankie boy about his new inventions. The first lot I see is improved versions of each tool. They are costly. Very costly. So far as I'm aware, they are better than the original ones, and they do not break when the battery dies. They're also quite expensive resource-wise. This Harvac catches my eye. I have seen this before by this time. It's like a vacuum you use to gather up things, like walking through my orchard and sucking up all these fruits kind of vacuum. There's also a blast furnace, improved table saw, solar panel, and a auto sorter. All of these are really catchy to me, and that Harvac. The improved tool not so much. The furnace I will need first to actually refine the baconium. This thing just needs 10 baconium ores, not the bar, so yes, this is going to be purchase number 1. That is for tomorrow, and for today, an alpha croc needs to be slain. This mighty slingshot once killed a shark. It should work fine here. Of course, I make it as unfair as I can for the croc.
Hey, buddy.
What are you gonna do? This is cheesing it so badly, but it's okay. I also get another call in the middle of this. Maybe someone's trying to call me out on my unfair advantage. Okay, fine. I decide to finish him off by hand. Got him. Okay, cool. Yes, we got it. Beautiful. That is actually wonderful news. Okay, that is actually fantastic news. We just need to find Allmate now. So we're gonna go for it. Yep, so I just have to wait for Ted Sally again. I haven't seen him in ages, actually. So of course I waste time looking for him today. But fun fact, I don't see him again until much later. I close off my park area, seed it with grass, and I build a hedge. I build a path down here, using that mossy brick tile to suit the future vibes. I make a secondary staircase leading out of this area, and I finish by planting even more grass. In the morning, I'm ready to do some baconium smelting, and this blast furnace will help in this endeavor. It's quite big, and it does look like it's a 5:1 ratio as well, meaning I have 2 bars worth right now. Yeah, so now I have a reason again to do the mining and the money making and all that sort of stuff. So there's reasons for me to do this again. I want the baconium stuff, so I'll have to have a look at the very first thing I want. The first thing I'm thinking about getting is maybe that Harvac, as this will help ease that money making process, and mainly for the orchard grind. If you can recall, that was 10 Baconium bars, meaning 50 ores worth. It's a short while later and my first bar is ready to go, so it takes a little bit to smelt. I read a little bit about the other wishes here, and I was thinking about changing it to the dangerous wish, as it makes things hit harder, but they do drop more loot. Apparently it makes Ted Sally visit more often as well. But fun fact, no. I buy this ADM machine from Melbourne because it'll be nice to have access to my savings when I want to. It looks right at home, right in front of the bank. I look right at home in the first level of the mines. Why? Well, I don't have any emerald shards. To get the emeralds, I need to do the first level to get the ruby shards, to go to the Undergrove, to get emeralds and the shards. I actually like this design, utilizing all 3 levels of the mines this way. I find only 1 ruby, but it seems like you will always get 4 shards from a chunk and maybe the perfect gem, so it looks like it's a single pass to the next level, which is really all I need. I remembered this tele remote thing, but it says it has no network down here. Fair enough. And while I'm back up, I start to think that I would also like to revamp my crafting section as well before the end of this video. Maybe that auto sorter can be used in this endeavor. I've noticed that food doesn't heal you anymore, like it used to. They're mainly used for buffs, which is fine, and it seems you can eat 3 things before you're full, allowing for 3 separate types of food buffs. Or if you eat 3 high quality cheeses, like me, I've noticed that these buffs just stack. I never checked if the attack from the sausage roll stacks, unfortunately, but I kept the same meals. Sausage rolls, high quality cheeses, and those water brews for mining. I never strayed from these meals, to be honest. Maybe the odd meat on a stick. Anyways, the Undergrove today, as I got those ruby shards yesterday. I always forget the mine passes though. The asshole will allow me to go once into the mines, like dumbass that he is. It always bothers me, it really does, that he has the monopoly on the mines, for whatever reason. Anyways, down below a treasure room and I find my first emerald. I love it when I get a perfect emerald as well on the occasion. I fight heaps of these grubs for some of those prizes as well, but I take note of the loot, which is the raw grub meat. I get a bit of it and I wonder if this will work in the fish traps. I also find a bottle of clouds in a chest down here with the description, should I open it? Might be the same thing as a rain totem from Stardew Valley. I finally use my Z function camera angle to help me see into the next room. Like here I can see that there is no room, so I won't use a key going through this door. I'm going to do this going forward and looking into the rooms from the outside to see whether or not it's worth going inside. Like on this occasion, I can only see grubs in there. I'm not paying keys for that opportunity. But later I find a stone wand in a chest, and you're going to see how this thing works shortly. I take 16 shards home today, so 4 payments to go to the hot level. Above ground I see a meteorite shower. That is a shooting star. Make a wish, people. I'll make one. I wish to be able to take my YouTube career full time. Okay, I heard something then. Before I investigate, yes, this gross grub meat does work in the fish traps. I have 31 of these. It saves me having to use meat that I can use in my cooking. I was looking for old mate Ted Sally again, but I come across what made that noise before. What is probably a hot meteorite, but sure, I pick it up with my bare hands. I looked this up because I was curious. Yeah, so I can either sell this thing, or I can break it open and it could have Baconium ore in it. It can go for upwards of 400,000. So yes, Johnny Boy offers me just under 700,000 dinks for this. He casually says, oh look, a meteorite, like it comes around every day. I'm not fussed about money anymore. So I go ahead and I break it open for 5 pieces of Baconium, which is 1 bar and a meteorite chunk. For this chunk, John offers me 18,000. Which is significantly less. I don't know if this was the better choice, but I don't need the dinks as much as I do Baconium ore. After a sale today and a deposit, I have 5 million dinks in the bank. I spend the day down in the hot section. I find 2 Baconium ores in one place, which is an absolute bounty, and I found 8 of them today in total, which is 24 ores, making progress towards that Harvac. I wake up to this in the morning. Here's some lamington. Don't worry about how long it's been sitting in your mailbox. Eat it, it'll be fine. Thank you. I think I will indeed eat this today, because we are going to be going to the very dangerous place again, also known as hot. You heard him, back to the mines. And today wasn't as good as yesterday. I got into a big scuffle with this dwarf entity who likes to set me ablaze. I set my emotions ablaze when I can confirm that they do indeed drop nothing, even though they are tough enemies. I also figured out why my other Baconium ore disappeared that one time. Damn it! Okay, so it was the fire last time that destroyed it. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I think last time it was barely touching lava. The more you know. Mainly, the reason it was hard today was because these guys kept camping the mine elevator. Also, if you pay attention here, these bottles do kill those flame slimes when they are hit by it. It's good to know. I eventually leave with 9 Baconium, but this will make it enough to buy me that Harvac. Except it just hit 4 PM. Frankie Boy is closed now, and he's closed for the weekend, meaning no Harvac for me. Also, I wasn't a fan of that dangerous wish. I just changed it to the fortuitous one, as this improves luck, like finding things or events become more frequent, like that meteorite shower. I hammered down on my quarry again in the morning. I've been adding a little more to it. I love this area. It's not bad. So that is one round of doing all this stuff. It's very good. Getting quite a lot of things. However, there weren't a lot of things, particularly Baconium ore down below today, but I did become nostalgic. For some reason, this reminds me of The Legend of Zelda. I think maybe the lava cave, the volcano cave, where you meet the Gurons. And I get this feeling from it. Memories aside, today was a bus trip. I only got 6 ores. Now here's an interesting tip. Sitting will cause you to recover health faster. Now that is interesting. How do I sit? Where's sit? Accelerate. How does one sit in this game? Ah, you mean on a chair? I guess it'll be on a chair. But you don't have a chair when you're in the mines. Well, that doesn't help, does it? So Johnny Boy is my least favorite villager. Guess who's my favorite? Frankie! Oh, Frankie! G'day, mate! It is time to do something, musketeers. I've been putting it off, but it's time to slowly relocate the whole town. My house is first, and each movement of a building will cost me 25,000. I might need a sleep sack tonight, which Fletch gives me. I give my home its new location. It's getting time to really hammer down on this town relocation. Today, I'll sort this park area. A tree has grown naturally here, so I'm gonna leave that here. With 2 printers, I can make quick work of any elevation goals. Also, as I'm gliding here, do you see that random rock in the road here? Yeah, that was me, and I'll clean it up, but I'll show you how I did it because I did it by accident off camera. A hedge goes all the way around the park. I placed down 3 pergolas on one side. Nice, that is actually straight in the middle. Very nice. That is actually really nice, I like that. And I spruced the place up a bit with fauna and brick planters. I make some garden arches and surround the entire area with hedges as well. I plant random trees around and I magically plant rocks with this stone wand thing because I want this area to have a natural feel to it. And finally, a place for people to sit. Yep, I am having a good time decorating. I'm at Franklin's again and I look at some stuff and I see something I haven't before. The advanced slingshot, and I need 2 of these for the auto sorter. That's for later. Right now, all mate can work on a Harvac for me. Always a day, he says. No matter how hard the thing is, no matter how expensive it is, this guy will always get it done the next day. Like, if that is not service, then I don't know what is. Also, here's my house up here now. I like it. There we go. This is where I'll be sleeping from now on. Nice. I like it a lot. Get in here. Boom. Yeah, some of this stuff is all over the place, but, you know, it's fine. Walk out. There you go. Beautiful day out here. I'll still fine-tune around it, and yeah, the inside is horrid and I'll do something about that later. But later this day, this little demon gets a pot shot on me, which proves to be my demise. I need one more over here. Ow, ow, ooh, 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 that's rough. For f***'s sake. Yeah, in future I avoid these guys completely, they're just not worth the fight. Stealing these black marble paths are worth it because I have a plan for them later. And although I died, I still walked away with 27 pieces of Baconium ore. I think I'm getting the hang of this level. Or maybe I just need to die more often. Now, because I'm paying like 2 million dinks for stuff from Franklin, I continue making bread because I need to make money again. This is Franklin, hard at work by the way. I wake up to a beautiful new view, and the sight of this vacuum is also glorious. And this is even more beautiful. Franklin has sent us the hard vac. Oh yeah boy. I think this thing is just going to completely vacuum up. Yes, look at that. There's a few stragglers, but that's okay. I will do this at night still. The day is proper working hours. I've been looking for Teddy Boy periodically and still not finding him, so I spent some opals making these advanced crafting stations. They're able to reach into storage boxes a few tiles out. So if my storage management is bad, that's fine so long as it's bad close by. The cooking table is next, and when I place it down, I see I actually have ingredients for a lot of delicious meals. I just never knew because it was all over the place. Sadly, I've used all of my emerald shards, which means it's down to the normal mine level again today to get rubies, to get to the Undergrove, to get back to the hot. It's a ladder system. It's nice. It feels good knowing that I can deal with these annoying bats. Those dwarf things are a real nightmare. I use my new Z camera trick to check these rooms. Just a chest and not a ruby? Well, no need to waste 2 keys getting in there. But there is a ruby in this one, so 2 keys are worth this room. I got 2 rubies today, meaning I can go to the Undergrove twice. During the nighttime, I do my orchard stuff, and again, I love this Harvac. The orchard work continues into the morning. Look at all those jams. I want to keep Franklin busy, and I have a hard think about it, and I decide the solar panel might be a good idea, as this will speed up my blast furnace. I then sell 12 Kwangdong jams to Shiela for over 100,000, as it's top thing for them today on this occasion. It's also an Undergrove kind of day, a dangerous one. Look at this. Oh Jesus. Okay, we're in a predicament here. Luckily there is this small island, and these guys hate water, so I can kill them one by one. I found a whole treasure room area with lots of emeralds, 5 to be exact. I have 20 emerald shards, so 5 trips down to Lava Town it is. No perfect emeralds for money, but I did find 1 fossil to cover the cost, so it's no worries. Would you believe me if I told you that I'm still processing jams and brews even this night? Something that'll be more useful during the day is the solar panel Franklin just sent me in the mail. But what's next? I'm not too fussed about the improved tools. I know I've broken my dirt printer several times, but it's not that important for me to have these improved tools. Look, I would like to see what this improved table saw and auto sorter are all about. The sorter will be for later, but I can get an improved table saw now. The solar panel should also make them faster, as well as the blast furnace. I do a quick test to see how quickly it smelts iron now, and I'm delighted that for 5 iron ores I get 2 iron bars, so this thing is more efficient with the resources as well. I'm going to do these hot mines until winter. New critters and stuff will pop up then, so I have a few days. Also, I stuffed 3 cheeses into my face. I have a huge health and stamina pool as a result. Oh, I'm not fighting anything down there, so fortitude is the way to go. Look, the lava level wasn't good today. The baconiums were far and wide, but I managed to scrape in 12 ores, so okay, that's not too bad. This new table saw looks pretty smick. As you know, the base one does it 1 at a time. These guys do 10 at a time. No resource efficiency here, just 10 palm logs for 10 palm planks. All it really does is save time and a few clicks, but I like it anyways. I'm against getting a second furnace just because it's so expensive, and I can't just smelt the bars at nighttime, so I get a second improved table saw. I also notice a milestone. What's this milestone? Deep down in the shifting mines is dangerous, but you've been there a bunch. Here's a milestone for entering the mines. So out of the 66 days since yesterday, 50 days I've gone into the mines, which is a third. I've spent a third of my playthrough going into the mines. Goodness gracious me, that is insane. As if that wasn't enough, I'm there again today. Here's a tip. Remember to actually jump when using the kite. You're kidding me, you're kidding me, you're kidding me? Of course. Well, despite that, I still ended up with 21 baconium ores. The next day was the same, except I copied Linus a bit from Stardew Valley, and I found a bounty. A fake mustache. Really? Okay, well. Yep, I'm keeping this on for the rest of the playthrough. That is a mighty fine looking mustache. After I farmed my ores this day, I chipped away at the town project, which is always going on. I'm tending to my animals on the morrow, and I don't notice that it's the first day of winter. I finally lock eyes again with this ringing guy who's annoying me some. I had a look and saw that he sells a few festive type things. I'm not really interested, and on I go. I was supposed to look for peatier things, but as I don't realize that it's winter, I got fixated on building a bridge today. I decided on a location for it, but I had a slight mishap with it unfortunately, but I get it fixed in no time. My idea for this place would maybe be Rain's farming place. I notice that it's winter when I wake up, and I decide that I need to look for a few things today. I also vacuum up these grass seeds, which is really nice, and I have a really nice chest of stuff to sell here. I'm waiting for Shiela to offer top dink for fairy bread, and as you can see, I have 700 of it. I forgot to activate the bountiful wish for the occasion, but I do find one of the bugs I'm looking for quite quickly, which is this Goliath stick.
Gotcha, mate. I caught a Goliath stick.
You're all mine? Beautiful. I use that tele remote and I can teleport from right here in the middle of the jungle right back to town. This will come in useful later. So here's a painful task. One that actually takes a few days. Longer actually. The blue sea slug and the blue ringed octopus. One is in winter all day, and the other one is winter at nighttime. The wiki classifies them as very rare and super rare. I'm in for a bad time. I didn't have this wish active before, so I go ahead and do this now, but I don't know if this affects the critters. So yes, I'm going to be doing this for a few days, maybe a week. It was painful. A shark is not an octopus or a slug. This jacaranda tree is neither of those things, but I started buying these in between because I wanted to use them. Oh look, not the critters I'm looking for.
Here's my other boat. Speaking of the devil, do you remember this one where it got lost to the ether?
Oh, that's funny. I see snow for the first time when I wake up this morning. Rain also sent me a baseball cap.
Thank you, Rain.
I look like a... I look like such a dad. Yeah, I look like such a dad with this one, which is now applicable, actually. So there you go. Oh, it's beautiful. I found a giant snowball? Yep, and apparently John will buy this 3.8 kilogram snowball for 500 dinks. Bargain. I also have this area elevated and ready. I'm also ready to sell these 700-ish fairy bread to Shiela, and she's prepared to give me 2.6 million dinks. Bloody bargain. I also walk in on something.
Before we continue on, let's go ahead and do this. That looks...
I think I'm interrupting something here. I go vacuum some fruit. I vacuum some water. This one is particularly satisfying, and I'm happy knowing that my orchard is so big that my Harvac runs out of juice before I'm done. I can easily charge it, which is quite nice. I also realize this place may need to be bigger, otherwise Rain is going to take a step outside right into the wheat fields. Nah. More space is required. Of course, you know what happens next. You're joking me. Well, it's a good thing I'm nearly done with this stuff. You heard him, printing is nearly done. It looks like I'm just gonna go forth with the one. I don't want to keep spending opals and miss out on that weapon I've been longing for. Hey, I can see Jimmy out there. He's not a Ted Sally, but he's someone else. Allmed sells a key cycler, and this thing grabs my attention, turning unwanted relics into keys. So after I go withdraw some money, I get this thing, and I have a wee little bit of a look this night for those 2 rare specimens. At home, I put down this key thing and I throw in some air hats to see how long this takes. It took 3 air hats there, by the way. I get the impression that Brain is trying to accessorize me, because she sent me a sailor shirt. Looking mighty fine, I must say. You know what else is fine? Did I put my compactor in there? No, we have an extra compactor. Nice. Now that is genuinely something appreciated. Now if someone could throw away a dirt printer, that would make me very happy. That's wishful thinking, but what I can plan for is getting seeds of every kind from Rain when I can. Season specific ones as well, like these winter carrot seeds. I want a chest with every single thing to make me happy. This key cycle thing makes me happy as well. It has churned out a single key for me in exchange for 3 air hat things. Each relic has its own different ratio, like those smooth slates are a 2 for 1 key. But I am a fan of this, it solves my key supply dilemma. Maybe I'll get another one. I go slay another alpha crocker who has gotten a little careless, and I carelessly look around for those 2 aforementioned specimens, for the rest of the day in fact, with no success. This carried on to the next day. I'll be honest, it's not a highlight of the game. Hey developers, I'm sure that a Critters book would have crossed your minds. It surely crossed mine dozens of times. I can't stomach Critter searches for too long, so I switch it up. I noticed I'm running low on hot cylinders, so I do a bit of a treasure hunt for old time's sake, and I think I have this farming area size figured out. Finally, I plant some grass around the perimeter and finish it off with a hedge to add to the farming feel. I add a hedgeway into the farming spot, and I think these mossy tiles also add a nice feel to it. Rain is going to have her own little park area next to her house, so another hedge divider it is. A couple of garden lights, a couple of trees, and I get the idea that the jacaranda trees would be a very good idea to really liven up Rain's area. I've never seen them by the way, and I'll showcase this place again with the tool. I make a choice the next morning. Alright, that's it. We're opening this up. What does this do? The air gets thicker. The air gets thicker. Right. Okay. The air just got thicker, apparently. I'm assuming that thing summons rain. Guess what I'm doing later? I have to say, anyone who has done this book, the PDF and stuff, 100%, yeah, you've got some determination. Now, here's something new. I jump in after some bubbles, but these are different. That has to be it. That is it. That is it. That is it. Okay, keep my eye on it. Keep my eye on it. So yeah, this one is a moving target. A fast moving target. Seriously? Okay, I see where you are. Okay, I see you, I see you. Okay, man. Okay, I see it. It's very quick, isn't it? Okay, I can't lose it. I have to find it again. Where are you, little demon? There you are. Not only that, they make it the fastest thing that's ever existed. Now that is rage-inducing. They actually make it so it runs away from me. Are you joking me? So I lost it until later this night again. It's there. Okay, so. Why would you make something like this? Why is this a thing? I'm James Bendon. I didn't find it again, and I wasn't going to try past the late stage because your guy gets tired at this point, slowing you down, which would make this impossible. However, I've now seen it, so I have renewed energy for this the next day. As you can see, I have some coconut things that give me a movement speed buff, as well as that very stale lamington Clover sent me in the mail a little while ago. I was not taking any chances. I spot him quickly this time, and I buff up. Got him. Okay. People, I am old. I don't want this kind of stress in my life. Okay, let's swim to shore. Small and highly venomous, but I'm carrying it in my hands. For my generosity and for my, I don't know, daring to catch a poisonous thing. I continue with the moving of the buildings and I decided on Rain's greenhouse tonight. I chuck it down where it belongs. You get a glimpse of some additional stuff I added to the area, all you lucky viewers. As it's been several days, I looked up a guide to finding the blue sea slug. It mentioned looking at the edge of the map, so I went there. Interesting. Okay. Right, so I didn't see anything out here, but for some reason, My helmet light became much stronger. This persisted when I rode back into the map, and I have a very clear vision of all the marine life under the surface of the water. No need to look for bubbles because I can see everything, especially another octopus on the left there, can you believe it, the cheeky bugger. Now this night I didn't see the slug, but I do see Rain in a new town the next morning. A bit lonely and bare I admit, but I'm about to take this town development into overdrive. Also, should I be Theo's wingman? Why would Shiela would like a photo of Theodore. It's a little bit creepy, but there you go, Theo. You're in, mate. You're in, mate. Now look at this massive sale I'm about to make to old Johnny Boy. A whole 1.6 million worth of dinks. Who carries that much in their cash till? Anyways, I'm moving the tuck shop this night. It helps having the foundation planned out, so 1, 2, 3, you're done. Frankie Boy strikes me as someone who would appreciate a pine forest, so I'm going to hide his home among some pine trees. All homes will have garden beds, it's just the right thing to do. Doing this vision light glitch thing is not the right thing to do, but you know what? It does say that this sea slug is incredibly rare. And I have seen a couple of people post online on Reddit and stuff that they're saying, you know, they've never seen this thing before in their lives. What the hell kind of fish is that? That's a blobfish. Focus, mate. And after a short while, it's hard to see. It's right there. There we go. Got it. Okay. Look at my guy, he's just like, oh thank God. I know, finally. This is what Shiela's place looks like the next morning. Very nice. I like it. I really do. It's just a shame that I can't put tables and stuff underneath these pergolas. But it's fine, people can always come in and sit down here. So it's not really that much of a concern, I don't think. But yeah, there you go. This slug took a full 7 days to find. I was curious on how much it sells for. That is heaps, but of course this cretin is going straight to the museum. Here's a pedia update. 1 fish left, 3 bugs and 3 critters. Oh, so close. Frankie's house is next, but after I slapped it down, I realized I messed it up. Well, that one will take a few extra days now. Do you see this open barren space here? This is going to be Fletcher's new home. I decided that this one needs to be elevated a bit, and my favorite tune to hum comes on. Dun, 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 dun. As this was on raised ground, I decided that the wood foundations look dumb. I think this needs to be on solid cement foundation, that makes sense, but these will be hidden by planter boxes anyways. A road is up in due time, looking good, looking good. And as the sun sets, I have a basic design around it as well. I also felt that 2 jacaranda trees were needed here. What else was needed was to fix up the placement of Frankie Boy's house. I wasn't pleased with it. Also, I'm sure that John must be hungover, because look at this. John's like, oh crap, I'm late. Did he just run past his own shop? Oh, that's funny. He runs so fast that he runs past his own shop. Mate, 10 points to Hufflepuff there for you. I then spruced up Fletcher's area with lots of fauna. I like using these green shrubs and ferns, but I was running low on them as they were also an ingredient for the hedges, so I made more garden spawn points for them. I then taught some of the wildlife. You can never catch us, mate. You're just not gonna... You can't do it, eh? Yeah, you can't get up here, can you? Come on, I dare you. I continued to buy future potential farm seeds, and I always buy these jacaranda trees from Rain. I crafted up a lot of cement fences because these will be the fences around the entire town. I make those 3 sprinklers for Rain's farming location, and I completely forgot that they needed to be in range of a water tank. Something I forgot in the design. So, because I forgot it, it just went outside the perimeter. Well, we are ready to start some small scale farming here now. I then placed those cement foundations around the entire boundary of the town, followed with cement fences with those stone lanterns on some corner points. And later this night, I start to figure out John's future location. The next morning, it's snowing, so Jimmy is here and I'm keen to get another key cycler as I'm a fan of this thing. I moved Frankie's house again, and I wanted that extra foundation boards in front of his house because I wanted added a chest of relics here for future commissions. I put the key cyclist in front of his place for ease of travel, as I'll be doing this quite often. Now, it is no secret that I'm not a fan of John, and seeing as he's a clumsy oaf, I thought I'd put his place on some elevated ground, make a bit of a trip hazard for him. As I'm trying to figure this out, Franklin comes to investigate what's going to be his future neighbor's place. This is how I'm getting on with it this night. This is what I meant by having a box of relics in front of Frankie Boy's house. I'm placing Fletch's house down next. You can see those jacaranda trees are really quite big, and I've also planted pine trees around the area. It's a town hall building, so it needs to have a majestic entrance. I placed down whatever statues I've hoarded in the last 180-ish days, and after fiddling around, I came up with this thing. I wanted to use more lighting options, and this wooden lamppost sounded good, but the way it connects to a fence was awkward, especially since I had cement fences, so I didn't use these. Nope, I stuck to these copper bulbs every 7 or so tiles for the main road. Now there was an awkward space in front of Fletcher's place, so I quickly grabbed 2 flower pots and that seemed to do the trick. John's shop has gone down next, but this empty space behind his shop really gives me the stink eye. So a foundation is prepared, just a flat elevation because I think it might be weird to place Irwin's barn on elevated ground. I only do half of the planter boxes I normally do for this occasion. I personally don't like gum trees. I have plenty of them in the bushland behind my house, so I have gum leaves in my yard as a result. But I think gum trees suits the vibe for Irwin, so that's what I did. This is going to be one magnificent location for a barn. Now obviously it's been months since Aubrey has visited, and I forgot that she gave me this statue. Why do I have a creepy statue? Seriously? Well, turns out it can be a storage container, so I will use it as such. Anyways, her place has been sitting there for quite a while. It's time to move it into its nook, but I had run low on palm planks, so I was about to chop some down, when I finally hear what I want to hear. But for some reason it's... Okay, we have just found old mate. I did not expect to run into him. Hey, buddy. I don't have any of the stuff on me, but I have my teleport remote, and with it I use a function, which is to create a signal. Now I should be able to teleport home and come back to the spot. I see something weird though. It's taken me like 80 days. What the hell? Did they all just fabricate out of my poop chest, did they? Yes, they did, and I also mentioned 80 days. It was actually 59 since I really started actively looking. I had been searching before then as well, but it had been a long time since I saw him. Once I have what I need, I tell the remote to call signal, which I did just before, and it takes me back to where I was. Very handy. You can make one signal at a time, and it works for the entire day. Anyways, I peruse Old Mate's weapons, and new weapons, seeing as there have been updates and I haven't seen him in so long. There was a bone bow, which I will track and I will get sorted later tonight to help with those little dwarfs down below. The arrows for it will be a bit expensive, however. A balloon sword, despite the fact that it's made from a ruby shard. A star saber, which is very powerful and also expensive. I can see where those perfect gems are utilized. I shouldn't get distracted too much. I finally get the alpha spear I wanted since my first 100 days video. This is it in action. Nice, look at that. That's a lot of power. I then go get that bow and as many arrows as I can make. You're gonna have to wait for a test though. The next morning. Hey Johnny boy. Look, he's in his new place and looks like he's already stuck. He stepped on top of the thing, has he? No, he hasn't. Can you fall off it? You can fall off it. Well, it's a bit of a trip hazard, mate, but you know what? I think you're gonna be fine. After such a cheerful chat to John, I set up Irwin's barn in its new spot. Oh, I can't wait. In the meantime, it's Sunday and I want to go to the Holiday Island spot. I collect a bit of foliage again, but I am here for a reason. The reason takes me to the skies and I start looking for sharks. No, not the fleshy ones that I once took down with a slingshot about 100 days ago. Also not what I'm looking for, but I want to mention this quickly. These trees look really nice. Like, I mean, these are absolutely gorgeous trees. I wish I realized I could take the seeds and plant them back home. Damn it. But this is what I was looking for, that shark statue. The astute would have noticed the keys I have on my person. Well, 5 keys are in the statue now, and it begins to hum. A moment later, it gives me a treasure map. X marks the spot. I actually give the shark 2 sets of keys, and I check again. I have 2 X marks the spot locations now. The first one is here, and it's a blue chest. I like blue. A good find already, but within this hidden bounty, 2 pieces of baconium, and a key to replace one of the spent ones. The next one was here, a green chest. And at first I was like, meh, not that great, until I opened that blueprint. A sailboat? A wind-powered boat? Are you joking me? That sounds amazing. I'm definitely going to live my One Piece fantasies. So come aboard and bring along all your hopes and dreams. Together we have found everything that we're looking for. One Piece. It's a bit expensive, but as you've noticed, I'm quite the One Piece fan, so I absolutely will make this. Oh, yes? Hell yeah, look at this thing. Oh, that is amazing. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is significantly quicker than a little rowboat. My guy's just loving it. He's like, yeah! Let's go back to where it all began. I mean, this is how you park a boat, isn't it? Sweet, there we go. Nice. Right at the wharf. Beautiful. Right, let's head home. At home, I have a few pieces of mail. Sally has sent me a room divider. This could actually help with the future house organization. And Clover sent me 10,000 dinks. I always go and see if there's dialogue with the villagers about this so-called drop money, but nothing ever eventuates. Well, I try to be honest. Irwin looks like he's nestled quite nicely here, and Aubrey's house is going to be elevated higher, I reckon. I need some sort of staircase and a road to lead to her house, of course. My farming seed chest is starting to look full as well. Look at all those seeds, some of which were jacaranda trees, so down they go here. Hey Aubrey, I think you liked purple, right? A bit of purple here, and wait till you see these trees. Now I need to rejig the future museum location. I have a little think while I harvest up all my fields. I think this will be my last time actually. Oh nope, scratch that last one. Here I am planting a field of wheat. I do start processing the sugarcane this night. At least with the windmill, it speeds it up. For some reason, I'm getting lots of mail these days. Here's a banger. What do you want, mate? It was nice to talk to you the other day. Thanks for being a good friend. Theodore, I haven't spoken to you in ages, mate. Speaking of Theodore, I am working on his humble abode next. I sometimes need to go and investigate the building a bit before getting into it, like what is the entrance like on this building, and I decide the museum, being full of things I've been donating, needs to reach the bloody sky. Speaking of raising the earth, I'm a big fan of this thing. Yeah, it is a good one, I concur. And on top of this plateau, the museum goes down. Don't blink because that was the final cut. I can't wait for these pine trees to grow, it's going to look awesome. Now what about the space between the museum, Aubrey's place and the town hall? While I think I tend to my animals, I've been doing chores every single day by the way, including making the processed products with all these base animal things. I then inhaled an entire orchard. The Harvac is such an awesome tool for this application. I zigzag between billy cans, demonstrating what an awesome brewing technique I have. I am a master of course, and with all that work I decided it should be the bandstand location. The only thing is, when I look at it the next morning, I was hoping it would cover more of the palmwood foundations. Oh wow. I'm on the other side of town, a red barren landscape, but I will make it lively. I start by figuring out how I want the roads to flow through here, eventually settling on a very simple design. I decided the bank and Melvin's shop should be down here together, and concluded that the entrances will look like this. Back at the band station, I plant some trees and thinking I'll use some pergolas here, because that makes sense to me. Shade-giving things with more natural shade-giving things for an outdoor community gathering point. I'm a little bit peeved that I have to pick this thing back up so I can put some grass underneath it, but here we are. It's going to look very nice. Johnny Boy greets me in the morning. Haven't tripped down yet, have you? As I'm gliding here, you can see some future locations I have planned out. I slapped the bank on top of the 2-level elevation, thinking that it would look nice. Also, look how barren the old town looks at this point. It seems like I decided that the last few buildings will all be raised. There you have it. I was thinking maybe the helipad will go here, but I eventually changed my mind. The reason for it involved an epic story which I'll share when the time comes. For now, I hadn't really figured out anything with the airport, and to be blunt, the airport will stay where it is. Anyhow, it's getting to the point where the main work on the town is getting done, but I'm gathering flowers and such so I can plant things there. I will need to move all my chests full of craftables when the time comes. My god, it's an eyesore. And speaking of eyesores... No, I'm not really happy with where the bank is right now. It's too high. So how about we take that down one thing? Okay, we're gonna take that down one. Yep, all good. The bank and Melvin's will be swapped. And because it's swapped, the ADM is going to come right here as well. I reckon that'll be beautiful. Just like that. Come up, cha-ching, and go that way. I like it. I like it a lot. I reckon that's going to be very sniffy. Beautiful. I wanted a secondary waterfall. There needed to be something else in this area. I'll make it a simple, straightforward one, so I raise the land a bit. I make it a step down sort of thing, with elevated ground around it for trees and such. At first the one step drop didn't look epic enough, so I changed it to a 2-step drop and I like this better. At the bottom I wanted the water to collect around what is going to be 2 jacaranda trees when I have the second one. And a short while later I've planted some pine trees and shrubs around the waterfall. I think it's going to look very sniffy. I discovered something I could do. I am a complete menace to these people. Jump on his head. Hop on his head. Jesus, I could jump on their heads. Oh goodness gracious me, such disrespect. Now what's a waterfall without some extra shade? I got a new hat the next day. Oh yeah, I look like a golfer. With a spear, of course. Of course. Now remember what I said about not putting the telepad over yonder because there's a funny story to it? Guess who's back today? Max. Remember, this is Theodore's younger brother, despite looking 10 years his senior. Do you recall what happened last time? I partook in the competition, didn't read the rules, lost badly, and I didn't think much of it, until I realized, oh wait, to make a fish pond, I must have a trophy. Well, today is my day. I know now that I can only catch barracuda. They're worth 1 point each, and I need to log my final score before 4 PM. Like 4 PM sharp, people. I sign up and the competition has begun. I like how I go and do other stuff first before going fishing. It seems like I have a lot of confidence in myself, but I have my raft and I go look for these monsters. This is one of the devils. They are fighters, by the way. They take a short while to reel in, so I try to row the boat just above them to minimize the catch time. This is number 2. You can hear my mild frustration here. Oh, jump in the boat, you... This is number 4, I believe, followed with a quick number 5. Right, so it's 3:31 PM. I'm in the middle of hooking this final barracuda. And listen to me fumble the remote here. No! Yes. Oh. And from the looks of it, I'm abandoning ship. With literally 10 minutes, which is what, 20 real-time seconds, I log my score. Oh my god. Jesus, 10 seconds. Who's winning? Now, I swear to God, John, if you come and clutch at the last second, I'm gonna murder you with a trowel. Let's see who won. Before checking the book, I sell these barracuda to Allmate. He buys 9 of them for 276,000, which is a bargain. Now, I am certain I won. There was like 5 seconds to the clock. Alright. Who's me? Yes. Wait, excuse me? You're joking me. In those last 10 seconds, you're telling me that Johnny Boy caught 2 fish. Are you joking me? Are you actually pulling my leg right now? I have this on camera. I logged my catch at like 350 something and I was 2 points ahead of John. You're telling me somehow John snuck in here? You're unbelievable. At least it says I'm first, so I should be able to get the thing that I have rightfully earned. God damn it, John. You see, that's why I dislike that. You know, I gotta go have a bit of a word with him. You know, I call complete and utter shenanigans on John's bullshit. Yeah, there's no, that is bull. That is ridiculous. Oi mate, you and I need to have a discussion, and I'm gonna hold this to your face so I can honest answer. Today went fast. Yeah, it's like he's laughing in my face. It's already the bloody Arthur. I'll see you later. I hate this man. Well, anyways, I should get that trophy now. And I'll make a fish pond in this little nook here. Wait till you see what fish I put in here. And not fishes, a singular fish. By the way, this is what this area is looking like now, and I decided to incorporate a few palm trees in the vicinity as well. Let us confirm it. And let's see here, fishing comp champ, oh yeah. Yep, looks like I got first, but I shared it with Johnny the Filthy Cheater. I'm a fan of this place, I'm really liking this. Oh, he's gonna walk out here, he's gonna have a view. He's gonna stand next to his Billy Buttons, he's gonna stand over here, put his hand on the thing, burn his hand a little bit, get a bit of a scolding, but appreciate the view. I'm loving it. Melvin, god damn it, I can't even see the... You're not getting your 10,000 back, mate. Yeah, Melvin sent me 10,000 in the mail and I tried to return it. He wasn't there, I checked. Also, if this isn't a chipmunk laugh, then I don't know what is. Beautiful. Yes, it is. Boom. I also seem to ramble and quote movies a lot while I play. Listen to this. As well, wherever it is, there it is. Oh, there it is. There you are. Come into the light, thief. Bilbo Baggins. What is a Baggins? Precious. I know what you are and what you are not. And you are not gods. You're not a god. How dare you? Who's watched The Road to El Dorado? Classic. Yep, I'm weird. Can confirm. Guess what? I found a small pot in this recycle bin. A piss pot, if you will. Fascinating. What does it do? Is it just a small pot? Alright, here. There you go. You know, back in the old days, people used to, you know, pee in pots that were under the beds and stuff so they didn't have to go all the way out or something. Well, that's what I think about you, John. Speaking of which, I have forgotten I needed to make something, didn't I? Correct, I have forgotten about the fish pond. Only thing I'm missing is seaweed. So we need to go out and gather some seaweed, do we? Now how do I go about doing that? With bombs. Well, you can't argue with results. That is how you collect seaweed, ladies and gentlemen. You take a bomb into the ocean and you blow up the seaweed, thus allowing you to collect the rare specimens. So how about that fish pond? Oh, it's huge. It can actually fit perfectly well here. I might put it over here, actually. It does look nice here, but what fish do I add in here? No fish yet, but I tried the tropical grass in this section and I'm quite happy with it. The last thing I want to move is the visitor tent area. Well, that visitor is going to be right next to a lovely waterfall. It's getting to the point where I need to fill in all the gaps and put some furniture and stuff all around the town. This bus stop will be a good start. One at the end of the main road and one at the start of the main road. I place some chairs around so people can actually sit, and I finish with the main road lighting. But I completely forgot about catering to people's need to relieve themselves. Well, one isn't enough, I'll have to make more. You know, sometimes, I remember one time, I was catching the bus, and I really had to go to the toilet. So, my wish was for a dunny. Classic. A little later, I'm on the open water, wrestling this marlin. Why, you ask? Alright, so, have you ever seen a marlin in a pond? Oh no, this is illegal. This is truly illegal. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my god. Let's feed it a yabby. The fish look happy. If you don't know what a yabby is, it's a freshwater crustacean. Clearly what a marlin eats. I fed a marlin a yabby. Oh, this is so good. I start to put brick garden beds in the middle of the road, but all my crap is barring my way, so I start to wheel them out of here, and I try to find a spot for the bulletin board. Is it going to be better if the bulletin board is here? G'day, mate. How do you like your piss pot? He is eternally grateful. Yeah, I'll make your trip hazard even worse, mate. So as soon as you fall down, you just, crack your head open on the side. Wow, I am savage towards John. Deserves it though. I'm moving the visitor site and I was going to go with hedges all around this one, but kind of disliked the way it looked. And when I saw how it was going to connect to the cement fences, I said, yeah, nah, not going to happen. This corner where all my junk was is cleaned up and nice planter brick things are awaiting pretty flowers. While the town is coming to an end, I have my workshop area I also want to redesign, and I start to put thought into that. I sprinkle a few dunnies around the town as well, so hopefully there will never be a line. Well, that hole in the door would make it very awkward. I also went the standard planter boxes around the visitor tent. Now by the end of day 194, the town I felt was done, but I wanted to wait for some trees to grow so that I can show you what it looks like when I give you the full tour. In fact, not in winter, I'll wait till spring, so on to other things. I'm sizing up my workshop area the next morning. I want to keep it a designated cooking hub and a crafting hub. Something else I need to do is clean my house. I'm very thrilled about this prospect. Right. Oh my lord. Yeah, I'm starting to really reconsider. Yeah, I've hoarded pretty much every single thing NPCs have given me. It's a mess and I will eventually get to this house later. For today, I will start on the industrial area, is what I will call it. I start by picking everything up and tearing down the old paths around here. I want to do this industrial crafting section on those black tiles I got from the lava caves. I think these will look very schmick. I'm probably going to have a windmill for each area, and the windmill will be the central location expanding out. I fear I don't have enough black tiles. That means hot trips purely for more black tiles. What is not hot? Well, kind of, is the surface of the world as it's the final day of winter. I'm going to be spending it in the mines looking for those tiles, and I'm also going to take these weapons as I'm keen to try them out. I find my first victim. As you can see, I clearly have great archery skills. I eventually get the kill and immediately make a fool of myself. Ow. Well, it is all worth it for these black marble tiles. So knowing my luck, I am just here for those tiles. But on every collection of them, there's at least one little dwarf man. Often two. I was hoping for like an easy expedition, but oh well. This little fella was the first one to taste my alpha spear. I am killing them much quicker. That is a nice kill with the spear. Quite quick, a lot of DPS because of that earth shaking thing. Although I was really excited for this bow, I felt a little underwhelmed by it. I think it was the arrows. A bit of an effort to make them, and I kept missing, which makes it feel meh. It could also be my fault. So I got what I came for, 180 marble tiles, which later I've placed around this windmill. I try a few methods on how I want to set this up, but because I'm currently winging it, I'm not a fan. It's too chest heavy in the center here, I feel. It's the first day of spring and I have mail from Melbourne. Hey, this guy has actually realized what I've done for the town. Thank you very much, Melbourne. That is hugely appreciated. I'm yet to show you guys the town tour. No, not yet. First up is the final fish I need for the pedia, and among these names I see a bunch of question marks. This is the golden perch. Next up are a few bugs, like the cicada that was sneakily sitting on the tree here. It's 4 hours later and I find the next fellow on my list, the stag beetle. I have but one bug left and I missed the morning opportunity for that one, but I grabbed that opportunity the next morning when I see my quarry, the ladybird. Okay, so pedia update again. 50 bugs, 42 fish. We have literally just 3 critters left. I find one of those critters shortly. Ooh, are you serious? Did I just find that one in the first go? Rock oyster? Rock oyster. Beautiful. That's one down. One more to go, which is the purple sea urchin. Before I find the next one, I need to make a quick detour, so I set a teleporting recall location on this rock in the middle of the ocean to teleport back to. I beamed myself home to buy a few seeds I wanted, like green beans and onions. I try to do the vision cheat thing again to help look for the next critter, but unfortunately it backfires and it makes my screen all murky. The only way to fix this is to reset the day, but I might as well sleep until the next one. So guess what I find on the morrow?
Oh, this one looks promising. Ooh, this one looks very promising. Ooh, this one looks very promising.
Purple sea urchin. We got it. Nice. That is very nice.
You know what that means? That means that the last of the things that we can do for now has been done. Which means there's one thing left. And it's the purple mottled crab. And that's not until summer. So I'm kind of... my hands are tied until that's done.
That's right, the last thing for my book isn't around until summer, 26 days away. Well, I am planning on doing a full tour shortly, so to prepare for that I till up this small farm plot. I plant some good old classic wheat, and I toss up 2 scarecrows because I forgot about them.
Just woke up here, it's day 200, it is technically the final day of what you would say I play 200 days, but there is still some more stuff that I want to do. Whew, look at that purple, that looks beautiful, mate. I'm liking that. There's still a couple of things that I still want to do before I would consider myself done with this game.
This animal area needs to be revamped. The entire crafting section needs to be redone, and I want to clean up my house. There is that single critter left which will come later. There may be a few more machines that I want, but I definitely want this auto sorter. This takes an advanced slingshot, so today my mission is getting that bad boy. Too bad I don't realize it takes 2. They are in the Undergrove chests, and when the elevator comes crashing down into a key room, it's a good sign. Also, this alpha spear proves quite powerful against hordes of bugs. It's worth it because miraculously I find what I'm looking for.
Is this it? Yes, the advanced sprinkler. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
I'm yet to realize I need another one, but I've played 200 days and I stopped recording every single day now, but I'm going to showcase a few things. This is day 204.
So I want to show the people this. This is what I've done to this area thus far. I've expanded the animal area and I've taken it all the way out in this direction. So you can see it's one straight line. I've increased the entire water source. So we'll see how this is going to look in a little bit because I've planted trees, etc, etc. I still have that entire thing over here. I haven't changed that. That's all my storage that's yet to be moved. And this is what I've done thus far with the thingy place. So I've got this going at the moment. And I'm yet to fix out the storage. I still have to find a secondary long advanced slingshot to be able to make that item I really want. I moved the mine to over here because, yeah, no, I like it over here. It looks good. It suits. Now this is the big one. I've pretty much almost sorted out the entire food production area. So anything that's food is over here. Not that I'll be using it much anymore, but I just wanted to put everything here to make everything look nice, etc, etc. I'm quite happy with how this place turned out. I knew that the food production area had to be bigger than the metal production area, just because it's got a lot more machines. Like, these take up a good 1/5 of the entire working space. And then yet all the billy cans and stuff, I managed to make it like in pathways and everything like that. So I'm quite proud on how this all actually came together. So I will still put, you know, the storage here and all that sort of stuff to make sure that everything is within range of this thing. All the storage is over there somewhere, so I've got to figure that out, but that's going to be for off camera until I finally figure it out.
It's day 205, and I want to give you a full tour of the town, mostly unedited.
So I said that I'll do a tour of the town at some point, so I'm going to do that right now. So it's the next morning, so it's day 205. I just showed off that place before, so let's just go with this. Never really fixed up this entrance, but I think it's fine. So what we're going to do is not have that selected. This is where my house is. So we got my house over here, got like, you know, a bit of a tree situation going on over here, so I can sit on this thing. So this is going very well. See, I got a bit of a view going on side. I'll actually jump on top so you can see what it looks like.
So this is where my house is. I'm quite proud of it. I really like these jacaranda trees. They look really nice. And these what do you call this, pergolas are really good as well. Coming down the stairs, we have this big long, street and all that sort of stuff. Sheila's waiting for a bus that's probably never going to come. But here we have more pergolas going into her section. The tuck shop's over there. The only thing I'm a bit upset about is that these pergolas, you can't put anything underneath them. So that chair I picked up just before, anything that goes directly underneath it, it won't work. So that's unfortunate. But anyways, regardless, people can sit inside of here. So that's perfectly fine, and they can come and chill here if they so desire. Now going back here, we got a couple of these dunnies all over the place as well. So don't worry, people can go to the bathroom if they see fit. They can have a look at people, walking by, which is pretty funny. We'll go here on the left for a second. This is the museum. I've elevated the museum to one level up. It's got some pine trees around it, so I'm very happy with how this one came along. It looks very snazzy. And just behind it, I just put the old recycle machine here. Oh yeah, we're gonna grab that. Goodness me, why would people do that? The teleporter is right here. Some flowers, a bench. And what I want to quickly do, as we're going around this, I'll get to that down there in a second. This was Aubrey's little house that I just prepped up for her when she visited at around day 33 or something. And this is the area that she made at that time. So hers is more natural and just goes with the environment, etc, etc. A little pond area, and I quite like it. It's a nice little area. It's not like protected from wildlife, so something can go up there, but her pond is connected to the river. So I really do like this. I like how it's all come together. We'll just get a couple of yabbies here, because we need to do something here. There's a reason why I'm catching these yabbies. So yeah, that's Aubrey's place. It's come along very nicely as well. Gonna come over here. We got some pergolas, more jacaranda trees, and then we have this town building. I forget what it's called, but the band stage or something. But yeah, so people can all come over here and have a bit of a look-see. They've got a wonderful view over in this direction, so I'm liking this. And there's a river down there. The entire town is elevated, by the way, so it's 2 or 3 things higher. Coming back this way, before we get to there, we'll just go over here as well. Sorry, that's a frame drop here. Now over here we have Franklin's house. I didn't do any elevation for Franklin, but here is Franklin, and this is looking very good for him. Got a little bit of a thing. He's out here in the pine forest, so I'm liking how his one has come along. I've still got a chest there that has everything that's, scientific and all that sort of stuff. I may move this chest, probably. Got this thing making the keys and whatnot. We'll get, actually, no, we'll do this one now, actually. Go down, and we have in this map, we have this, so this is where I just showed you. My house, museum, Aubrey, the tuck shop, Franklin's house. Then I have this little park area in the middle. Got a couple of pergolas here. Got some, nice shade on this side. And then I decided to make a bit of a fountain situation here. At the very top, I have this waterfall running down, and it's going to go all circular. And it is actually not going to connect to itself. And by that, I mean this. If you put a waterfall directly underneath another one, it will just go down. So if I was to actually put... if it didn't have these spaces in between the water running down, it would just be this giant fountain, and I didn't want that. I actually wanted a waterfall. So we got a bit of parkland. We got another dunny here, because you always need a dunny. Some more spaces for people to sit, another little bit of a water feature, more spaces to sit, a bit of a situation here where they can sit. So what we're going to do is just quickly jump up here. If I can get up here. There we go. Sweet. And let's just jump to the very top, and that's how this place is looking from the top. I really like how this has come along. It looks really nice. I'm quite proud of how that park actually came. And I even used these green things here to make it look more like a forest and all that sort of stuff, like it's overgrown and such. Yeah, I'm very happy with how this one came along. It looks really nice. Gonna go back the way we came. And up here we have the town center, or where Fletch works. It's like the main building in the place, and it's at the very back here, so that's where Fletch is. A little bit of a walkway, some statues. It kind of reminds me of those statues from Ghostbusters, if you remember that film. Another dunny there, of course, some more jacaranda trees, a couple of these pots and everything as well, so we know what her place looks like inside. I don't need to show you that, but a couple of trees on the opposite side and everything. So yeah, I'm reckoning this one looks very nice. I'm quite happy with this as well. Here is old Johnny Boy. Not a fan of Johnny Boy because I've given him a piss pot because I just thought it was funny. I didn't realize that the outside of his place is like this, so this is actually a trip hazard. But because I don't like the guy too much, you know what, he can live with this trip hazard. It's perfectly fine. Gonna leave this chest here so that anything I still need to sell, I can sell to him, and I will do that. And yeah, the entire road has got these chairs, or you know, these light bulbs going all the way, maybe every 7. Then I've got these brick flowers, you know, going left and right. It's kind of like a street, so to speak. Here's Irwin's barn. It's actually on the same elevation, whereas All Made here is on a different elevation. I try to be clever with his thing, which is why I got that trip hazard here. I tried to make it like a bit of a, you know, a wall with a hedge, and then walk up here and go there. It almost worked out. I mean, I can fix this up, but I just can't be bothered. Irwin's barn, nothing overly special. I just made sure to put some of these gum trees, because I thought, you know, gum trees are more Irwin's thing. And over here, so this is the road that's still going to go in that direction. This main road does pretty much go like this, and it does circle the big park. But before we go on the opposite side, we're just going to go over this bridge. I wanted to incorporate a bridge somewhere, so over on this side we have another dunny, of course, and it looks more natural here because this is the farming area, of course. You've got some more jacaranda trees, so Rain can sit over here and actually, you know, really enjoy herself. Can I just put this like this? There we go. So this is where Rain can sit and, you know, enjoy her view, which is really nice. And she's got a little bit of a farming situation. Hey, that's Irwin. Oi mate, how you going? Here we go. We got these guys here. We've got a water tank, so I've got a chest over here that's going to slowly just get every single seed that I need. We got Rain in here. I'm pretty much having 100 of each seed because, you know, if I ever need to grow anything, I can. So there's 100 of each seed. Is there wheat in here right now? There is no wheat. I need to replenish the wheat because I made the wheat all over here. But at least wheat is anytime, anywhere, so I can do it whenever. So anyways, that's this area. I'm very proud of how this one came along. I mean, standing on top of her greenhouse, yeah, like you can see that it's, you know, Australian terrain all around, which is fine, but you know, people are going to be on top, so that's good. And now this other road, it just goes all the way down this direction. I'll just show you how it goes. And then I've got another a bus station on this side, because, you know, why not? I actually need to cover this up, but you know what, I think it's done. It's fine. Got another little bit of a stand over here. And this is probably the funniest thing. I've got a bloody marlin in a pond. I don't know how that works, but you know what? It's perfectly fine. Give this marlin some yabbies, which is why I caught them just before. And put these all in there. And I just felt like doing this for some reason. Something needed to be here, and I thought, hey, let's see how this looks. And yeah, it didn't look too bad. You can look over to the pond area. There's a chair and all that sort of stuff here. All good, all good, all good. This marlin looks really out of place. Alright, here we have thread space. So this is where, what's her name? I forget her name. What's your name again, love? It's Clover. Completely forgot her name. I haven't spoken to her in ages, but this is Clover's place. And this is the salon. So if I actually jump on top, this is how the two places are looking. You know, pond, salon, and this place. Still barren wasteland. Got all those things over there growing, the plants and everything, but yeah, this is looking alright. Now over here we have the visiting site. You can see the palm things underneath it, but you know, that's fine. I actually need to put grass there, don't I? Imagine you didn't see that dirt there. Just forget about it. It never happened. I made another waterfall with a couple of jacaranda trees here and a whole bunch of pine trees. This one is just straightforward. It starts as a plain thing and just goes down every single two, and it has things surrounding it, so I'm very happy with how this one came along. I'm very proud of it. It looks really nice. And here we have a pergola with a bench, so someone can sit here and not be in the shade, because you can't place these. Hey, I'll show you. I would like to show the people. There we go. So, see? I can't place this underneath. It irks me. So, I guess I could tell the developer, if you can make things go underneath this pergola, that would be nice. Nah, pergola can't go over it either, so yeah, you can't do that. Some brick stuff here, another seat here. Of course, I use many trees, you know, shade and just cooling down the place, because, you know, Australia is hot. More trees, the more shade. It's beautiful. A couple of random little statues here, another bus station there, just a random thing here, nothing overly special, just where people can congregate and chat about whatever they want to chat about. Over here we have Melvin's little shop here, which looks very nice. So, you know, in there, a little bit of flowers surrounding it. And on the opposite side, we have a bus station, because people need to catch the bus to the bank. And then the ATM machine, or the ADM, okay? And then the bank is right here as well. So here's Melbourne, and let's see what this looks like from the top of Melbourne's place. This is what the town kind of looks like from the top of Melbourne's. So I'm gonna give a quick flyby over this place. Oh wait, where'd it go? Oh no, did I just lose my... Oh no. Did I just lose my helicopter? Or pickup? No. Where on earth is my helicopter? It's in the bloody building. Well, that was day 205. I'm probably going to reset this day, because I'm not having that. I can't pick this up? No. Okay, well, we're not having that. I'm not losing my helicopter. I still need to do a flyby and everything for you. I can't fly with this thing, but that is just silly. I'm going to restart this day, of course. But yeah, that's 205. That's funny. Alright, let's have a... I would have loved to fly with the helicopter, but now we're restricted to doing this. So this is how the place looks from the top. I am very happy with how this came along. I'm very happy. There's a lot of colors. I used some different trees here and there. The purple really does bring it out as well. You know, the park in the middle of the place. The elevations, I'm very glad I used some elevations in this area, so it's not just all the same level. So it gives it more dynamic, it gives it variety, and it just looks nice in that regard. And then, you know, my house as well. I liked using these pergolas and everything, but then I stopped using them for the most part with every single house, just because you can't put anything underneath them, and that just irked me. So yeah, I mean, I'll give a bit of a fly over my new industrial area, which I just showed before, but there's all the stuff down there. Yeah, and here's my other place, which I'm yet to, you know, completely fix and all that sort of stuff, and I will fix that soon. I did fix it, and I also played another 5 days until 210, and Frankie Boy has sent me this auto sorter in the mail. I place it down in my new workshop area. I have to test this out. Nice. Okay, we're gonna practice that in a second, and there is something I can actually do to test that out. I should also say this, I have kind of sorted out the storage here for the most part. I think I can probably get a couple more things here and there. I would still like to have another blast furnace, but at the moment this place has been sorted for the most part. Let's see here. So I've got like any kind of animal and, you know, greenery stuff, you know, planting things, all seeds and all plants or trees that I can plant and everything, and anything that's animal related in this one. I know I got bones over in that one as well, but oh well, it is what it is. Over here I've got like the raw mining materials, and then I've got the refined mining materials, and vice versa. Here it's going to be all raw chests and wood and stuff, and then, you know, any of the refined lumber pieces and all that sort of stuff. Here we can see I've got a whole bunch of extra chests. Now I want to see this in action. I harvest my quarry one more time. Alright, so I've got a whole bunch of, you know, materials on me right now, and in this area all that stuff should be here. So let's go ahead and chuck all these things in here and see what happens. Nice, look at that. Yeah, that definitely does make it easier, doesn't it? Yeah, that's amazing. I like that. I can't complain. That's pretty swell. Over on this side, I've just, placed... I just actually went ahead and placed all my, stuff anywhere, realistically, because... Yeah, I mean, there's a spare one there. There's a kind of a spare one here. I could sort this out, but, this thing, it can see it all because it can reach everything. So, there you go. That was my son on the monitor. He's gone into his active sleep again. Happens like every 50 minutes. I do need to clean up my house, actually, and then finding the last critters. So, cleaning up my house is actually the last task, is it? God damn it. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's gonna be fun. So now I'll show you why I'm fussing a little bit about the house. Look at this bloody mess in here. Look at this. And not only that, every single one of these is just loaded with junk. It's like, oh my god. I would realistically have to go through all of this. I'm probably just going to sell every single item of clothing. And what I want to do is probably maybe dress myself up with something that I like. But yeah, it's going to take some time. So, cleaning up my house, yeah? To start that, I go and see Melvin, and I go ahead and buy a bunch of furniture I think I'll need to make this work. The theme I think I went for mainly was the Nordic items. I'm so glad I figured out that you can order as much as you can. I was under the impression I was only able to order one item per day, like Franklin's, and not the case. Thank you. So you saw the house before. Let's skip to day 217. Alright, so I said to myself, one thing I would like to do is clean up the house a little bit. And so I'm going to show you how I did it. It's day 217 here. I've already finished it and I'm kind of just sleeping until summer for the most part. But this is what I've made the house look like at the moment. It's a little bit hard to design these houses because they're just giant floors, so to speak. There's no rooms. These are the only things you can actually use to make like a room divider, and I've kind of got this sort of thing. I always have the bed like in the center of the house because that makes sense to me. I could probably chuck it onto one side, but there you go. But then it was kind of open towards the door, so I don't want anyone just walking in seeing me sleeping. So I said, okay, well, what if I actually put like these cabinets here? So I've got these cabinets that's got some storage. These are all my main tools over here. I've got the storage here, so it kind of gives I guess the illusion of privacy. I've got a couple of plants around here, some lights, more plants of course. The tiniest kitchen you'll ever see in your entire life, which is actually kind of funny. And then there's a dining table. I can't put like a light into the center of it, but there you go. And there you go. I'm quite happy with how this one came along. I mean, I can just walk through here. It's not a big problem. But there you go. At least this is kind of a bit of a walkway and all that sort of stuff. So it's not the worst thing. Can this actually tell the time? It does tell the time. Nice. I was not aware. That's beautiful. Yeah, so plenty of storage and everything. I could fill this all up, but yeah, no. Whatever I've got on my back is what I've been wearing for like the last X amount of days, and it's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's it. There you go. So after this house tour, something happens on day 225. Just started recording. It's Musketeerville Day. I just started recording because I heard music going. It's the last day of spring, actually, so let's go and check this out. It's the 28th of spring, which is a Saturday, of course. It's the Musketeer Dayville, so that means it's 3 years, isn't it? Nice, thank you, mate. I will use that. And Clover has sent me a watermelon. Beautiful. Can I actually chuck this in somewhere? Oh, yes, can I? Yes, I can. Oh, that is nice. That actually really completes it, like a little bookshelf. Beautiful. I like that. Thanks, Melbourne. And that's the bank dude, not Melvin. I was going to say, thanks, mate. Yeah, so, when you sleep, there you go. Call it a day. No, I'm just resting my eyes. I like that. That has actually kind of completed this. Beautiful. Alright, let's go check out Musketeerville Day. I mean, I just slept the last couple of days because it's, quite close to it being done. Hey, look at this. I should probably not be walking around with this. Hey, buddy. Musketeerville Day. You bloody beauty. Fletch is cooking up a snag sizzle. She told me she had a special snag for everyone. G'day, everyone. G'day, g'day, g'day. Wow, actually, this is almost a really good way to send off the video. Because tomorrow, obviously... Hello, hello, hello. Nice. Oh, this is awesome, actually. I'm very happy with how this is going. I just gotta go get that last critter tomorrow. But that's it. That is it. Look at this. Hepvari? G'day, Artemis, or I guess I should say Happy Musketeerville Day. Fletch is cooking up some snacks. I hope she doesn't snag mine for herself. Yeah, you've even snagging victories from me, mate. I will always hold that against you. Hello, Clover. Hey, Artemis, Happy Musket that day. Fletch is putting up a snack soon for weeks now. I've been excited about this for 2 years, I think. Because I started this playthrough in late 2023, had to stop because the computer blew up, picked it back up in early 2004, completed it by mid 2024, and then asked if you people wanted a 200 days, and now I'll be releasing this one in, early 2025. Yeah, wow. What a hell of an adventure. I thoroughly enjoyed this game. Hello, Sally. Happy Musketeerville Day, Artemis. It's going to be a great day full of tunes, sun, and some bloody beautiful snacks. It's going to be grouse? I'm completely honest, I don't know what that means. That's not gross. Grouse? I might have to look that up. Hello? Can I please have a sausage? So I'm chucking a snack. Yep, can I have a snack? Alright, cool. Lunchtime it is. Alright, I gotta dance to the tunes. Huh? Melbourne. Beautiful. What a wonderful send-off. Oh, hi there, Possum. I'm really looking forward to Musketeerville Day snack. I reckon Fletch knows what she's doing. But between you and me, she's gone. She's just getting shoved out of the way. Everybody wants to go downstairs. Hey Aubrey, looks like everybody really liked your section here. Look at that. They're all having a good old chat down here. Yep, wonderful. I'm gonna go for a quick dip. Why not? I think everyone's allowed to go for a quick dip. Well, I guess I'll just have to hang around until, this is all good. But yeah, I like how this actually came around. Plenty of shade for the people. They're all walking. They're all having a good time. Especially John, because he's always having a good time. Yeah, I reckon this came around really good. Everyone's got a toilet very close by if they need to relieve themselves. You got the anti-socials right there going to the museum apparently. The one that's cooking for everybody. Wonderful. I'll have a snag when it's time. Wonderful. I guess I'll just hang around. Now, what I'll do is I'll quickly go for a ride. Alright, because I wasn't able to do this last time because Melbourne stole my bloody thing. But yeah, this is what the town looks like from an aerial view. I mean, yeah, you got all the red barren land around it, but that's fine. That's Rain's whole section, or the whole greenhouse section. This area here. I think it came along very nicely, I reckon. Now that is how you make a town. That is most definitely how you make a town. I'm very proud of how this has come along. Look at all this. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Alright. I was here first, obviously. Can I please have my snag? I shall wait till exactly noon. Thank you. Get out of me. It's my I'm chucking a snag. Yep. Can I have a snag, please? Nope, looks like I have to wait. Oh, wait, what? Everyone's got a snag now. Did I talk to you too soon, did I? Can I talk to you from here? Let's go with a meat snack, please. Lovely. Ooh, a rare delicacy. Let's see the bonuses. Your XP goes up 60 minutes of food or something, I don't know, but let's go ahead. Beautiful, look at that. So I got 10 energy per second, 60 minutes of XP gains, and 60 minutes of something. Snag. How? Oh, it lasts for 60 minutes. Oh, that's huge. Increases experience. Yeah, that's massive. That is huge. Nice. There you go. Now, of course, there is one final thing to do, and that is, of course, to go get that last critter. That was the final thing I wanted to do, but I'm actually really happy this fell right on the end. Hey guys, how are we? Hope everyone enjoys the town. They were once upon a time here, and I shuffled everything to over here. So I got the food hub, of course, with all food things. It's bigger because there's a lot more food things. The entire animal area, I haven't cleaned that place up for a little while, but there you go. They're literally walking around in their own filth. And here we have this entire place, and it's good. It's very good. Haven't used the airport for a couple days now, but that's fine. The old quarry, the entire orchard, or orchard, however you say it, I'm actually not too sure. And then my entire farming place all the way over here. I haven't actually done any farming for quite a while, but that's because there was not really a point anymore. So let's go to bed one last time, and let's catch that last critter. Day 226, I think this is the purple mottled crab. Yep, there you go. The purple mottled crab. The final critter I needed in Dinkum. So fish, let's have a look. I've got everything out of everything. 42, 50, 25. Let's see if All Mate sends me something in the next morning, because if I've completed the museum, because technically right now I have completed the museum, let's see if he sends me something. So we'll quickly sleep. Alright, let's see if there's anything in the mailbox today from All Mate about, you know, the donations and stuff. No. Looks like you don't get anything for completing the museum. A little bit disappointed, but oh well. I was hoping he'd, you know, say, hey, thank you very much for completing the museum, but nope, just all donations are done. There you go. Okay, I guess that's that. So, getting the last critter was the thing, and I have ticked off the last thing I wanted to do for Dinkum. There you go. I've really enjoyed this game. Yeah, no, if you enjoyed this as well, let me know. Let me know in the comments what you think about the town, and if you think it looks nice. I think it does. And yeah. I think it's done. Yep, I think this concludes my Dinkum playthrough. John's all the way over there, just staring at him. I've got my eyes on you, mate. Actually, isn't that where the piss pot is? Is he relieving himself right now and I'm not giving him any privacy? Is that what's going on right now? Oh, goodness me. Let's give the chump some privacy. Alright, well, Musketeers, I hope you enjoyed that one. I really enjoyed Dinkum. I know if you watched it, you've noticed that day 24 to 28 with the mines, I was not enjoying myself. But other than that, I have absolutely loved this game. Absolutely loved it. I mean, the thing that I'm most proud of is the town. I'm very glad I decided to rip it all up and relocate it over in this area. And I think it turned out really nicely. Yeah, I'm very proud of how this all came together. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this one. I really did. 200 days of Dinkum, which is actually 226 days of Dinkum, but it is all done and dusted over the span of almost 2 years, I reckon. Wonderful. Beautiful. Alright, well there you go. Until next time. Hey Musketeer, I see that you're still here. That is awesome! Do you want something else to sit back and relax to? How about that 100% Planner Crafter video? Or that 100% V-Rising movie? What about that co-op survival horror, which is my 100 Days of Lethal Company video? Until next time, one for all and all for one. Cheers Musketeers.